Chapter 186. 293 AC. POV Third Person. The closed training ground at Moat Cailin lay nestled within the heart of the ancient fortress, hidden from prying eyes and shielded from the outside world. Enclosed by sturdy stone walls adorned with the sigil of House Drazel, the training ground exuded an air of secrecy and exclusivity. Only the oath-bound servants and soldiers were granted entry to this hallowed space. Upon passing through the imposing gate, one would find a sprawling expanse of well-tended earth. The ground, a canvas for battles and practice, bore the marks of countless footfalls and combat maneuvers. The sparring ground's hard surface was marred by the imprints of blades and feet, a testament to the rigorous training that took place within its confines. Once in a while, Ermir would fix the surface with some earth magic. At one end of the training ground, wooden moving targets and dummies were arranged in strategic configurations, offering a variety of challenges for the warriors to overcome. The distant echoes of steel meeting wood resounded through the air as soldiers practiced their forms and techniques with those targets and dummies. A small structure stood in a corner where strategies were discussed, equipment was adjusted, and wounded were cared for after rigorous training sessions. Even the wargs and skin changers honed their magic here. It was a space where Ermir's vision of unity and power was being realized, one strike and one strategy at a time, and within its sheltering walls, the future of the North was being shaped by those who had sworn themselves to Druid Ermir's cause. Ermir's focus, divided between the sparring and the strategic meeting, moved with practiced grace among the wargs and skin changers. His every moment was full and precious. Amidst the controlled chaos of the training warriors, Steward Ardos's voice cut through, recounting the rumors spread by the Boltons. Harlech's fists clenched at his sides, his knuckles turning white with the pressure. "This is an affront, my lord," he growled, his voice a low rumble of indignation. "Roose Bolton dares to use your name and twist it to his advantage. I say we ride to the Dreadfort and put an end to this treachery once and for all." Jory, his usually jovial face marred by a scowl, nodded in agreement. "Aye, my lord, let's show the Boltons that they can't manipulate your name for their gain." As he slammed Jorah Glover to the ground, Ermir's steely gaze flicked between the two, his mind working quickly to weigh the consequences of their proposed actions. As much as he shared their anger, he also recognized the delicate nature of the situation. A single misstep could unravel the fragile alliance he had worked so hard to build. "Harlech, Jory," he began, his tone measured but firm. "I understand your frustration, and I share it. But we must tread carefully here. Acting on an impulse will not bring anything to us. I could destroy House Bolton or put them in their place by showing my fangs, but this would alienate the other lords. We can't solve every problem with a hammer." Harlech's jaw tensed, his knuckles relaxing slightly. "My lord, I know you're right. But we can't let the Boltons get away with this." Ermir's gaze softened as he placed a reassuring hand on Harlech's shoulder. "We won't, my friend. But we'll do it strategically." As Ermir was thinking about how to act, Daisy Mormont lunged at him with formidable force. Reacting quickly, he cast Rovagon Grez Bark. Armor, a darker skin tone encased his body, creating a protective membrane on his skin. Daisy's arms and shoulders were as thick as Harlech's, and those thick and long arms with fur on them looked slightly off compared to her toned body. Now, she was able to transform up to her shoulders. The enhancements from her skin-changing abilities, combined with Ermir's teachings, resulted in a remarkable transformation. Her strength had been bolstered to 15, and her speed had risen to 13 when she used her magic. With his rising arcane knowledge, Ermir was starting to mutate his muscles and bones and become so much more powerful without his buffs. Now he had 13 strength and 14 speed. Using his buffs, he welcomed Daisy's mace while crossing his arms in front of his chest. Ermir stood firm as Daisy swung her mace, the impact absorbed by his heightened strength and defense. With a swift step, he deflected the blow and countered with a quick jab, his enhanced speed allowing him to maneuver effortlessly. Daisy adjusted her tactics, abandoning the mace in favor of her own natural weapons, her claws. Their sparring continued, the clash of blows filling the air. Ermir's calculated movements countered Daisy's ferocity, their skills pushing each other to adapt and evolve. In a final maneuver, Ermir swiftly closed the distance between them, locking Daisy in a chokehold. She struggled for a moment before finally relenting, a sign of respect for Ermir's superior skill. As she completed her practice routine, Daisy's chest heaved with exertion. She wiped the sweat from her brow and turned to Ermir, a mix of excitement and disbelief in her eyes. I can feel it, Lord Ermir. The strength, the speed, it's like the bear is an extension of myself. Ermir nodded, a satisfied smile curving his lips. Your abilities as a skin changer are allowing you to tap into your inner potential. It's as if the animal spirits within you are harmonizing with your physical form. There is still much to learn, but you will be more powerful than any normal bear when you reach your full potential. Not even the mountain would be able to contend with your strength. You would be able to kill him with one swipe. As she gazed up at him with a mix of admiration and awe, Ermir's thoughts shifted to the problem at hand. He signaled the next challenger to wait. Accepting a towel from a servant, Ermir turned to his advisors, his eyes sharp and determined. If Bolton finds amusement in spreading rumors, then let us play his game. Ermir declared, his voice carrying the weight of his intent. Turning to his spymaster, Keegan, he continued. Keegan, gather our Ravengard operatives and set them to work. I want rumors to circulate that Roose Bolton sought the favor of Druid Emrys. And he even wanted to kiss his feet but only to be rejected. Embellish this narrative, paint the image of a man humbled by his own ambitions. Let the humiliation be a lesson. Keegan nodded in understanding, the wheels of his mind already turning as he prepared to weave the web of rumors. Beside him, Ermir's other advisors exchanged knowing glances. With the intrigue set in motion, Ermir's attention turned to the physicality of the training session once more. The sparring, though demanding and intense, continued with a newfound vigor. Ermir's movements were a symphony of martial prowess and finesse, and his fellow wargs and skin changers could only watch in awe as he effortlessly tossed them around like ragdolls, even without any buff or magic. Chapter 187. 293 AC. POV Third Person. The rumor spread like wildfire, sweeping through the north like a gust of wind that could not be contained. Every corner of the realm, from the bustling towns to the quietest villages, echoed with the whispers of Bolton's supposed humiliation. In taverns and castles alike, the rumor was a topic of conversation, a source of amusement. The undeserving, they called him, a moniker that painted Roose Bolton as a figure unworthy of even the most humble acknowledgement from the powerful Druid Emrys. People chuckled and exchanged knowing glances as they shared the tale, delighting in the perceived downfall of a man who had wielded power over them. Roose Bolton's anger burned like a smoldering fire, his frustration palpable in the air around him. He sought the source of this damaging tale, the one that stripped him of his dignity and bestowed upon him the title of the Undeserved. Yet, no matter how hard he searched or how many inquiries he made, the origin of the rumor remained shrouded in mystery. As the rumor spread, it had unintended consequences. The North was no stranger to internal strife and rivalries, and the whispers about Bolton's supposed humiliation fueled the existing envy and resentment among the lords. The divide between those who believed the tale and those who dismissed it grew wider, further fragmenting the already fragile unity of the realm. In the midst of this chaos, Ermir had set his sights on a grander scheme. He understood that in the game of power, chaos could serve as a ladder to climb toward his goals. War, though destructive, had the potential to reshape the world's landscape and pave the way for his ascent. 294 AC. Deep beneath the hallowed halls of the temple, a hidden world lay concealed from prying eyes. It was a place of both wonder and frustration, where the boundaries between magic and science blurred and where Ermir's unyielding curiosity pushed the limits of his abilities. This secret laboratory was his realm where he dared to challenge the very fabric of life itself. Amidst the shadows, rows of delicate vials and intricately crafted beakers held remnants of experiments that had fallen short of their creators' ambitions. Ermir didn't know how glass was made, so buying those custom-made vials and beakers from Essos cost him a fortune, but it was well worth it. The air was tinged with the faint scent of alchemical mixtures, a testament to countless hours spent refining potions and concoctions in the pursuit of mastery over life's forces. Each lifeless experiment bore witness to Ermir's determination but also to the complexities of manipulating the intricate balance of nature. He was trying to mutate human beings into a more powerful form. He was trying to create super soldiers. Organisms frozen in various states of transformation were displayed like eerie specimens in glass containers. The glass looked a bit muddy since he didn't need high-quality ones. Some were grotesquely twisted, evidence of the unpredictable consequences of meddling with the very essence of existence. Others appeared almost serene, frozen mid-metamorphosis as if suspended between two forms of life. Failed attempts, each one marked by Ermir's unwavering determination to understand and harness the powers of the natural world. Yet, within this labyrinth of frustration and discovery, glimmers of hope persisted. Small pots contained seeds that had undergone Ermir's touch, their structure subtly yet significantly altered. These seeds held the promise of enhanced crops that could withstand the unforgiving northern climate and yield bountiful harvests. It was a gift to the people, a symbol of Druid's commitment to their well-being, and a powerful propaganda tool to strengthen the bonds between himself and the masses. Beyond the experiments and the pots of enhanced seeds, Ermir's unyielding pursuit of understanding led him further into the realm of magic and biology. The breakthrough came in the form of a spell, one that allowed him to manipulate his own appearance. With careful control over his facial muscles, he could alter his visage in subtle yet transformative ways. The lines of his face could be softened or sharpened. He could change the shapes of the muscles on his face. Though he could not alter his bone structure, hair color, or eyes, the spell provided a means of disguise that was both ingenious and bafflingly effective, even though it was so simple. In the quiet moments between battles and political intrigues, Ermir's thoughts often turned to matters of healing and salvation. The memories of a mother he had never known, preserved within the vessel of his being, fueled his determination to alleviate suffering and bring solace to those afflicted by the cruel whims of illness. In his hidden laboratory, Ermir worked tirelessly to unlock the secrets of a cure for red fever, the sickness that took his mother. Rows of meticulously labeled vials contained extracts and compounds harvested from the flora and fauna of the north. Ermir's fingers moved with precision and purpose, extracting the essence of each plant with a profound understanding of their properties. It was a dance between science and mysticism, a harmony of knowledge that transcended the boundaries between the natural world and the arcane. His skill authenticate was the greatest help in those endeavors. All of his modern education, everything he read, and even the snivels of information he heard in the news or from other people were in his brain, waiting to be pulled when needed. As the ingredients were mixed and refined, the alchemical brew began to take shape. The liquid glowed with ethereal light, casting an almost holy radiance upon Ermir's features as he observed the transformative process with a keen eye. It was a labor of love, a dedication to the memory of his mother and the countless lives that had been touched by red fever's deadly grasp. The cure was not a mere concoction, it was a combination of healing energies woven together by Ermir's unique understanding of herbs. He channeled the essence of the land, the currents of life that flowed through all living things, and the latent power that dwelled within him as a Druid. Each step of the process was a delicate balance, a careful orchestration of forces that held the promise of salvation. Even the smallest mishap would have turned all of it into nothing but an herbal soup. So, progress was not without its challenges. Failed attempts littered the path to success, each one a reminder of the intricacies of both illness and the art of healing. Ermir's determination never wavered, even in the face of setbacks, for he knew that his purpose was greater than himself. Of course, it was not entirely altruistic, he knew it would serve his purpose, but he couldn't get his mother out of his mind. She had been dead before he reincarnated, so he never saw her, but the memories of his body were there. The warm and loving hug, a touch full of gentleness, a soothing warmth. He might not have met her, but the memories brought longing and pain for losing her. The memory of his mother fueled his relentless pursuit of the cure. As the final stages of the concoction neared completion, Ermir's heart raced with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. He had wielded magic in battle, and he had navigated the tumultuous waters of politics, but this was a different kind of power. The power to mend the broken and alleviate suffering, was a testament to the full breadth of his abilities as a druid. He could mend the flesh with his healing but was not strong enough to cure sickness. After more than a year of work, when the final product was achieved, Ermir beheld the vial cradled in his hands with reverence. The cure for red fever, a beacon of hope for the afflicted, and a testament to his capacity to wield magic and nature in harmony. He knew that this was just one step in his journey, one facet of his multifaceted purpose, but it was a step that held the potential to transform lives and rewrite destinies. Many people would earn a second lease on life thanks to this little vial. Now, he had to turn this liquid into a pill because glass was expensive, if he needed glass vials, the medicine would be so expensive small folk could never use it. The beauty of this medicine is that any human could make it as long as they stayed true to the recipe. Of course, the main ingredient was a magical substance, but he could make that in batches and leave the rest of it to his people. The druid, the warrior, the healer, Ermir was all these things, a beacon of light in a world touched by darkness, offering the promise of a better life to those who had suffered for far too long. He felt a new sense of accomplishment with this medicine, and now he was giving life rather than taking it. Chapter 188, 293 AC. Pav third person. The morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold as it set, and Ermir lay sprawled on the shore of Sweetsister Island. His clothing was damp from the seawater, and his hair was matted and tangled. A low groan escaped his lips as he stirred, feigning the disorientation of a man who had washed up on unfamiliar shores. Curious villagers had gathered around him, their voices hushed as they speculated about the stranger before them. Whispers of curiosity rippled through the crowd, and soon, a group of sistermen approached. They offered him a hand and helped him to his feet, their expressions mixed with curiosity. Ermir played his part well. There were many bruises around his body. He blinked blearily at his surroundings, his voice slurred as he spoke. Where am I?" One of the villagers, a middle-aged woman with kind eyes, offered him a reassuring smile. "You're on Sweetsister, dear. You're safe now. We found you washed up on the shore last evening." Ermir rubbed his temples as if battling a headache, his acting skillfully blending with his disguise. "Last night, I don't remember much." Concern etched across their faces. The villagers exchanged glances before the woman nodded. "Well, you must be hungry. Come, let's get you something to eat and some warm broth." Supported by the villagers, Ermir made his way to the nearby tavern, his steps unsteady and his gaze unfocused. Inside the cozy establishment, the aroma of fresh bread and hearty stew filled the air. The warmth and camaraderie of the tavern provided the perfect backdrop for his act. Seated at a table, Ermir accepted the bowl of broth with a grateful smile, his fingers trembling as he brought it to his lips. He sipped it slowly, allowing the warmth to spread through his body. The villagers watched him with a mix of concern and goodwill, offering him nods of encouragement and the occasional kind word. As he ate and engaged in small talk with his hosts, Ermir carefully listened to their conversations, subtly prying for information about the island's current state and its people. He learned about the struggles they faced, the rivalries that simmered beneath the surface, and the tensions that had taken root among the sistermen. Once the meal was finished, Ermir leaned back in his chair with a contented sigh, playing the role of a grateful and exhausted traveler. The villagers exchanged knowing glances, their compassion evident in their eyes. The same woman who had first spoken to him leaned in and patted his hand gently. "Rest now, dear, you've been through quite the ordeal. You're safe here." Ermir offered her a tired smile, his acting unwavering. Thank you so much for your kindness. Blessing of the seven be with you." The owner of the tavern was a married couple, and they provided him with bare necessities. And Ermir could see in their eyes they were so curious about what happened to him. "Have you heard of a druid, they call him Emrys, who's been spreading strange ideas and lies about the seven and their powers?" Ermir began, his tone feigning genuine worry. "I came from the north. He is trying to undermine our old ways, make us abandon the traditions that our people have held dear for generations." A group of sistermen knights sitting nearby exchanged wary glances, their interest piqued. One of them, a burly man with a grizzled beard, grunted, "I've heard some rumblings about this Emrys. Claims to be in touch with the old gods, Hiig Pua." The knight spat on the ground with a look of deep disgust. "The false gods of those tree huggers." Ermir nodded, his expression solemn. "Exactly. And what's more, there are whispers that he's using his magic to sway minds, to make people question the way of life we've always known. Furthermore, I even heard he is forcing people to leave the light of the seven." The small folk and knights leaned in, drawn into the narrative that Ermir spun. Conversations grew heated as they discussed the potential threat of Druid Emrys, their unease palpable. Ermir continued to plant seeds of sedition, each word calculated to fuel their anxieties. "Think about it," Ermir continued, his voice a blend of sympathy and trepidation. "Our ancestors revered the seven for centuries. To suddenly cast aside their teachings and embrace these old gods, it could bring chaos to our lands and doom our souls." A murmur of agreement rippled through the group. Another knight chimed in, his voice heavy with concern. And what if this druid seeks to weaken our unity? We sistermen are a proud people, strong in our traditions. But if he's sowing division among the believers in the north, faith's strength could waver. Ermir leaned back, his eyes thoughtful as if pondering the weight of their words. It's a troubling thought, indeed. The way I see it, we should be protecting our northern brothers and sisters against those strange beliefs. Our way of life and the faith of the seven are worth preserving, and we can't afford to be swayed by every passing wind of those tree-hugging heathens. The tavern patrons nodded solemnly, their hearts heavy with a sense of duty to their traditions. Ermir had successfully planted the seeds of doubt and fear, stoking the flames of their resistance against Druid Emrys and his supposed threats to their way of life. As he moved on to other taverns and town encounters on the island, Ermir repeated the process, subtly steering conversations toward the perceived dangers of the Druid's influence with different disguises. With each interaction, he deepened the web of misinformation, manipulating their fears to align with his own agenda. Disguised as a wandering minstrel, Ermir found himself in the presence of Lord Burrell, surrounded by a group of knights in a feast held in the heart of Breakwater Castle. With a lute slung over his shoulder, he had skillfully maneuvered his way into their company, ready to spin a web of deceit to further his goals. As Ermir strummed a few light chords on his lute, he caught the attention of the knights and their lord, Lord Burrell. With a friendly smile, he launched into a tale of northern lands and ancient magics and how the druid is converting the believer of the seven forcefully, artfully, interweaving lies with half-truths. Every lord and knight's attention was directed at him. Good sirs, allow me to regale you with a tale from the north, where a druid by the name of Emrys has arisen. Ermir began to sing his ballad with a melodic voice and captivate them. In the land where the north winds blow, a tale of old and magic's glow, of druids bold with power untamed, and secrets whispered, hearts aflame. Oh, hear the minstrel's song tonight, a tale of darkness and of light, of ancient gods and powers grand, in northern lands, where legends stand. Lord Burrell and the knights exchanged curious glances, their interest piqued by the mysterious minstrel's words. Ermir continued, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Emrys, druid with eyes so keen, in the northern realm, a mystic's dream, he claims to wield the old god's might, to challenge faith, to spark the fight. The knights leaned in, their attention rapt as Ermir wove his tale of intrigue and danger. But hark, my friends, beware the lies, for the truth hides behind a disguise. Emrys weaves a tale of fear, a plot to conquer, draw them near. He preaches change by force or guile, converting hearts, mile by mile. The faith of seven, now under threat, as ancient magics rise, beset. A murmur of unease rippled through the assembled group. Lord Burrell's brows furrowed in concern, his grip on his goblet tightening. But question well this tangled lore, for half-truths often lie in store. The druid's words may not be clear. In northern lands, uncertainty's near. So, gather close, my listeners true. Decipher lies from what is true. In northern lands, a battle wove, for faith and magic, hearts to prove. Remember well this ballad's sound. In northern lands, where truth is found, embrace the faith, challenge the mage. In ancient realms, it's not too late. One of the knights, a stern-faced man with a scar across his cheek, spoke up. But surely this druid's claims are baseless. The faith of the seven has guided us for generations. Ermir nodded, his expression solemn. Aye, that is what many believe. But rumors persist that Druid Emrys has power beyond our understanding, that he can perform feats that challenge the very laws of nature. Many Vale lords must have seen his power at the Greyjoy Rebellion. Lord Burrell's gaze darkened as he contemplated the implications of Ermir's words. If what you say is true, minstrel, then we must remain vigilant against this threat. The faith of the seven is the cornerstone of our way of life. Ermir humbly said, My lord, I am but just a wandering minstrel. I do not understand the burdens of ruling and the weight of protecting the faith. All I can do is inform people of what is happening. Ermir inclined his head, his minstrel guise hiding the satisfaction that swelled within him. One of the knights said, Indeed, my lord, it is a time of uncertainty and change, and we must be prepared to defend our beliefs. As Lord Burrell and the knights engaged in further discussions, Ermir subtly stoked the fires of suspicion and concern, sowing doubt about Druid Emrys and his supposed threat against the faith of the seven. With each carefully chosen word, he furthered his own agenda, manipulating their fears to serve his ultimate purpose. And so, Ermir's intricate web of deception continued to unravel, leaving behind a trail of uncertainty and apprehension that would ultimately fuel the flames of opposition against Druid Emrys and the old gods he represented. Chapter 189. 293 AC. Pav third person. After Ermir toured the three islands and raged Lord Borrel, Longthorpe, and Torrent and Sunderland with his stories, and he left his familiar on each island. Erebus was on House Borrel, Keelim was on House Longthorpe, each serving as silent observers and guardians of Ermir's interests. And now he summoned Nin on House Sunderland. The tiny black mouse emerged from the depths of a dark portal, his demeanor a curious blend of formality and theatrics. "Greetings, my honorable lord. Your humble ninja servant has arrived, shrouded in shadows and ready to execute your most covert and daring commands. With silent steps and swift moves, I stand at your service, ever vigilant and ever ready to embrace the way of the ninja." Ermir's initial surprise was quickly replaced with a mixture of incredulity and mild annoyance. The theatrical display was so over the top, and he struggled to find the right words in response. "From now on, you are forbidden to access my past life memories," Ermir said firmly, his frustration palpable. "My lord, I humbly request your understanding. If I do not remain steadfast in my commitment to my ninja training, its mastery will forever elude me. With your permission, I would need to access the most secret ninja training. I have to find my ninja way." Nin replied with a deep bow. "The path of the shinobi demands unwavering dedication, and I must ensure that my skills remain sharp and my movements remain as silent as the night breeze." Ermir slapped his own face in disbelief. It seemed that his familiar's exposure to his past memories had influenced his manner of speech, and Ermir found himself struggling to maintain his composure. "Stop talking like that," Ermir exclaimed, his exasperation evident. "Oh, my honorable lord, I humbly seek forgiveness for actions done amiss." Nin responded with a profound sense of contrition. Taking a deep breath, Ermir gave up on the endeavor and decided to focus on the task at hand. He assigned Nin a crucial mission: to monitor the actions and intentions of the Lord Sunderland. "Inform me immediately if they decide to take any actions against us," Ermir instructed, his tone serious. Nin replied with a bow. "Yes, oh, my honorable lord." As Ermir turned away from Nin and began walking back toward the grove, he couldn't help but shake his head in bemusement. The absurdity of the situation seemed almost surreal, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "I give up, I just give up." Under cover of night, Ermir's transformation into an eagle was a seamless transition. His form shifted and melded into that of the majestic bird, wings spreading wide as he took to the skies. With the moonlight illuminating his path, he soared through the darkness as he flew toward Moat Caitlin. Meanwhile, back within the halls of Lord Sunderland's castle, Nin continued his silent infiltration. His presence melded seamlessly with the dark corners of the torch-lit castle thanks to his shadow magic. As he navigated the labyrinthine passages of the castle, the 90 mice under his command moved into every crack and crevice, gathering whispers and secrets along the way. Within the hidden alcoves of the castle, the mice relayed their findings to their ninja commander. Fragments of conversations, suspicions, and private discussions formed a puzzle that Nin carefully pieced together in his mind. Back in the skies, Ermir's journey drew him closer to Moat Caitlin. The fortress, a bastion of his own plans and designs, awaited his return. His eagle eye surveyed the landscape beneath him. The fully renovated Moat Caitlin now stands as a formidable fortress in the midst of the marshlands. Its walls and towers have been meticulously restored, exuding strength and authority. Within its walls, chambers have been expanded and adorned with tapestries that tell the North's history. The courtyard has been transformed into vibrant gardens and training areas. Overall, Moat Caitlin is now a symbol of both physical and spiritual rejuvenation. In the dimly lit chambers of Moat Caitlin, Ermir and Tobo Mott, the master blacksmith, sat across from each other at a sturdy wooden table, laden with designs and blueprints. The room was filled with the faint echoes of clanging metal and the subtle hiss of a nearby forge, a constant reminder of the laborious work that transpired right behind them. Tobo Mott's weathered hands traced the intricate patterns etched onto a piece of armor, his brow furrowing in concentration as he examined the fine details. Ermir observed the blacksmith's scrutiny with a keen interest. "Remarkable work, Tobo," Ermir remarked, his voice holding a mixture of admiration. "These enchanted armors possess a quality unlike any other. The craftsmanship, the infusion of magic, it's all coming together quite splendidly. Tobo Mott's eyes met Ermir's, his gaze a blend of pride and satisfaction. My lord, it is an honor to be part of such a grand endeavor. These enchantments are unlike anything I've ever seen or forged. They draw on the very essence of our world, melding strength and sorcery in a seamless union. It is all thanks to you, my lord. Ermir nodded, a hint of a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. They are still not at the level of Valyrians, but in time, we will catch up to them and even surpass them. With each set of armor and every weapon that leaves your forge, our strength grows. These enchanted arms will be our legacy, a testament to the unity we are forging in the north. Tobho's gaze shifted to the nearby forge, where a blade glowed with a soft, otherworldly light as it underwent its final enchantment. The sword had intricately carved runes in magic diagrams, and a small gemstone was put on top of it. The man smithed the gemstone with his hammer, and with a spark of light, the gemstone exploded, merging with the sword. As the light dimmed, the runes and diagrams carved onto the sword started to submerge into the metal. The gems were Ermir's creation, they were filled with the mana and incantation for the enchantment. The process is intricate and delicate, my lord. As you said, even a millimeter of error makes the sword ordinary. But I dare say the results are more than worth the effort. Ermir's fingers drummed lightly against the table's surface as his thoughts turned to the future. We've created 500 pieces thus far, a formidable arsenal, no doubt. But the time has come to increase our production. Our allies and our cause demand no less. I have 350 knights in the Paladin Order and 150 knights under my personal army, but I need at least 500 of my professional soldiers to be armed with those weapons. Tobo Mott's expression shifted, a flicker of concern crossing his features. My lord, while I am dedicated to this endeavor, the creation of enchanted armor and weapons is no simple task. Our workforce is skilled, but there are limits to what we can achieve. I understand the challenges, Tobo. That's why I propose we hire 50 more blacksmiths who are willing to dedicate themselves to this cause. With their expertise, we can expand our production. After thinking for a bit more, Ermir continued, I can spend 50 more spots of my oaths for artisans. After this, he would be left with 50 more spots for oath rituals, and he was saving them in case of emergencies. I will expand the underground forges. They will work in the hidden forges beneath this castle, away from prying eyes and uninvited ears. Tobho's features softened, his eyes reflecting a mixture of gratitude and respect. My lord, your dedication to this endeavor is commendable. With your assurance and the resources you provide, we shall forge not only weapons and armor but also a legacy that will echo through the annals of history. After this conversation, the old man was fired up again with a renewed enthusiasm and passion for his job. Ermir was able to guess the 3 enchantments on Valyrian weapons, but he was not able to figure out how to implement them. They had always sharp, durability, and lightness enchantments, and of course, there was also a low-level anti-magic area created by the arcane steel itself. Chapter 190, 294 AC. Pa third person. In the heart of Winterfell, the Stark children gathered in the Great Hall, the warm glow of torchlight casting dancing shadows on the stone walls. The table before them was strewn with scrolls, parchment, and an array of maps, a vivid testament to their fervent discussions. The Stark children, Jon, Robb, Arya, Bran, and Sansa, sat around the long wooden table, their expressions a blend of excitement and nostalgia. The absence of their friend Ermir weighed heavily on their minds, reminding them of the deep bond they had forged with him during his time at Winterfell. The dire wolves, loyal companions to the Stark children, lay sprawled around them, their eyes half closed as they basked in the comforting presence of their pack in the warm fire. As their discussions unfolded, Theon Greyjoy, a figure who had taken up residence at Winterfell, lingered on the fringes of the conversation. Though he had struck up a friendship with Robb, his presence was not met with the same warmth from Arya and Sansa. Theon's disposition and words had sown discord between him and the Stark sisters, creating an atmosphere of tension whenever they interacted. Theon's negative sentiments towards Ermir became apparent in his frequent disparaging remarks. He dismissed Ermir as an upstart, wannabe noble, a phrase that never failed to grate on the nerves of those who cherished their friend's presence. His words were particularly cutting for Jon, whom he would openly belittle and insult for being a bastard. Theon's jabs at Jon's status as a snow were aimed to undermine and humiliate him, revealing a cruel streak beneath his facade. But he would only do this when he is alone with John or when he is with other knights and nobles who dislike bastards, and he would always deny insulting Aermir or John when those words reach Robb's ears. Lord Stark had encouraged a cordial relationship with Theon, considering him a guest under their roof. Yet, despite this, Arya and Sansa harbored strong aversions to the young Greyjoy. Their disdain for him was rooted in his continuous derogatory remarks about Aermir, as well as his derogatory treatment of Jon and his wanton actions against other women and servants in Winterfell. While they maintained civility in his presence, they had little desire to engage with him beyond necessity. Whatever the sisters do, they are not able to make Robb believe what kind of man Theon is. Since their father kept telling them to be friendly with him, Robb wanted to keep the peace. Theon's interactions with Robb were quite different, as he adopted a facade of camaraderie, attempting to position himself as a loyal friend. Yet, even in his interactions with Robb, an astute observer could detect a certain level of sycophancy, hinting at a more self-serving nature beneath his outward charm. "It's a shame Aermir can't be here," Jon remarked, his voice tinged with disappointment. His brows furrowed as he looked down at a detailed map of the north, his fingers tracing the familiar contours of the land. "He's been so occupied with Moat Cailin, but Rickon's name day is a big event." Robb nodded in agreement, his gaze fixed on the plans laid out before him. "And I've got my lordship training to handle. I can't even go visit him, even if I wanted to. Can't be away from Winterfell for too long, or Maester Luwin and Roderick would nag me to death." Arya's eyes sparkled mischievously, her lean form leaning forward as she added her thoughts. "Well, that's even more reason for us to make this feast memorable. We've got to show Rickon that his big brothers can still throw a great feast." For him, she was stroking Robb's ego to nudge him forward with the plan. Bran's thoughtful expression held a hint of wistfulness. "And it's been a while since we will all be together like this. We should take advantage of it." Sansa, who had been listening quietly, finally spoke up, her voice carrying a note of gentle persuasion. "I think it's a wonderful idea, don't you? Bringing friends from all over the north to celebrate Rickon's name day." Jon and Robb exchanged a glance, their expressions softening as they seemed to consider the proposition. "It would be nice," Robb admitted, a touch of a smile tugging at his lips. Jon nodded in agreement, his gaze still fixed on the map. "Yeah, we could invite some of the other noble families, and you, as the next lord, can forge stronger connections with them." Sansa's smile held a trace of satisfaction as she watched her brothers warm up to the idea. "And you know, a feast like this would show the unity of the North, how we all come together for each other." Arya rolled her eyes, a playful grin on her face. "Don't tell me you're turning into a southerner noble now, Sansa. You talk just like them." Sansa's gaze met Arya's with a knowing look, her tone light and teasing. "Yee, and you keep scratching like a dog. Do you have fleas? You look just like a wildling." Arya stuck her tongue out at Sansa and started to make faces to annoy her. After some banter between siblings, the conversation moved from the guest list to the menu, from the logistics of accommodation to the entertainment for the event. As Jon and Robb started to discuss the finer details, the initial reluctance they had felt seemed to dissolve entirely. Sansa's adept maneuvering had led them to embrace the idea wholeheartedly, each of them now contributing their ideas to make the feast a truly memorable occasion. As the Stark children continued to hash out the details of their plans, an intangible force seemed to guide their efforts toward cohesion and unity. Sansa's subtle influence acted as an invisible thread, deftly weaving their individual ideas into a harmonious whole. While Aermir's physical presence was absent, his memory seemed to infuse the room, a testament to the deep friendships and alliances that had been forged during his time at Winterfell. Unbeknownst to her siblings, it was Sansa who had initiated the idea of hosting a feast in honor of Rickon's name day. Over the past month, she had keenly felt Aermir's absence and longed for their beautiful conversations together. Through careful and subtle interactions with each of her siblings, Sansa cultivated a shared sense of nostalgia for Aermir. One by one, she met with them, sparking conversations that revolved around their wild and mischievous adventures with their friend. In these exchanges, they fondly recalled their escapades with Aermir during their mischievous childhood days. They reminisced about the daring escapades, the secret hideaways they would explore, and the way Aermir's quick thinking and resourcefulness always managed to keep them out of trouble. Sansa painted a vivid picture of the camaraderie they shared with their friend, skillfully tugging at their heartstrings. One memory that never failed to bring a smile was the tale of Rob, John, and Ermir's pranks on some of the minor nobles of Winterfell. Armed with buckets of water and a mischievous plan, they stationed themselves on the castle walls. As the nobles gathered for a courtyard meeting, just below the archways, the trio waited for the perfect moment. Ermir signaled his companions. With well-aimed precision, they dumped buckets of water onto the unsuspecting nobles below, and right after, a few sacks of flour were dumped on the nobles. They were furious, but no one was found guilty of this prank. This was one of the perks of being in the same group of Stark heir. Every minor noble knew Rob was one of the people who did this, but they just kept their mouths shut. Lord Stark had beaten them good in the training ground with deadly training because they wasted precious food. They had to run around to the training ground until the sun was down, and it would always restart if they passed out. It took them 3 days to finish it without passing out, but it was still a fond memory for them. As Sansa wove her web of nostalgia, a subtle longing for Ermir began to take root within her siblings' hearts. The sense of unity and companionship they had felt with him seemed to be imbued in every corner of Winterfell. And so, when Sansa finally talked about Rickon's first name day and how all the lords were in Winterfell, Arya literally had a lamp lit up on top of her head. She thought of giving a feast for his next name day. She told her idea to Rob and John. Sansa might think of herself as a master at this, but John and Rob were not naive and knew whose idea it was. They just played along with it. The feast, initially designed to celebrate Rickon's name day, soon took on a deeper purpose, a means to reunite with old friends, honor cherished memories, and rekindle the bonds that had been formed with Ermir. Sansa's careful orchestration extended even to convincing their father, Eddard Stark, to send out official invitations to the Northern Lords. Her genuine enthusiasm and heartfelt desire to bring everyone together swayed him, and he readily agreed to her proposal. The excitement and anticipation for the upcoming feast were palpable. Chapter 191. 294 AC. Pav Third Person. Ermir sat in his solar at Moat Cailin, his gaze fixed on the map of the north spread before him. His advisors, a mix of skilled engineers and strategic thinkers, had gathered to discuss the progress of his audacious channel project. The trench he had been diligently carving into the earth was no small feat, and its implications extended beyond mere economic gain. Maester Torrin Reed cleared his throat, adjusting his glasses as he spoke. "My lord, the numbers you've shared about the trench's dimensions and the distance you've covered are astounding." Ermir nodded, his expression a mix of determination and weariness. "Thank you, Maester Torrin. But as we all know, the real challenge lies ahead. Connecting the Sunset Sea and the Bight using the Fever River is no small task." Artos Snow leaned forward, his brows furrowed in contemplation. The terrain around the Fever River's source poses a unique challenge. The need to circumvent the mountain and create a suitable meeting point for the river is both intricate and daunting. Ermir drummed his fingers on the table, his mind already racing with potential solutions. "I've been studying the lay of the land, and it seems we'll need to a fork where the slope is gentler. If not, the ships can't travel against a powerful current. Creating a gradual descent towards the trench will require extensive excavation." Artos Snow asked, "Wouldn't this lower the water level of the Fever?" Ermir nodded agreeably. "It would, but it will still be around 4 to 5 meters deep in the shallow points, and the lands around the channel are marshlands, so diverting some of the water wouldn't hurt agriculture either." Advisor Eddard Snow chimed in, his expression thoughtful. "Shouldn't we use some workforce too? My lord, are you going to dig it all the way around by yourself as the Druid?" "No, we are going to use around a few thousand men to dig from the side of the Bight. Of course, at best, they would be able to dig around 40 to 50 km in 3 to 4 years, and in that time, I would be able to finish the rest of it. But such excavation would require not only labor but also a steady influx of resources, my lord." Ermir sighed, fully aware of the challenges that lay ahead. "Yes, Eddard, you're right. It's a massive undertaking that demands a significant investment of both time and resources. But the potential benefits for the North are immense, and most of the project would be done by me. So, we only had to provide resources for the few thousand workers." Maester Torrin leaned forward, a glint of curiosity in his eyes. "And what about the time frame, my lord? You mentioned the estimate of 3 to 4 more years for completion. Are you still confident in this projection?" As I continued honing my earth magic, my proficiency steadily improved. Additionally, assistance from my earth elemental enabled me to dig at an even swifter pace. When we incorporate the laborers working from the other side, I anticipate that this project could be successfully completed within a span of 3 years. Maester Torin perused the papers before him and then suggested, "My lord, might it be more prudent if we abstained from hiring additional workers? Their presence would only slightly hasten the timeline, at the cost of approximately 1 million gold dragons over the course of those 3 years." His suggestion made sense to everyone in the room other than Ermir. The expenses associated with providing accommodations, wages, sustenance, and various other necessities for the workers would indeed amount to a substantial sum. However, Ermir shook his head, expressing his contrary view. "The investment is warranted. The value of my time far outweighs the expenditure of 1 million gold dragons. During that year, I could dedicate myself to my arcane studies or utilize my time more productively than simply excavating a massive ditch." Ermir had dedicated himself to this monumental project, tirelessly digging a massive trench day after day. The dimensions of his latest accomplishment, a 6-meter deep and 20-meter wide trench spanning 200 meters, marked another step towards his grand plan. This tireless work had been ongoing for nearly a year now, resulting in an impressive trench extending for a staggering 90 kilometers. However, the burden of keeping the Night King's curse in check limited his progress. He had to use 100 mana to keep the curse at bay. Had he not been constrained by the curse, he estimated he could have dug 20 to 30 kilometers more in that time. The outcome of his toil promised not only personal gain but would limit the earnings of every other kingdom while enriching the north. Once completed, the channel would usher a torrent of income, though a significant portion would also find its way into the temple's coffers since he had to gift this project to Ermir Drazel for his faithful service to the old gods as Druid Emrys. Stepping away from his usual routine, Ermir embarked on a journey to Winterfell. It had been a while since he had visited the place where he had spent his childhood and formed great bonds with the Stark children. His typical daily schedule of training, spell experiments in the training space, and lordly duties were momentarily set aside since he had to go to Winterfell for Rickon's 8th name day feast. In Westeros, typically, only the name days of Paramounts and the king were celebrated. Of course, the Paramount's name day celebrations were a regional thing, with the reigning king's name day designated as a formal holiday. The realm did not boast a plethora of holidays due to the challenging conditions of life. Generally, there were just 3 occasions widely observed by all. The Harvest Festival bore semblance to Thanksgiving, Aegon's Conquest Day paralleled Christmas, and King Robert's Name Day was another noteworthy event. There existed some religious holidays, such as Maiden's Day, adhering to the faith of the Seven, but these held little significance for Ermir in the north. As he traveled the familiar path that led to Winterfell, memories of his younger days flooded his mind. The laughter and camaraderie he had shared with Jon, Robb, and the rest of the Stark siblings felt like a distant but cherished dream. Ermir's heart swelled with anticipation as he looked forward to reuniting with them. Naturally, he had encountered them in the guise of Druid Emrys. However, when donning that persona, he was required to maintain a stern demeanor and couldn't readily exhibit friendship. He yearned for the times when he could grapple Robb and Jon to the ground or play with wild wolves named Arya and Bran. As for Rickon, a puzzling dynamic existed. For some inexplicable reason, Rickon always seemed apprehensive in his presence. It was as if Ermir inadvertently frightened the child. He consistently attempted to establish an amicable rapport with Rickon. Yet, over the past 3 years, an increasing rift had formed between them. Chapter 193. 294 AC. Pav third person. Ermir, mounted atop the colossal armored Shadowcat Sith, orchestrated a scene of awe-inspiring magnificence as he led a majestic procession of 200 noble knights toward Winterfell. Sith's obsidian fur glistened like the midnight sky, her massive paws effortlessly carrying her with a feline grace that defied her size. The elaborate silver armor adorning her formidable frame gleamed like starlight. Each piece was perfectly crafted enchanted armor. As years passed, Sith's black and white fur turned pure black. Once striped body now looked almost like an obsidian statue. Her white stripes turned a really dark gray. Behind Ermir, the paladins of the old gods and his knight order were following him. Their armor glistened in the sunlight, a symphony of polished steel, as they rode in disciplined formation. Banners bearing the sigils of the temple fluttered gallantly in the wind, announcing their allegiance. The banners had a weirwood tree on a black background. With each hoofbeat of their chargers, the ground seemed to tremble in reverence. The procession continued, a river of knights flowing beneath the towering stone walls of Winterfell. Ermir, with his stature and bearing, led the vanguard like a living legend. His presence exuded an aura of authority and honor. Behind him, the paladins of the old gods followed suit, their armor adorned with engravings depicting ancient symbols and motifs. As the procession advanced, the ground seemed to tremble beneath the weight of their march. Their red and white cloaks were fluttering in the wind, and it was like the wind was blowing with a purpose to make them look more gallant, more heroic. The procession flowed through the main road of the castle toward the inner walls. The rhythmic cadence of Sith's powerful strides made no sound. You would expect something so big to make a distinct sound with every step, but it was like she had no weight. They could swear she was a mirage if they didn't see the majestic beast and didn't feel the dangerous air she exuded. As the assembly approached the gates of the main keep, the guards offered salutes of respect, recognizing Ermir. The knights rode through the courtyard, their steeds' hooves echoing against the cobbles. Though not all would have the privilege to partake in the great hall's feast, their distinguished lineage and valor earned them a place in the feast. Among the entourage, around 40 to 50 knights hailed from prominent houses, and only they could join the feast inside the great hall. The rest of them would be feasting in the courtyard. You could see the banners of different houses fluttering among the stark direwolf banners in the courtyard, painting a vivid picture of unity in the north. The feast awaited them, a celebration of camaraderie and shared purpose. As the knights dispersed to join the festivities, the courtyard came alive with their laughter, the clinking of goblets, and the warmth of newfound friendships. The epic procession of Ermir and the paladins of the old gods had not only united people from different noble houses under one banner but also woven a new chapter into the fabric of Winterfell's legacy. Before the imposing entrance of the Great Keep, Ermir was warmly welcomed by his old friends Robb and Jon. As they exchanged greetings, Robb couldn't resist his playful nature. He mockingly referred to Ermir as the, great Lord Commander of the Paladins, the Sword of Winter, and the Sword of the Old Gods. It is an honor to be in your presence, executing a jovial half-bow that brought forth a chuckle from Jon. Ermir's face broke into a smile. Robb grinned, his tone dripping with mock formality. Well, we must show the proper respect for the esteemed leader of the valiant paladins. Mustn't we? Jon's lips quirked into a smile as he added, it's a position only suited for the mightiest and most heroic. Ermir put his hand on his waist and said, that is true, I am the mightiest. I can beat both of you with my right hand's pinky finger. Robb's eyes glowed with excitement and said, oh, is that a challenge? We are not the same since we fought 3 years ago. Ermir knew they were better fighters and wargs. He had seen them as the Druid once in a while and trained them, but he missed messing with them as their friend. Jon chimed in, his tone conspiratorial. Speaking of training, have you been practicing your dance moves, Ermir? Were you? Jon mockingly lowered his head and said, I am just a lowly snow, and you are the most eligible bachelor of the north with Robb here. Noble ladies are not going to ask me to dance. Ermir said, did you never see your own face? Don't worry, they are going to ask you too. The trio burst into laughter, their camaraderie a testament to years of shared experiences. As the banter continued, the weight of responsibilities momentarily lifted, leaving only the bond of friendship. As they moved towards the hall's entrance, Ermir took off his cloak because he knew what was coming. A she-wolf was going to charge at him. Suddenly, 2 presences charged toward Ermir from left and right. 2 wild wolf cubs, Arya and Bran, jumped onto his back, and they were trying to climb onto his shoulders. Arya with an angry voice said, this is my thing with Ermir, go away, and kicked Bran off him. Compared to 2.1 meters Ermir, Arya looked like a small child, but she was 15 named days old this year. Ermir, accustomed to her antics, allowed her to do this. It had become their tradition. Arya always clambered onto his back, and now Bran had also tried to join in. Sansa was right behind her, and she started to reprimand her sister, but Arya's defiant stance on Ermir's shoulders prompted Sansa's disapproval. Arya, really, you're not a child anymore. This behavior is quite undignified. You should act like a young woman, this is improper. Rob chimed in with a disapproving voice. I have to agree with Sansa for once. You should start acting like your age. Arya's response was sticking out her tongue at both her elder siblings. No, I am not going to change, I am going to climb Ermir's back even. When I am a 60-name-day-old wrinkly grandma. And this is our thing, our routine, our tradition. In a mocking way, she drummed her chest with a fist and said, in the North, we treasure our traditions. Sansa raised an eyebrow, her skepticism evident. A tradition? Climbing on someone's shoulders is a tradition now. Ermir chuckled, his deep voice joining the conversation. Well, if it's a tradition, who am I to argue? Sansa said timidly, Ermir, please don't encourage her. She is a woman now, and you shouldn't get so close to women too. Ermir smiled and said, oh, it is just Arya. In my eyes, she will always be a child, a little sister, or should I say a teeny-tiny she-wolf cub. Arya hit Ermir's head and pouted. I am not a child anymore. Jon, ever the peacekeeper, decided to chime in. Let her have her fun, Sansa. It's not hurting anyone. Rob, always one to stir the pot, leaned in and grinned at Ermir. Does this mean you'll be giving shoulder rides to every girl in Winterfell? Sansa angrily said, Rob, don't be ridiculous. What? It was an honest question. Ermir laughed heartily. I fear my shoulders aren't that sturdy. Arya, holding her ground on Ermir's shoulders, stuck her tongue out again at Rob. Well, I am certainly welcome. Right, Ermir. Ermir gave an exaggerated nod, playing along. Of course, my lady. I shall bear the burden with honor. Sansa rolled her eyes. Honestly, you're all acting like children, and all of you are spoiling her. Arya's impish grin only widened. That's because we're having fun, Sansa. You should try it sometime. Rob offered a mock bow. Well, in that case, my lady, would you allow me the honor of offering you a ride on my shoulders? Sansa's cheeks turned a faint shade of pink as she shot Rob a playful glare. Absolutely not. I am not joining in this childishness. Ermir's smile held a hint of nostalgia. He missed this banter, this chaos. As the laughter and conversations flowed, the great hall's grandeur faded into the background. Chapter 193. 294 AC. Pa third person. The Winterfell's grand hall was filled with an air of anticipation as the time arrived for little Rickon to be adorned with gifts. The noble guests, dressed in their finest attire, mingled with the Stark family members, each bearing their offerings for the young Stark. It was a tradition that showcased the unity and camaraderie among the North's noble houses. Among those present, Ermir stood with a confident smile, holding a burlap sack filled with an assortment of candies. The sugar cane initiative he had undertaken had blossomed, providing a unique opportunity to introduce a novel delight to the people of the North. Hard and soft candies, carefully crafted from the sugarcane sweetness, sparkled enticingly within the sack. As Ermir approached the young Rickon, the boy's eyes widened with curiosity. Although the child still maintained his distance, the glint of intrigue in his gaze was unmistakable. Ermir still didn't understand why this child was acting like this, but he aimed to bridge the gap with a warm smile and friendly demeanor. Rickon, Ermir began, kneeling down to be on eye level with the young Stark, I have something special for you. He reached into the sack and produced a small, glistening piece of candy. This is a candy, a sweet treat. It's something to make you smile. Rickon eyed the candy with a mixture of curiosity and uncertainty, his small hand hesitating before he reached out to accept it. A small smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he examined the treat, appreciating its vibrant colors and sweet scent. Lord Stark, observing the interaction with a fond smile, approached the scene. Ermir, it seems you've piqued Rickon's interest with those candies, he remarked, his tone warm and welcoming. Ermir stood up and nodded. I hoped he might find these candies intriguing. Our sugar cane endeavor has proven successful, and I thought to share its sweetness. Rickon, his shyness momentarily forgotten in the face of this tempting gift, looked up at Ermir. Thank you, he said softly, but Ermir could still see the distrustfulness in his actions. As the gift-giving continued, Ermir's candies were received with various degrees of enthusiasm. Some of the noble guests were clearly intrigued by the novelty of the confections, while others held onto their more traditional preferences for honeyed treats. Among the guests, Sansa approached Ermir with a gracious smile. These candies are a splendid idea, Ermir, she complimented. You've managed to bring a touch of novelty to our feasting table. Ermir smiled. I'm glad they are being appreciated. It's a small way to contribute to the festivities. As the celebrations continued, Ermir found himself in the midst of animated conversations, answering questions about the candies in their production process. Almost everyone knew how to melt sugar, but Ermir was not telling them about pulling candy and how to air it out. In the midst of the revelry, the small pouches of candies found their new owners. The gifting ceremony had woven an atmosphere of celebration throughout Winterfell's great hall as nobles mingled in a joyful symphony of dance, laughter, and camaraderie. As the evening wore on, the halls resonated with the melodies of merriment, and Ermir found himself right in the midst of it all, reveling in the company of old friends Robb and Jon. With a tankard of ale in hand, Ermir engaged in light-hearted banter with Robb and Jon. Tales of their childhood escapades and mischievous exploits flowed freely, punctuated by bursts of laughter and shared memories. Amid the joviality, Ermir's eyes occasionally scanned the crowd, noting the interplay of emotions among the attendees. Among them was Theon Greyjoy, a figure sitting right next to them, but Theon's sense of isolation was growing, fueled by the unspoken fact that he was not privy to the shared histories and deep bonds that united Ermir, Robb, and Jon. Ermir, with a calculated grin, seized every opportunity to bring up their childhood escapades, stories that effectively pushed Theon to the periphery of their conversations. He knew well the resentment that brewed within Theon, a resentment that often emerged in the form of bravado and misplaced arrogance directed at him. It wasn't long before Theon's simmering frustration boiled over. With his chin held high, fueled by liquid courage, he approached Ermir with a forced swagger. "Upstart, boy," he sneered, his words laden with thinly veiled disdain. "Playing lord and protector in our precious Winterfell. A fine joke, indeed." Ermir's gaze shifted from his tankard to meet Theon's audacious stare. There was a glint in his eyes, a mixture of amusement and something more. "Theon Greyjoy," he replied, his tone a blend of casualness and cutting truth, "it appears the winter that came onto your house has not washed away your inflated sense of self-importance." Theon's chest swelled with indignation. "You're nothing more than a common wildling who stumbled into the noble halls of the north," he retorted, his voice dripping with mockery. "I, on the other hand, am a noble heir, a foster of House Stark." Ermir's lips quirked upward in a knowing smile, and he cast a ruthless look at the little squid. Robb and Jon looked at Theon with eyes full of pity. The Stark boys spoke volumes with their eyes. Theon had fucked up. The joyous ambiance seemed to shatter like glass, the celebratory symphony grinding to an abrupt halt as the tension between Theon and Ermir permeated the air. You could hear a pin drop in this silence. The stares of those gathered shifted from dancing and laughter to the unexpected confrontation. Ermir's voice rang out, firm and unyielding. "Theon Greyjoy, it seems your misplaced arrogance has blinded you to reality. House Stark may have welcomed you, fostered you, but you remain but a hostage, a pawn in your oathbreaker father's game." Theon's facade of bravado wavered, his posture faltering. He bristled at Ermir's words, the truth they held cutting deeper than any blade. His foster brothers, Robb and Jon, regarded him with a mixture of disappointment and pity, emotions that stung more than he cared to admit. It especially hurt more seeing the pity-filled eyes of Jon. The bastard was pitying him, the heir of Greyjoy. Ermir's voice carried an air of finality. "Lord Stark treated you as part of the family, a son, but you were always a spare of a spare. The son of a traitor was left as a hostage because your father's betrayal left him no choice. Your father would rather give your sister his seat than you. You are the heir of nothing and always will be. You will always be the leftover son. I am the Lord of Moat Cailin, Lord Commander of the Templar and the Paladins. Who are you? What power do you have other than your yapping tongue?" Theon's face contorted with a mixture of rage and humiliation. He had believed himself a key player in the Stark family, a notion now shattered before the watchful eyes of Winterfell. Ermir's words had stripped away the veneer of false identity, revealing the harsh truth that lingered beneath. Theon's lips parted, his retort caught in his throat as Ermir's voice, icy and laced with a dangerous edge, sliced through the charged atmosphere. The Stark hall seemed to hold its breath, the air heavy with anticipation as Theon hesitated, his pride warring with the realization that he stood on the precipice of dire consequences. Ermir's unwavering gaze bore into Theon, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. "Should your whiny squid voice grace my ears again," he continued, his words like sharp blades, "I promise you, Theon Greyjoy, your existence will be reduced to nothing more than a bloody pulp." Theon's face paled, his bluster and defiance evaporating in the face of Ermir's palpable threat. The weight of the stares from all corners of the hall pressed upon him. He felt the gravity of his situation, the stark reality that Ermir's words were not to be taken lightly. At that moment, Theon was keenly aware that he had pushed his luck too far. Ermir's eyes glinted with a kind of ferocity that sent a shiver down his spine, and Theon understood that his actions had ignited a volatile spark that could lead to his downfall. Theon cast a quick, sidelong glance at Lord Stark, searching for any inkling of intervention or protection. Yet, even Lord Stark's countenance bore a solemnity that underscored the severity of the situation. Theon realized that he was entirely on his own. Defeated and deflated, Theon turned on his heel, his earlier bravado crumbling beneath the weight of Ermir's unyielding resolve. With every step towards the exit, he felt the eyes of the hall upon him, the heavy weight of judgment that bore witness to his prideful folly. Ermir's voice pursued him, a final, biting echo that lanced through the tension-filled air. "Remember this, little squid," he called after Theon's retreating figure. "Should your cowardly gossiping ever find its way to my ears again, I will rip your craven tongue." At this moment, Lord Stark interjected and said, "Lord Drazel, you shouldn't be so heavy-handed with our little guest. It looks like he is drunk or confused. If not, he wouldn't dare to besmirch the name of a northern lord." He signaled the soldiers to escort him out of the hall. Theon's departure was marked by the palpable silence of the hall, a silence that spoke volumes of the consequences of his ill-advised challenge. After 5 minutes, most noble had forgotten about the squid and continued their merry ways. Chapter 194. 294 AC. POV third person. Rob sensed the urgency to calm the situation, taking a step forward and asserting, "Theon is generally level-headed and doesn't usually act like this. He must be really drunk to behave this way. Ermir, you should also consider that you played a major role in the quick fall of Pike, and he holds you accountable for that." Ermir's response was casual yet firm as he downed a substantial gulp of ale. "I couldn't care less about his reasons. It seems you're not aware that the squid can't stop gossiping about me and John. He's constantly badmouthing us." Sansa and Arya, sensing the opportunity, stood by Ermir's side, joining the conversation. Sansa chimed in, her voice carrying a touch of exasperation. "Honestly, Rob, you should know what Theon does when you're not around. He not only looks down on John but also actively stirs up trouble by encouraging others to mistreat him." Arya, never one to hold back, added with a touch of annoyance. "And he's not innocent when it comes to Ermir either. He spreads rumors and tries to tarnish Ermir's name at any chance he gets. And don't act like this is new to you. We constantly told you what he does, but you never believed us." Rob's expression shifted from initial surprise to realization, and a hint of regret crept into his voice. "I can't believe I've been so blind to his actions. I've been too naive." Ermir, with a playful grin, intervened, "Well, Rob, don't beat yourself up. People like having their own personal ass-kissers, don't they? You were no different." He extended a new cup of ale toward Rob, his tone lightening, "But hey, let's not dwell on that. Here's to real friendship." Rob accepted the cup, a wry smile tugging at his lips. "To real friendship." They clinked their cups together, the chime resonating through the hall. Ellipsis. As the evening continued, the atmosphere grew more relaxed. Laughter and banter filled the air as they shared stories, jokes, and fond memories. The misunderstandings and tensions of earlier seemed to have dissipated under the constant flow of ale. Daisy Mormont's approach to their table heralded a change in the evening's tone as she extended an invitation to Ermir for a dance. At that moment, Ermir felt as if a malevolent entity lurked right behind him. He could swear Night King was right behind him. The intensity of the atmosphere was reminiscent of the battlefield, yet this time, it was not the chaos of war that he faced but an entirely different kind of conflict. The tension between Sansa and Daisy was palpable, and it seemed Sansa's gaze could conjure lightning to strike Daisy down. Their eyes locked in a silent battle. As the standoff ensued, Rob and John seemed to hold their breath, awaiting the outcome of this clash. The silence was shattered by a verbal exchange that mirrored the intensity of their glares. Words were thrown like daggers, with each of them asserting their claim to Ermir's company for the dance. Ermir found himself in a precarious situation. He didn't want to humiliate the other by accepting one of their invitations. He turned his gaze toward Arya, a silent plea for assistance. Arya, ever the opportunist, saw a chance for mischief and did not rush to Ermir's aid. Instead, she seized the moment to strike a deal, an impish smile playing on her lips. Ermir's sigh was barely audible, knowing exactly what Arya was after. He whispered, "She won't let you ride her, Arya." Arya's eyes lit up mischievously. "Oh, but that's the payment I want. Sith, I am in danger." A sudden surge of rage emanated from Sith. He had unknowingly enraged her. Sith was ready to leap into action and burst through the window of the Great Hall, believing Ermir's life was genuinely threatened. Ermir quickly clarified his words, assuring Sith that he was not in any immediate danger. "It is figuratively, not in reality." "What do you mean, Master?" "I need you to make a compromise. Arya wants to." "No, she's not a cub anymore, and I won't allow it. I'm not a horse. Why is she so obsessed with riding me?" Ermir tried to reassure her. "You're a magnificent creature. Who wouldn't want to ride you?" Sith's resistance seemed to weaken under Ermir's coaxing. Ermir could imagine Sith raising her head proudly and posing while saying, "Yes, I am magnificent, and it would be a great honor to be able to ride me." "Wait a minute, no. It is not going to work this time, Master. Just play with her for a little while, then 10 minutes, and no riding. Half an hour. Okay." While talking with Sith, he was talking with the girls too. Juggling the dual conversations, Ermir negotiated with Arya, the tension at the table slowly subsiding. He whispered to her, "No riding, but you can play with her for half an hour." Arya pushed a bit further. 1 hour. Ermir held his ground. Half an hour, non-negotiable. "Deal, I would have accepted 10 minutes. Arya agreed, her victory evident in her triumphant smile. With a triumphant grin, Arya turned toward Sansa and Daisy, making her claim. "He promised to dance with me." The dance ensued, but after the dance, Ermir excused himself, announcing that he was feeling drunk and tired, using the diversion to extricate himself from the situation. He managed to evade offense while not openly refusing their invitations, sparing the dignity of the young women involved. As he moved away from the dance floor, a new thought began to nag at Ermir's mind. Amid the swirl of the festivities, he realized he had never been with a woman in an intimate way. In his previous life, he had lost his virginity during his high school years. But in this existence, he had been consumed by survival, lordly responsibilities, and establishing his power. The fleeting realization left a curious mixture of contemplation and longing in his heart. He was a 20-day-old virgin. Chapter 195. 294 AC. POV third person. The morning sun stretched its warm fingers across the courtyards of Winterfell, where the previous night's revelry had given way to the aftermath of festivities. The lords who had joined the feast were now nursing their hangovers, still ensconced in their beds. Meanwhile, activity stirred in various corners of the castle. On the archery range, Daisy Mormont and Arya Stark engaged in a spirited contest of throwing axes, the metallic clang of their weapons punctuating their banter. Nearby, Sansa Stark engaged in the meticulous maintenance task of her bow. At her feet, her giant direwolf, Lady, slumbered peacefully as if safeguarding her mistress's work. In the midst of their friendly rivalry, Daisy turned her competitive gaze toward Sansa, goading her into an axe-throwing challenge. Sansa, with her head held high, declined, asserting that axes were too crude for her liking. Daisy countered, "Come on, Lady Sansa, afraid your delicate hands would get hurt." Sansa raised an eyebrow, unfazed. "It's not about my hands, Lady Daisy. I prefer weapons with superior reach and finesse, unlike a crude weapon such as a throwing axe." Daisy turned around and threw her axe, which was going for a bull's eyes. As Daisy's axe sailed through the air, a sudden streak of movement caught her by surprise. Daisy felt the lick of wind on her cheek. An arrow, masterfully shot by Sansa, intercepted her flying axe, deflecting it off course. Daisy's cheeks flushed with both irritation and the realization that Sansa wasn't a delicate flower as she thought. Turning toward Sansa, with a mixture of annoyance, Daisy's voice carried an edge. "Are you out of your mind? You could have hit me." Sansa, seemingly unflustered, retorted coolly, "Rest assured, there was no danger. As you put it, my delicate hands are quite deft at using a bow." In an act of defiance, Daisy hurled an axe close to Sansa, a silent dare in her eyes. But the real drama began when Lady, the imposing direwolf, interpreted this act as a life-threatening hostility against her master. The enormous creature growled menacingly, sensing the tension between Daisy and her warg. Daisy knew the real reason behind this hostility. So, she couldn't back down. With a decision made, Daisy initiated her transformation, unleashing her latent skin-changer abilities. Her form shifted, muscles rippling, limbs elongating, as her nails turned into the claws of a bear. Her upper and lower jaw protruded a bit, resembling a bear's snout, and the sides of her face and arms were covered with fur. Normally, she was 180 meters, but she was 196 meters after this transformation. The transformation was incomplete, but she had assumed a formidable semblance of a bear. Towering over the direwolf, she exuded power and ferocity. But it was not obvious who was the stronger one. Arya, in an attempt to prevent the conflict, stepped in front of her direwolf Nymeria so she wouldn't join the fight, physically blocking the path. Her conflicted emotions mirrored her actions. On the one hand, she sought to quell the fight, yet on the other, she was fascinated by the prospect of witnessing a clash between a skin changer and a dire wolf. "This is getting out of hand," Arya muttered, casting a wary glance at Daisy's imposing half-bear form. Just as tension reached its peak, the archery range's ambiance shattered with the arrival of Ermir Drazel. Informed by Poe about the brewing confrontation, his authoritative voice boomed, commanding the attention of both Daisy and the direwolf. "Enough," Ermir's voice echoed, cutting through the charged atmosphere. The abrupt shift in mood was palpable, the ferocity of moments ago replaced by an embarrassed quietude. You could see the aggressiveness of Lady was gone, and it was replaced by defensive growls directed at Ermir, warning him not to get closer. As long as a warg didn't connect with their bond, they were no different from ordinary animals. So Ermir was able to dominate Lady into submission. With an imposing stature and voice, Ermir approached Lady while holding his hand, and the great wolf obeyed him by putting her head under Ermir's hand. Ermir's presence alone subdued the sparks of animosity between Daisy and Sansa, their eyes downcast, expressions meek. The fire that had ignited their rivalry moments earlier had been extinguished, replaced by a shared shyness in his presence. As Ermir's voice echoed in the archery range, its gravity lingered like an admonishing echo. The passionate showdown had been quelled, leaving behind only a residual awkwardness. Sansa and Daisy, usually poised and strong-willed, now stood sheepish, their competitive spirits dampened by the piercing gaze of the man they both admired from afar. Winterfell's courtyard seemed to exhale a sigh of relief in this quiet aftermath. As Ermir stood as an unwitting mediator, the undercurrents of unacknowledged feelings continued to weave their intricate web, veiled beneath the delicate interactions of the Stark in the heart of a fiery Mormont. Daisy had often watched Ermir from afar, admiring his strength and determination. She saw herself as his equal, a warrior in her own right. And she couldn't help but feel that he deserved a partner who matched his spirit. But she knew Ermir had no equal in battle. She knew who he really was, and this caused her to admire him more, but because she knew who he was she didn't have the courage to openly state her heart. On the other hand, Sansa had her own reasons for being captivated by Ermir. His mysterious aura and his unique abilities intrigued her, and she found herself drawn to him in a way she had never experienced before. She felt a flutter in her chest whenever he was near, but her sense of decency and the weight of her responsibilities kept her emotions carefully hidden. At least, that is what she thought. As Ermir's commanding presence diffused the tension, his voice seemed to melt the ice that had formed between the two. The rivalry, for now, was set aside, but the unspoken feelings lingered beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to surface. Arya, watching from the sidelines, was well aware of the currents at play. She had always been perceptive and witnessed the stolen glances and awkward interactions Daisy and Sansa displayed toward Ermir. She couldn't help but grin mischievously, her thoughts running wild with the potential for a budding romance. Chapter 196. 294 AC. Pav third person. Daisy leaned against the stone wall, her gaze fixed on the training grounds where Ermir practiced his swordplay with Robb and Jon. Sansa approached her, and then Daisy turned toward Sansa, her eyes meeting hers with an air of challenge. Sansa said, "Ermir is a remarkable man. It's only natural that anyone who recognizes his worth would want to get closer to him." Daisy's grip on her sword tightened, her frustration simmering beneath the surface. "And what makes you so sure you're the one who can get closer?" Daisy's smile remained composed, her words carefully chosen. She continued, "Oh, I don't claim to have any special insight. But I do believe that sometimes, it's those who truly understand him, who've seen him for who he is. Beneath the surface, who stand a chance. Daisy's chest puffed up as she recalled the countless conversations she'd shared with Ermir in the moments he told them he was the Druid. Emrys. She felt a surge of pride, knowing she was one of the few privy to this information. You think you understand him better than anyone? Daisy's tone was laced with challenge. Sansa's gaze held a glint of determination. I understand him in my own way. After all, he's the one who showed me what true freedom is. Daisy's eyes flashed with a mix of frustration and determination. And you believe that's enough to win his heart? Sansa's smile was enigmatic. Who's to say? The tension between them was palpable. This was the first time they dared to declare their intentions so openly, their rivalry for Ermir's affection. From this day forward, it was an open war. Daisy straightened, her voice edged with defiance. Well, let me make one thing clear. Sansa, Ermir and I share a connection that goes beyond what you can imagine. Sansa's gaze remained steady. We'll see about that. Daisy holds a profound admiration and infatuation for Ermir due to her knowledge that he is the Druid Emrys. On the other hand, Sansa's connection with Ermir runs deep, as he played a pivotal role in breaking the shackles that bound her and granting her freedom from a stifling existence. Through his influence, she not only learned the art of asserting herself but also underwent a remarkable transformation from a naive girl who once dreamed solely of princes into a self-assured and confident woman. After the incident at the archery range, Ermir gained a newfound clarity about the dynamics between himself, Sansa, and Daisy. As he reflected on the events and banter of the previous day, he realized that Sansa and Daisy's interactions went beyond mere friendship. The subtle tension and underlying desires between them, which Ermir had failed to notice before, became apparent. Despite being oblivious to their romantic interests, Ermir recognized that both Sansa and Daisy were staking their claim on him in their own way. Sansa's loyalty and regal demeanor had been a constant comfort, but now, he saw a depth to her feelings that went beyond friendship. Similarly, Daisy, the formidable Mormont warrior, revealed a vulnerable side that surprised Ermir. The tension between the three became evident as Ermir acknowledged Sansa and Daisy's unique expressions of love. With this newfound awareness, Ermir's perception of Sansa and Daisy evolved, recognizing them as women with their own dreams and desires. The reason for this dense-headed action was his old soul, while he might have grown up with them. He saw them as a soldier and a little sister, but now his perception was changing little by little. With no set destination in mind, Ermir ambled aimlessly through the alleys of Winterfell, absorbing the ambiance that seemed to echo his contemplative state. In the midst of his wandering, a glimpse of movement caught his attention. It was Rickon, the youngest Stark, making his way down to the crypt of Winterfell. Intrigued by the child's actions, curiosity piqued within Ermir, prompting him to follow Rickon at a distance. There was something intriguing about the child's intentions, a mystery that beckoned him to explore further. As he trailed behind Rickon, the crypt's looming entrance seemed to hold secrets waiting to be unraveled. Throughout the past years, Ermir had consistently maintained a friendly demeanor whenever he interacted with the young Stark, Rickon. However, a notable change had taken place over the last 2 years that perplexed Ermir. Despite his efforts to foster a warm rapport with Rickon, there had been a noticeable shift in the child's behavior whenever they crossed paths. In stark contrast to their previous interactions, where laughter and camaraderie filled the air, the recent encounters felt different. Rickon's reactions seemed to suggest that Ermir was no longer viewed as a friendly presence but rather as a ghost. The warmth that had once characterized their interactions had given way to an inexplicable distance. This change hadn't gone unnoticed by Ermir. The contrast between their past rapport and the current atmosphere left him puzzled, grappling with questions about what could have transpired to bring about such a transformation. As he quietly observed Rickon's movements leading him toward the crypt, the enigma deepened. As Ermir ventured deeper into the crypts of Winterfell, the atmosphere underwent a gradual transformation. The corridors were lined with ancient stone statues, each representing generations of Stark ancestors. The flickering torches cast dancing shadows on the solemn faces of the statues, creating an eerie play of light and darkness. The air held a faint chill, a testament to the crypt's subterranean nature, yet it wasn't a discomforting cold. Instead, it seemed to cocoon the space in a peculiar embrace. The crypts themselves were a maze of interconnected passages, with each turn leading to another chamber, each housing the remains of a long-departed Stark. The walls bore the weight of history, echoing with the whispers of the past. The quietness of the crypts held a unique reverence, a stillness that enveloped everything. As Ermir continued his steps, he couldn't help but reflect on the contrast in his feelings compared to those of others who tread these same pathways with them. Jory and Theon, for instance, often felt skittish and uneasy in this underground realm. The crypts seemed to evoke a sense of unease in them, a feeling of being watched by the eyes of the stone statues. However, for Ermir, the crypts held a different kind of welcome. Despite the slight chill in the air, he felt an odd warmth, an inexplicable sense of calling. The stoic statues that lined the corridors didn't unnerve him, instead, they seemed to silently acknowledge his presence as if the spirits of the past recognized him as who he was. The crypts were a place of solemn history, yet Ermir perceived them as a sanctuary where the legacy of House Stark resonated with him on a profound level. He also remembered the magic inside the collapsed parts of the crypts. After he was done with Rickon, he decided to investigate it again. Turning a corner within the crypts, Ermir's journey brought him upon a scene that held both curiosity and intrigue. There stood Rickon, the youngest Stark, engaged in play with Shaggydog, his loyal direwolf. The child's imagination seemed ignited by an old sword he had discovered. Amidst the statues, his youthful spirit imbuing the crypts with a sense of life. As Ermir approached, the keen senses of the direwolf detected his presence, prompting Shaggydog to alert Rickon. The child reacted swiftly, retreating to the cover of a nearby statue as wariness can be seen in his eyes. Ermir stepped closer to Rickon, his movements careful and measured, as if treading on delicate ground. He aimed to bridge the growing gap that had emerged between them, his voice carrying a gentle tone as he addressed the young Stark. "Rickon, may I have a word with you?" Rickon's gaze flickered with a mixture of wariness and uncertainty, his demeanor a far cry from the openness they had once shared. A palpable coldness had settled where warmth and familiarity had once thrived. Ermir couldn't ignore the shift, and he wanted to understand it. He continued, his voice soft yet inquisitive. "I've noticed something different in the way we've been interacting lately. It's as if something has changed between us. Can you tell me what's on your mind?" Rickon's response was marked by hesitation, his lips parting as if to speak but no words escaping. His reluctance to communicate was evident, and Ermir's concern deepened. "Rickon, I want to help, but I can only do so if you let me in. Please, tell me what's bothering you," Ermir implored, his gaze holding a mixture of empathy and genuine care. The child's apprehension reached its peak as Ermir's approach neared. A flicker of movement, a step backward, and it seemed Rickon was on the verge of running away. But Ermir's swiftness prevailed, his hand gently closing around Rickon's arm, not with force but with a gentle assurance. "Wait, Rickon," Ermir urged softly, his grip light yet firm. "I don't want to force you into anything. But I'm here to listen, to understand. Let's talk about whatever is bothering you." Their gaze locked for a moment, a silent exchange between an elder figure and a young child. Ermir's expression held a mixture of patience and earnestness, his intention clear, to bridge the gap that had formed, to mend whatever had frayed their connection. At that moment, the atmosphere shifted drastically. Shaggydog, fiercely protective of Rickon, perceived Ermir's actions as a threat and launched himself at the perceived adversary. Ermir's defenses were up, his body encased in the protective embrace of Rovagon Grez, his bark armor. The armor bore the evidence of its effectiveness, a faint hairline crack the only testament to the powerful jaw of the beast. The beast was really strong to be able to crack his shield in one bite. Ermir reacted with lightning speed, employing his arsenal of buffs in a matter of seconds. Despite his considerable strength, the direwolf's bite held power beyond his physical prowess. Instinct guided his actions as he used the terrain to his advantage, crafting a small pit beneath the wolf's hind legs using earth magic to unbalance it. With its equilibrium disrupted, Ermir managed to hurl the beast away from his arm. Addressing Rickon with urgency, Ermir instructed him to call his loyal companion back. However, the child's terror-fueled hesitation prevented him from asserting control over Shaggydog. In a tense turn of events, the direwolf lunged once more. Drawing upon his magical abilities, he cast a spell of domination, compelling the direwolf to halt its assault. The exertion of control was enabled by the fact that Rickon himself was not currently warging into the beast. Ermir's spell took effect, forcing Shaggydog into submission. If Rickon's consciousness had been intertwined with his direwolf's, Ermir's dominance over the animal might have been far more challenging, if not impossible, to achieve using the mere dominate animal spell. With the direwolf now under his magical command, a tense calm settled over the crypts. Now he could talk with Rickon. Chapter 197. 294 AC. Pav third person. Ermir turned his attention to Rickon, who stood at a wary distance, eyes wide with a mix of awe and fear. Ermir spoke softly, his words carrying a reassuring undertone. A moment, Rickon. It's all right now. I didn't hurt Shaggy Dog, he is just sleeping. Rickon's voice trembled as he responded, a mixture of uncertainty and lingering fright in his words. Why did you come after me? Ermir took a measured step forward, his tone gentle. I didn't come after you, Rickon. I followed because I was curious about what you were doing down here. I thought maybe I could join in on the fun. The child's gaze flickered to his direwolf, a glimmer of protectiveness in his eyes. Shaggy Dog doesn't like you, he thinks you're dangerous. Ermir offered a small smile, understanding Rickon's perspective. I know he does, and that's my fault. I startled both of you, and Shaggy Dog was just trying to keep you safe. But I promise you, I didn't mean to cause any harm. Rickon's guard began to lower as he listened to Ermir's words, curiosity mingling with his apprehension. Why do you always act friendly to me? Ermir crouched down to be at eye level with the young Stark, his expression thoughtful. Because I am friends with all of your big siblings, and I want to be friends with you too, Rickon. You're strong, just like your family, and you have a special connection with Shaggy Dog. It's something I admire. The child's brows furrowed, his curiosity prevailing over his earlier fear. Do you have a direwolf? Ermir's smile held a hint of nostalgia. I didn't have a dire wolf, but I had a beautiful and brave wolf called Laika. She sacrificed her life to save me. Thinking about Laika, Ermir's eyes grew a bit misty. Rickon's gaze shifted to Shaggy Dog, his companion and protector. Do you miss her? Ermir's gaze softened, his memories distant yet vivid. Yes, I do, but sometimes, we have to let go of the things we love so they can find peace. It's the way of things. Ermir and Rickon found a place to sit within the crypts, the cold stone surroundings adding an air of solemnity to their conversation. As they began to speak, Ermir's intention was clear, to bridge the gap between them and understand the source of the growing distance he had sensed in Rickon's demeanor. The conversation flowed, and Ermir's observant nature couldn't help but notice that Rickon's wariness was far from subsiding. He chose his words carefully, hoping to encourage the young Stark to open up. Rickon, there's something I've been curious about. Can I ask you a question? Why do you fear me? In Rickon's eyes, a mixture of apprehension and contemplation flickered. The unspoken weight of his thoughts seemed to hover in the air, and Ermir could sense the internal struggle. Rickon's courage, however, began to outweigh his hesitation, and he finally voiced his feelings. It's because you are not Ermir. Ermir was taken aback, his brows furrowing in confusion. It was obvious Rickon was trying to act brave. What do you mean, Rickon? I am Ermir. There's no one else I could be. Rickon's response was a mixture of anger and frustration. No, you're not. You're lying. Ermir didn't have this light around him. You're the Druid. Why are you pretending to be Ermir? What have you done to him? A cloud of confusion settled over Ermir's features. Rickon's words left him baffled. How did Rickon know about him being the Druid Emrys? And what were these lights he was talking about? Ermir pressed for more clarity. Rickon, can you explain why you think I'm not Ermir? What are these lights you're talking about? Rickon's answer revealed a unique ability, a sight that was beyond ordinary. You have blue lights around you. We have similar lights, but ours are green and much smaller like firebugs. But your light is so big and strong. Like a huge fire. If you were Ermir, your lights would be green like ours. That's why I believe you're not really him. I've been telling everyone, but no one believes me. A touch of sympathy washed over Ermir as he listened to Rickon's reasoning. It was then that he realized the truth. Rickon could see mana. Perceive the magical auras that surrounded individuals. Ermir marveled at this newfound knowledge. Rickon's eyes had opened to this ability. After Ermir left Winterfell as himself, so he never saw Ermir with his awakened eyes. To Rickon, the presence of the Druid's aura was now associated with Ermir. Ermir's mind raced to find a way to bridge this gap and reassure Rickon. He began to share memories that only the two of them would know. Memories that validated his identity. Rickon, do you remember the time we explored the woods together? You told me about your dreams of becoming a great warrior, just like your father. And I shared tales of my own journeys with you. Those are memories only you and I would have. I am Ermir. As Ermir recounted their shared experiences, he saw Rickon's apprehension gradually give way to curiosity. Yet, the child's fascination was palpable, a testament to his understanding of magic. Ermir decided to further solidify their connection and trust. Rickon, I'm about to share something with you, a secret that only you, your father, and I will know. Can you take an oath with me that you won't tell anyone else? Rickon's eyes gleamed with intrigue and anticipation. He extended his hand, his small fingers wrapping around Ermir's larger ones as they sealed the promise. I promise. Ermir initiated the oath magic. He felt the tendrils of mana intertwining, binding their words in a way that surpassed ordinary agreements. Rickon's fascination with the magical essence that enveloped them was evident. Such pretty lights, he remarked. Ermir's own fascination grew as he observed the visible connection of mana. He had never encountered anyone with such a unique perspective on magic. You can see the mana itself. Ermir's fascination deepened once again. With his extensive use of oath magic and his 5x skill, he discovered that he could cast it without the usual magical discharge or the need for intricate rituals, granting him a greater degree of control. However, Rickon possessed an ability that surpassed even Ermir's own capabilities. He could perceive the invisible mana itself, an aspect of magic that had remained hidden from Ermir's eyes. Ermir could sense mana, too, but as an abstract concept. He wasn't really seeing it, it was more of a fleeting feeling or a sixth sense. Curious to test Rickon's perception, Ermir invoked a fireball spell, allowing the mana to coalesce, but stopped it before it took shape before him. He brought this invisible bundle of mana close to Rickon, hoping to understand whether the child could sense the intent within the magical energy. Rickon's reaction was immediate. Drawing back, he displayed a mix of fear and caution. Why are you bringing that bad light to me? It will hurt. Keep it away from me. Rickon exclaimed, his instincts warning him of potential danger. Ermir quickly dispelled the spell, realizing that his experiment had frightened the child. I apologize, Rickon. I was trying to understand whether you could perceive the nature of the magic. Your ability is truly remarkable. As their conversation continued, Ermir's curiosity was piqued by Rickon's courage and insight. He marveled at the child's abilities and admired his spirit. You're really talented and brave, just like your father, aren't you? A touch of pride crept into Rickon's posture, a response that warmed Ermir's heart. He fought the urge to playfully ruffle Rickon's hair and pinch his chubby cheeks, recognizing the innocence and determination that radiated from him. Ermir summoned Poe and Erebus, who materialized at his side. He directed Rickon's attention to them. Rickon, do Poe and Erebus have different lights around them? The child nodded, his features thoughtful. Yes, Poe has blue lights, like you. Erebus has green lights, like us. So, blue lights signify beings with mana hearts who have the ability to cast magic. And the green lights represent beings with innate magical talent, like his siblings who possess warg abilities, or Erebus, who had the ability to strengthen his body with the use of mana. It was a valuable insight that deepened his understanding of magical auras. With a growing sense of trust, Ermir embarked on an explanation that would reshape Rickon's perception. He clarified the truth about Druid, Emrys and the role he played in creating the persona. With each word, he aimed to strengthen the bond between them, to assure Rickon that he was indeed Ermir, the friend, the protector, and the guide that Rickon would come to know. Chapter 198, 294 AC. Pa third person. Ermir had made a decision that would significantly alter the course of his plans. Rickon, the youngest Stark, had displayed a trait that intrigued him. He had decided to foster the boy, to take him under his wing as his ward. However, there was one formidable obstacle in his path, Lady Catelyn Stark. He knew, without a doubt, that Lady Stark would vehemently oppose the idea of him becoming Rickon's guardian. Her loyalty to her family and her protective nature were unquestionable, but the problem was she saw Ermir as an enemy. Of course, he had some part in this matter, but the woman wouldn't relent on her stand on the Seven. Every time they met, it was like she was asking to be humiliated. Ermir mulled over this predicament as he walked through the bustling halls of Winterfell. He had made his choice. First, he was going to approach Lady Stark with respect and diplomacy, as was expected of a subordinate lord seeking her favor, but if she acts as she always does, he is going to just ignore her and just take the child as the Druid. Ermir was no longer the same man who had once had to hold his tongue and bowed to authority. He had evolved, grown in power, and become the most influential figure in the North. Although no one else was privy to this fact other than Lord Stark, Ermir reveled in the advantage of remaining hidden in the shadows, watching and observing while others underestimated him. As he reached the open courtyard of Winterfell, Ermir saw Lady Stark in the distance, engrossed in conversation with some of the castle's servants. Her graceful demeanor and commanding presence were unmistakable. She was a force to be reckoned with when her family was at stake. Seeing her like this, his determination wavered should he be ruthless when her son was at the stake. The decision weighed heavily on his mind. Now seeing her he became hesitant again. Was he always too heavy-handed with her? Should he play the role of the obedient vassal, seeking Lady Stark's approval and risking her disapproval? Or should he assert his newfound authority and be prepared to confront her if necessary? Ermir approached Lady Stark with a determined stride, his face a mask of confidence and resolve. As he neared her, she turned to acknowledge him, her eyes reflecting a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. Lady Stark, Ermir began, his voice steady and respectful. I wish to speak with you regarding a matter of great importance. Her gaze bore into him, and he could sense the subtle tension in the air. What matter, Lord Drazel? She inquired, her tone guarded. Taking a deep breath, Ermir continued, I have decided to offer young Rickon Stark my guidance and protection as his guardian. Lady Stark's expression shifted from curiosity to incredulity. You, his guardian? She seemed taken aback by the audacity of his proposal. Ermir met her gaze without flinching, his eyes unwavering. Indeed, my lady, I believe it is in Rickon's best interest. I have grown fond of the boy, and I am willing to provide him with the care and guidance he deserves. Out of my respect for you, I have come to you first. For a moment, there was silence between them as if the very air held its breath, awaiting Lady Stark's response. She appeared torn, her maternal instincts clashing with her skepticism of Ermir's intentions. Then, to Ermir's surprise, her demeanor softened, if only slightly. Rickon is dear to me, Lord Drazel, she admitted. He is a Stark of Winterfell, and his safety and well-being are paramount. Ermir nodded in understanding. I assure you, Lady Stark, my intentions are genuine. I wish to ensure that Rickon has the best possible future. Their conversation hung in the balance, a precarious negotiation between two strong-willed individuals. Ermir had presented his proposal with respect, but he was prepared for the possibility that Lady Stark might challenge his authority. Lady Stark regarded him with a contemplative expression before finally speaking. Very well, Lord Drazel. If you are sincere in your intentions and Rickon agrees to this arrangement, I will consider your proposal. But my lord husband's opinion is the most important one. Lady Stark knew Ermir has her husband's ear more than herself, and if he asked, Ned would allow him to foster Rickon. So, she decided rather than pulling his ear, for the sake of her child, it was best to have a temperate relationship. Thank you, Lady Stark, Ermir replied, a note of gratitude in his voice. I will speak with Lord Stark and then talk with Rickon and ensure that he understands the implications of this decision. With a final nod of acknowledgement, Ermir left Lady Stark. The matter of the enigmatic Rob, the being that had brought him to this world and bestowed upon him his unique powers, still loomed over him. He had received vague instructions from the Rob, mentioning sacred locations where they could communicate. The problem was that he had no knowledge of where these locations might be. The Rob had given him cryptic clues, and Ermir had spent countless hours pondering their meaning, but to no avail. In the grand scheme of things, understanding the Rob's purpose was essential. Ermir had come to this world with a mission, and he couldn't afford to be in the dark about it any longer. The Rob had granted him extraordinary abilities, and Ermir intended to put them to good use. One thing was clear, Ermir needed to uncover the sacred locations mentioned by the Rob. Perhaps they held the key to unraveling the mysteries of his mission and the world he now inhabited. But the challenge remained, how could he locate these elusive places without any concrete information? Ermir knew he couldn't do it alone. He needed allies, individuals with unique talents and skills, to aid him in his quest. It was best to have as many talented individuals at his service as possible. He had already forged many connections and was fostering many wargs and talented knights under his command, but having more men was always good. With determination in his heart, Ermir made it his mission to seek out those who could aid him in his quest to uncover the sacred locations. The Rob spoke off. He would assemble a team of talented individuals, each with their own unique strengths, to assist him in this endeavor. As he contemplated his next steps, Ermir couldn't help but wonder if the answers he sought were closer than he realized. The crypts of Winterfell, the source of the magical presence he had sensed, held secrets of their own. Perhaps there was a connection between the crypts and the Rob's sacred locations. It was a sacred place for the Starks in the north. He knew there was a source of magic inside the collapsed parts. With a newfound purpose, Ermir decided to delve deeper into the mysteries of Winterfell's crypts. Ermir stood in the dimly lit crypts beneath Winterfell, his senses heightened by the magical presence he could feel emanating from the depths below. The crypts had always held an air of solemnity, but now, as he went deeper, they seemed to pulse with otherworldly energy. He knew that he needed to investigate further to uncover the source of this magical power that called out to him. With a deep breath, he channeled his connection to the earth element, a bond he had cultivated and strengthened through his diligent efforts in the Channel Project. Tegan Modicalcinum, he intoned, his voice steady and commanding. In response to his incantation, a humanoid figure as tall as himself took shape made out of dirt and rocks right beside him. It was a medium, earth elemental, a creature born of the very ground beneath their feet. Ermir could feel the surge of power as his connection to the earth element grew stronger, as the elemental's presence amplified his own abilities. Chapter 199. 294 AC. Pav third person. Thanks to the countless hours he had spent digging and shaping the Channel Project, his connection to the earth element was unparalleled. He had pushed the boundaries of his magical prowess, experimenting with various earth element spells within the confines of his training space. Some of those experiments had cost him dearly, resulting in his own demise within the magical realm. Creating new spells was a perilous undertaking, and Ermir had faced death more than once in his pursuit of mastery. Yet, each failure had only driven him to refine his craft further, to harness the untapped potential of his connection to the elements. Now, with the medium earth elemental at his side, he cast another spell, his elemental sight. This magical ability allowed him to perceive the world in ways that transcended the ordinary senses. He focused on the collapsed tunnel before him, peering into the earth's depths. The sight that met his eyes was astonishing. The tunnel extended far deeper into the earth than he had ever imagined. The Winterfell crypts, rumored to be larger than the castle itself, seemed to confirm their grandeur. The path before him spiraled downward, an intricate labyrinth of passages and chambers hidden beneath the surface. Ermir couldn't help but marvel at the scale of this subterranean world. The magical presence he had sensed was undoubtedly connected to these crypts, and it beckoned him to explore further. It was a mystery that he could not ignore. But this part of the crypt was fully collapsed. With determination burning in his eyes, Ermir knew that he had to delve deeper into this underground realm. There were secrets to be uncovered, and the source of the magical power that pulsed through the earth awaited his discovery. Arubala air bubble, Malata Tegan, meld with earth. As Ermir journeyed deeper into the earth using his air bubble in the earth melding spell, the crypt's mysteries unfolded around him. The air bubble provided him with a pocket of breathable air, allowing him to navigate the underground labyrinth without the fear of suffocation. However, maintaining it drained his mana, much like a parched traveler consuming water in a desert. The meld with earth spell, Malata Tegan, was both a blessing and a burden. It allowed him to pass through the solid earth itself, akin to a ghostly apparition, but this power came at a significant cost. The spell voraciously consumed his mana. Ermir knew he could only delve deeper into the crypt as far as half of his mana allowed because he needed the other half to return, or he risked materializing within the earth's confines, a fate that would surely lead to his demise. His mana pool was considerable, standing at 480 mana in total. However, a significant portion, 120 mana, was dedicated to containing the curse that had been placed upon him by the Night King. It was a constant drain on his magical resources, a reminder of the trials awaiting him. As he pressed forward through the crypt's unending tunnels, the magical presence he had detected grew stronger with each step. It pulsed like a living heartbeat, resonating through the earth itself. Ermir was drawn to it, compelled by an insatiable curiosity to uncover its source and purpose. However, despite his determination, the collapsed tunnels that stretched before him seemed insurmountable. He could see nothing but debris and rock for the next 300 meters. The magical presence was tantalizingly close yet frustratingly out of reach. Time seemed to blur as he walked deeper into the crypt, and 40 minutes passed like a fleeting moment. Ermir could feel the weight of his dwindling mana reserves, a reminder that he could not continue much further. He knew he had to make a difficult decision, turn back or risk materializing within the earth, a potentially fatal mistake. The throbbing presence of magic taunted him, a mystery he yearned to unravel. It was then, as he contemplated his retreat, that he saw it, a colossal metal door, standing at an imposing height of 5 meters. The intricate carvings etched upon its surface depicted 2 dragons facing each other, with a wolf positioned in the center. At the heart of this double door lay a massive crystal at the mouth of the dire wolf, as large as a human head. Ermir's breath caught in his throat as he gazed upon this remarkable sight. He knew, without a doubt, that this was the source of the magical power that had drawn him here. It was a tantalizing sight, an invitation to uncover its secrets. Yet, he faced an agonizing dilemma. His mana had dwindled to a perilous level, and he needed at least 200 more mana to reach the door and explore what lay beyond it. The thirst for knowledge battled with the very real danger of his situation. Ermir didn't even have enough mana to take a few more steps. He had just enough to get out of the collapsed parts. Reluctantly, Ermir made his choice. He turned away from the enigmatic door, a heavy sense of yearning weighing upon him. He knew that he had ventured as far as he safely could for now. The crypts held their secrets, and he would return another day, better prepared and armed with the mana necessary to unlock their mysteries. With one final glance at the tantalizing door, he retraced his steps, following the path he had forged through the earth. The crypts of Winterfell still held countless secrets, and Ermir was determined to uncover them all. Emerging from the crypts, Ermir found himself faced with a profound dilemma that hung heavily on his mind. The question that gnawed at his thoughts was whether to reveal the existence of the enigmatic door to Lord Stark and put forth a grand proposal for an extensive excavation project. It was a decision that would have far-reaching implications, not to be taken lightly. After protracted deliberation, Ermir, though somewhat reluctantly, resolved to keep the knowledge of the door to himself. The endeavor before him was no ordinary mining operation, it was a monumental undertaking that would necessitate a colossal commitment of both time and resources. The more he contemplated it, the more daunting the prospect became. The earth beneath was unnervingly soft and prone to collapse, a volatile ground that harbored the potential for catastrophic consequences. A mere tremor, a misstep, or a sudden shift in the soil could spell disaster, bringing about the ruination of the structures above. The grim historical precedent weighed heavily on Ermir's mind. A century ago, when the crypts had first collapsed, the destruction had devoured countless buildings in its wake. As Ermir contemplated the precarious nature of the earth beneath Winterfell, he couldn't help but acknowledge the scope of the challenge he faced. Comparing this endeavor to the relatively straightforward task of digging a mine was akin to equating a child's play with a Herculean feat of engineering. The risk was monumental, the stakes were high, and the margin for error was slim. Most importantly, he didn't have any experience as an engineer. In the face of such adversity, Ermir's decision to refrain from divulging the existence of the mysterious door to Lord Stark seemed more prudent than ever. The notion of taking a gamble crossed Ermir's mind. He entertained the idea of suggesting to Lord Stark that they initiate the restoration of the crypt, with the hope that, in a year or two, they would be close enough to the mysterious door for him to complete the final leg of the way using his magical abilities. However, upon careful consideration, he dismissed this risky proposition. It seemed unjustifiable to jeopardize the lives of numerous individuals for the sake of reaching a destination he could potentially access in 3 or 4 years without endangering anyone, or perhaps even sooner if he could acquire more mana somehow. As he made his way toward the imposing structure of the Great Keep, Ermir's thoughts swirled with the weight of his decision, a decision that seemed to waver with each step he took. The idea of fortifying the excavation process with his magical abilities did cross his mind, and for a brief moment, it seemed like a viable option. However, the more he considered it, the more he realized the potential pitfalls. The presence of a multitude of miners and laborers within the crypts would unquestionably elevate the risk of infiltration by spies and prying eyes. Ermir's oath spots, a precious resource to him, were far too limited to cover all those who would be involved in such an endeavor. Even if he had sufficient spots, he harbored no intention of expending them on minors. The alternative, he contemplated, was to enlist a small group of trustworthy assistants to aid in the excavation. Yet, as he mulled over this option, he swiftly discarded it as an impractical choice. Leading a contingent of individuals into the crypts would undoubtedly draw unwanted attention, a risk he was unwilling to entertain. In the end, Ermir settled on the solitary path of undertaking the excavation himself. He recognized the arduous nature of this task, but it appeared to be the only feasible course of action. Conducting a quick mental calculation, he concluded that excavating halfway to the enigmatic door would take at least a year of dedicated effort. Without digging, it would take too much mana to reach the door. He could employ his Meld with Earth spell to traverse the remaining distance at that juncture. However, this calculation hinged on the improbable assumption that he could allocate an entire year exclusively to digging, an impractical proposition given his myriad responsibilities. With a heavy sigh, Ermir resolved to proceed with a slow and careful excavation process, reinforcing the earth around him as he progressed. Realistically, this endeavor would span over 2 years of tireless toil. Juggling his commitments between Moat Cailin and other pressing matters, he knew he couldn't dedicate himself to this task every single day. The spark he had ignited among the sistermen demanded his attention, and he remained uncertain of when they might ignite into a full-blown conflict. Thus, he would need to pace himself, embracing the years ahead as a period of relentless dedication and persistence. Chapter 294 AC. POV Third Person. In Lord Stark's dimly lit solar, illuminated by the soft flicker of candlelight. Behind his imposing oak desk, an age-old tapestry bore witness to the room's solemnity. A grey direwolf on a white field, the proud sigil of House Stark, seemed to oversee all with an unblinking gaze. Lord Stark, buried beneath a mound of parchments and scrolls, bore the weight of his responsibilities with a furrowed brow. The years spent ruling over the vast expanse of the north had etched wisdom into his features and added many lines. The room bore witness to his ceaseless toil. Now, in his role as a lord responsible for a castle and a temple, Ermir could only begin to fathom the gravity of Lord Stark's past duties. He had been the architect of countless decisions that shaped the lives of his people and wrestled with the demands of a sprawling territory. Although Ermir had recently assumed his own lordship, he still understood what Ned was going through. Ermir cleared his throat, breaking the silence that enveloped the room. Lord Stark's gaze lifted from the labyrinthine paperwork, meeting Ermir's with a mixture of surprise and recognition, a shared understanding of the burdens borne by their respective titles. Lord Stark, Ermir began respectfully, I've come to discuss a matter of great import. Lord Stark gestured for him to continue, his interest piqued. It concerns Rickon, Ermir explained, carefully choosing his words. I've realized he possesses a unique and potent magical gift within him. Intrigued, Lord Stark leaned forward, his expression shifting from surprise to curiosity. Magical talent, you say? Pray tell, enlighten me. Ermir recounted the events that had led him to the discovery of Rickon's mystical abilities, the confrontation in the crypt beneath Winterfell, and the revelation of Rickon's extraordinary gift, the ability to perceive the ebb and flow of mana itself. As he spoke, the candlelight in Lord Stark's solar seemed to dance with an otherworldly flicker. Lord Stark listened intently, his brow furrowing with a mixture of fascination and confusion. When Ermir concluded his account, Lord Stark's expression betrayed his bewilderment. Can't you see mana, too? What is so special about it? He asked, his curiosity evident. Ermir paused, considering his response carefully. Not like him, he explained, his voice carrying a note of reverence for Rickon's unique abilities. I can feel the presence of mana, as though it's a part of the very fabric of the world. It's more like instinct than a sight, a connection. That resonates within me. But Rickon, he can truly see it. Mana reveals itself to him in ways that are beyond my own understanding. Upon Ermir's completion, Lord Stark nodded thoughtfully. This is indeed remarkable, Ermir. It appears that Rickon carries not just the Stark name and blood but also an ancient magic. Ermir broached the true reason for his visit. Lord Stark, I beseech your permission to foster Rickon within Moat Cailin, where I can nurture his magical gifts and offer guidance. Initially hesitant, Lord Stark's gaze returned to the towering stack of documents before him. He pondered the implications of Ermir's request. With measured consideration, Ermir, You are yet young, and fostering a child entails grave responsibilities. Ermir, appreciating the gravity of the decision, responded earnestly, I comprehend the weight of this responsibility, Lord Stark. Nonetheless, I believe I am uniquely qualified to mentor Rickon in both his magical abilities and the way of the sword. Not only am I counted among the realm's mightiest knights, but I am also the Druid, a guardian of the ancient magic that courses through these lands. Lord Stark, his brows furrowed with deep thought, carefully considered Ermir's words. Doubts and reservations lingered within him, but slowly, they gave way to a sense of contemplation. After a prolonged, reflective silence, he looked at Ermir once more, his gaze wavering. Even if I were to accept your proposal, he began, his voice measured, my lady wife would be an insurmountable obstacle. You know her disposition towards you, and I have my doubts about her ever agreeing to let you raise her youngest child. Ermir responded with determination in his voice, my lord, I have already spoken with your wife and obtained her blessing. She has accepted my proposal. I understand that she was the biggest obstacle in my path, and I have taken steps to address it. Trust me, my lord, I may be young, but I possess the knowledge and skills to teach and raise children. In the dimly lit room of Winterfell's inner chambers, where the walls bore the weight of centuries of history and candlelight cast flickering shadows, the meeting unfolded. As Lord Stark and Ermir spoke to young Rickon, the air in the room felt heavy with anticipation. The boy's eyes, so full of youthful wonder and imagination, absorbed every word spoken. Rickon, the youngest of the Starks, possessed the striking features of House Tully, with bright blue eyes that sparkled like winter sapphires and a cascade of auburn hair that flowed like a fiery river. His youthful countenance bore the innocence of childhood, and his smile, which came easily, radiated warmth to all who encountered it. In terms of personality, Rickon was a lively and spirited child, his laughter filling the air with an infectious joy that could brighten even the darkest of Winterfell's halls. Beneath his playful exterior, however, lay a stubborn and temperamental streak, which often revealed itself when he fiercely attempted to mirror the actions and demeanor of his older brothers. Rickon's determination to follow in their footsteps and prove himself was evident in every spirited endeavor he undertook. His small frame seemed to tremble with excitement, and the promise of adventure hung palpably in the air. And most importantly, becoming more powerful than his brothers was the biggest selling point of Ermir's offer. They always laughed at his aspirations of being a greater knight than them. Rickon's imagination danced with visions of becoming not just a squire but a formidable druid and a legendary knight. It was as though the room itself couldn't contain the boundless dreams that took shape in his mind. Amidst the quiet intensity of the moment, Rickon's curiosity bubbled forth like a spring, his voice breaking the silence with a question that resonated with the enchantment of childhood fantasies. Can I tame a dragon if I become a druid? Ermir couldn't help but be captivated by the innocence and awe in Rickon's question. As he pondered the possibility, the wavering candlelight seemed to brighten, casting an ethereal glow upon their faces. Ermir couldn't suppress a soft chuckle, touched by the innocence and boundless curiosity that radiated from Rickon's question. The child's eyes held a glimmer of wonder as he waited for Ermir's answer, and his genuine belief in the fantastical possibilities of the world around him was infectious. However, as he allowed himself a moment to contemplate the question, Ermir found himself drawn into its intriguing depths. Dragons, those majestic and mythical creatures, were indeed shrouded in mystery and magic. They were beings of fire and power, embodying the very essence of the supernatural. The idea of taming one was audacious, to say the least. Yet, Ermir was no stranger to audacity. He had walked a path that had taken him from an ordinary child to a druid, mastering the intricacies of magic and nature. He had forged a unique bond with creatures like Sith and commanded the primal forces of the world. As he gazed at Rickon, who now stared back at him with anticipation, Ermir couldn't help but embrace the spirit of possibility. In its essence, dragons were beasts with magic. Taming a dragon, however, wouldn't be a small feat. It would require an extraordinary reservoir of mana, one that seemed almost impossible to gather. The sheer magnitude of magic needed to establish a familiar bond with such a majestic and otherworldly being would be staggeringly high. If he wanted to establish a more shallow bound like the Valyrians had, it should be possible. And he wanted to believe it should be theoretically possible to tame one if there was any left. With a gentle smile, Ermir replied, "First, you'll have to find one, and then we can give it a try. In that chamber, steeped in history and illuminated by the dreams of a young Stark, the future of both the North and Rickon Stark was being written, one excited heartbeat at a time. Chapter 201, 294 AC. POV Third Person. As Ermir's final day in Winterfell dawned, the North's ancient stronghold was alive with the hustle and bustle of its inhabitants going about their daily routines. The sun hung low on the horizon, casting a warm, golden hue over the formidable walls and towering spires of the castle. It was a picturesque morning, a tranquil sight. Ermir, along with Robb, Jon, Bran, and Rickon, had decided to spend this precious day on a hunting expedition. They sought to seize the opportunity to connect with each other amidst the breathtaking wilderness that surrounded Winterfell. As they readied themselves for the excursion, the air was crisp and filled with the earthy scent of leaves and dew-kissed grass. In the wake of the previous night's revelry, Theon had sought amends for his drunken antics, extending apologies to Robb in an attempt to mend the frayed threads of their friendship. Yet, Robb was no longer blind to Theon's true character, and while he maintained a veneer of cordiality, a newfound distance separated them. Theon, once again, was kissing up to Robb, trying to regain his favor, but the Stark heir was cautious, not so easily swayed by the pretense. When Theon expressed his desire to join the hunting party, Ermir didn't mince words. He flatly refused, his voice carrying a resolute tone. "If Theon wishes to come along, then I won't be going," he declared, his decision unwavering. In the face of Ermir's unwavering stance, it was evident that a decision needed to be made. The air grew tense, and for a moment, silence reigned. The unanimous decision was made, and Theon was left behind, watching as Ermir and the Stark siblings embarked on their hunting expedition. With their dire wolves behind them. At first, the horses were afraid of Sith, but after, Ermir secretly cast a dominate animal spell on them. As he petted the horses, he whispered to them Sith was a friend and wouldn't hurt them. Bran's eyes shimmered like crystal as he beheld the wondrous sight Ermir had conjured before him. His curiosity bubbled forth, and he couldn't help but ask in a rush of excitement, "How did you do this? Can we do it, too? Can you teach me?" Ermir chuckled at Bran's eagerness. "Wow, wow, wow. Slow down and take a breath. I am not your teacher anymore, remember? Yes, you can learn it if you put in the effort. I believe Druid Emrys will teach you when he finds the time." Bran continued with his inquiries, genuinely intrigued. "Did you learn to do this from the Druid?" While the Stark children might not possess mana hearts or the ability to cast magic, Ermir believed that, with his guidance and their innate warg abilities, they could learn to share emotions and soothe wild animals without warging into them. He planned to broach this idea the next time he visited Winterfell in his guise as Druid Emrys. Meanwhile, Rickon, who had been quietly observing Bran's interaction with Ermir, couldn't help but snicker. He felt a special sense of pride, for he, alone among his siblings, knew Ermir's true identity as the Druid. Rickon relished in the knowledge that he possessed a secret none of his brothers knew, making him feel truly important. It felt funny to him. Bran was talking to the Druid himself and asking Druid if Ermir learned it from himself. Bran, noticing Rickon's laughter, furrowed his brow and inquired with mild irritation, "Why are you laughing?" Rickon, always quick on his feet, decided to divert attention away from his secret knowledge. He replied with an air of nonchalance, "No reason. I just remembered something funny that Shaggydog did." Without waiting for further questions, he scampered off to play with his wolf companion, Shaggydog, leaving Bran to ponder that something was wrong with his brother. After a day filled with exhilarating hunting, they all gathered around a crackling campfire under the vast expanse of northern stars, accompanied by the chill of the night. They enjoyed a hearty meal and indulged in some well-earned drinks. Bran, ever curious, and eager to assert his growing maturity, attempted to sneak a sip of ale. However, he was swiftly caught in the act by his vigilant older brother, Robb. With a playful yet stern expression, Robb reached over and gave Bran's ear a firm tug, reprimanding him. "You're not old enough to drink, little brother. I'll pull your ear off if you try that again." Bran's eyes welled up with tears as he begrudgingly responded, "I'm not a child anymore. I've already seen 13 name days, and Ermir was out there fighting and defeating bandits at my age. I'm a great warrior of the North, too." Though Bran attempted to maintain a facade of bravery, he couldn't hide the reddened ear he was now rubbing, his eyes still glistening with unshed tears. In a moment of silent understanding, John, Rob, and Ermir exchanged amused glances before bursting into hearty laughter at Bran's earnest but futile attempt to assert his maturity. After a hearty bout of laughter, Ermir playfully nudged Rob with his elbow, silently signaling him to let the young Bran have a taste of the ale. Ermir was fairly certain the boy wouldn't find the taste to his liking. With a resigned sigh, Rob offered his cup to Bran with a condition: "You can only take one sip." John and Ermir fixed their attention squarely on Bran. The boy accepted the cup with some hesitation. Quickly tilting the cup to his lips, he just as swiftly recoiled, spewing the contents back into the cup. Bran opened his mouth wide, exhaling as if trying to expel the taste. It almost looked as though he was attempting to breathe fire. With watery eyes and a perplexed expression, Bran finally exclaimed, "Why are you drinking this shit?" As they heard this, the trio couldn't contain their laughter, which erupted once more. Rob wiped away tears of mirth from his eyes and chortled, "This just proves you're still a boy and not yet a man. If you can't appreciate the sweet bitterness of alcohol, it means you're not quite there yet." Chapter 202, 294 AC. Pa third person. The crackling of the campfire filled the chilly northern night, casting dancing shadows that played across the faces of the Stark brothers and their friend, Ermir. The fire's warm glow contrasted with the cold, starlit sky, providing a comforting backdrop to their hushed conversation. Ermir's eyes bore into John as he voiced his lingering frustration. "I'm still mad at you, John." John furrowed his brows in puzzlement. Why? John, who had always been one to carry the weight of his decisions with solemnity, was left momentarily perplexed by Ermir's declaration. Ermir, leaning closer to the flickering flames, let out an exasperated sigh. "You know exactly why I'm mad at you, John." John's gaze flickered to the dancing flames, a mix of emotions playing across his face. He spoke softly, the words laced with nostalgia. "Ever since I was a child, I've dreamed of joining the Night's Watch. It's like a Stark family tradition. In most generations, a Stark takes the black, and on the morrow, I have to go back with Benjen. I have already taken the oath." As if fueled by his unresolved feelings, Ermir impulsively grabbed a stick and used it to pluck a burning ember from the fire. With precision, he hurled the sizzling coal toward John, who managed to sidestep it just in time, avoiding the scorching heat. The tense silence that followed John's explanation was broken only by the crackling of the fire. Ermir's expression remained stern, his frustration evident in his narrowed eyes and clenched jaw. "You're such an idiot," Ermir exclaimed, his voice tinged with exasperation. "I've asked you to join me so many times. I need trustworthy men by my side. Now you won't even have a family. You're a virgin, John, and you're going to die a virgin." John's cheeks flushed with irritation, and he couldn't help but respond, "What does that have to do with anything?" Ermir, having achieved the reaction he'd aimed for, couldn't help but let a mischievous grin curl across his lips ear to ear. His eyes sparkled with amusement. "No reason, John. I just wanted to mess with you." For a brief moment, John was caught off guard and left stunned, frozen in place. Then, fueled by both irritation and good-natured camaraderie, he lunged at Ermir. "You little asshole." "Little? Who are you calling a little, you shorty? I am 20 centimeters bigger than you." Rob, attempting to be the peacekeeper, moved to separate the two friends but ended up getting an unintended punch for his efforts. With annoyance, he decided to join the lively scuffle himself. Amidst the cheerful chaos, Rickon and Bran, who had been sound asleep earlier, were roused by the commotion. Ermir, finding himself in a tussle with John and Rob, was momentarily caught off guard as the two younger Stark brothers enthusiastically jumped into the fray. Rickon, with his untamed mop of hair and a mischievous glint in his eyes, landed on top of Ermir's stomach with a triumphant grin. Bran followed suit, adding to the playfulness of the moment. What had started as a heated disagreement among the older boys had quickly transformed into a lively, laughter-filled wrestling match, echoing the joy of brotherhood. As they rolled in the dirt, trading playful punches and laughter under the vast, star-studded northern sky, Ermir couldn't help but savor the fleeting moments of connection amidst their arduous journey. These precious memories were the bond that strengthened his resolve to protect the North from whatever challenges lay ahead. Every time Ermir returned to Winterfell as the Druid, he would always enter the library under the watchful eyes of Maester Luwin. Ermir's past days in Winterfell were a relentless quest for knowledge. He pored over every ancient tome, scroll, and source he could find regarding the enigmatic White Walkers and their ominous leader, the Night King. His purpose was clear: gather every piece of information that could help him prepare for the impending threat he knew was looming. The weight of responsibility pressed upon him, for he understood that he would need all the wisdom he could acquire. His thoughts constantly revolved around the intricate details of his plan. He needed to transport the wildlings from beyond the wall to safety on the southern side, but he couldn't leave the protective confines of the wall himself. The mysterious curse that bound him was not something he dared to test. He couldn't afford to gamble with the unknown, not when the survival of the North hung in the balance. Ermir could sense the curse was a forced invitation. He feared it would invite the Night King to this side of the wall if he didn't contain it. Ermir was too careless when he used the magic of the land. When he astral traveled, he used the root connections of the magic of the land. And this momentarily connected Night King to the land. Night King could just walk past the wall if he didn't hold him back. He didn't have confidence that he could hold him back at the north side of the wall. The wall was both his sanctuary and his prison, an impenetrable barrier that separated him from the world of ice and death beyond. He couldn't risk leaving its shelter without understanding how the curse might react. It was a risk too great to contemplate, even for one as powerful as Ermir, a level 6 druid, who had become one of the North's most formidable protectors. Ermir's brow furrowed as he contemplated the Night King's power. His research indicated that the Night King was a formidable adversary, likely a level 7 or perhaps even a level 8 caster. The gulf between level 6 and level 7 was monumental, a chasm that Ermir knew well. When he descended from level 3 to 4, the transformation in his abilities had been profound. It was an exhilarating leap, one that filled him with raw power and untold potential. He remembered how, at level 3, he could hold his own against 50 men. But when he reached level 4, that number had soared to 600 without breaking a sweat. Now, at level 6, he had the might to face off against 800 to 1,000 opponents, a formidable force by any measure. Yet, despite his incredible strength, the looming specter of the Night King remained an unsettling uncertainty. As Ermir delved deeper into his research, he uncovered a myriad of tales and fables about the White Walkers and their enigmatic leader. Some whispered that the Night King had once been a man, a fallen hero turned villain. Others claimed he was an immortal being who had reigned for millennials. These stories, some based in truth and others mere flights of fancy, only deepened the mystery surrounding his foe, but the problem was that Ermir didn't know which one was true and which one was false. In the Winterfell library, Ermir had found ancient texts that spoke of the Night King's ability to raise the dead, summon blizzards, and freeze entire armies with a mere glance. These chilling accounts sent shivers down his spine, for they hinted at powers beyond his own. But he also came across old wives' tales, filled with superstitions and half-truths. Some believed that iron and salt were the bane of the White Walkers, while other stories spoke of dragon glass and fire as their weaknesses. Sorting fact from fiction was an arduous task, but Ermir knew he had no choice but to sift through the lore of ages to uncover the key to defeating the Night King and his chilling horde. The fate of the North depended on it. Chapter 203, 294 AC. POV Third Person. Ermir, having arrived at Moat Cailin, found himself deeply engrossed in the manifold issues that arose from his newfound role as Lord of the Land. It wasn't just the weighty matters of diplomacy and governance that demanded his attention, it was also the smaller disputes and everyday problems of his subjects that required his careful consideration. Yet, he approached each challenge with a sense of duty and unwavering commitment. Under his vigilant stewardship, the land began to thrive. The introduction of innovative systems like aqueducts, permaculture ponds, and various irrigation methods sparked a revolution in agriculture across the north. Among the crops, the humble potato stood out as a true blessing, particularly in the face of the region's unforgiving weather. Even during the supposed summer, the temperatures lingered between 15 to 20 degrees Celsius. The slow, gradual increase in warmth offered hope for improved agricultural prospects in the years to come. With each passing month, as the land grew more prosperous, Ermir couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. His efforts were making a tangible difference in the lives of his people, improving food production, and enhancing the overall well-being of the North. Yet, he remained acutely aware that greater challenges loomed on the horizon, and he was prepared to meet them head-on as the steadfast ruler of these lands. Despite the stable income generated from soap, grain, and various other products, Ermir was unrelenting in his allocation of resources. The lion's share of the funds flowed ceaselessly into the monumental channel digging project, as well as into his extensive research endeavors, both magical and non-magical in nature. In collaboration with skilled blacksmiths like Tobo Mod and others, Ermir embarked on a new venture, the production and sale of weapons. To the northern lords, these weapons, while lacking magical enchantments, possessed an undeniable allure due to their magnificent craftsmanship and the use of Damascus steel. Ermir's mastery of the blacksmithing craft allowed him to create blades that not only looked reminiscent of Valyrian steel but also boasted exceptional quality. Of course, they were not even close to their enchanted weapons, let alone the Valyrian ones, but they were indeed much better than the existing steel weapons. Ermir understood that Damascus steel was not an otherworldly, all-powerful material but rather a result of a unique and intricate blade forging technique. The true secret to crafting more potent weapons lay in Ermir's extensive knowledge of chemistry, a knowledge he had acquired during his high school and university education. Of course, if we compared it to the modern world, it would be nothing, but in this world, it was something groundbreaking. His grasp of chemical processes enabled him to experiment with metallurgy and alloy compositions, striving to unlock the potential for creating blades that surpassed the best weapons created by non-magical means. Finally, after 2 years of relentless effort, he had succeeded in crafting composite bows, too. While these bows weren't magical in nature, they represented a significant game changer for his horse archers. They combined the range of a longbow with the mobility of a horse, altering the dynamics of warfare significantly. Before the development of these composite bows, horse archers were not extensively used, as longbows were almost impossible to use while on horseback, and the reduced power of shortbows posed significant challenges in range. However, with this innovation, Ermir was poised to revolutionize the battlefield. Simultaneously, amidst his other endeavors, Ermir tirelessly conducted numerous experiments on incarcerated murderers. His goal was ambitious: to replicate the creation of a mana heart or implement other permanent enchantments on the human body, akin to the transformative processes he had undertaken on himself. However, these experiments yielded nothing but anguish and suffering for the unfortunate subjects, culminating in their excruciating deaths. Undeterred by these failures, Ermir continued to refine his research and expand his understanding of the intricate connection between magic and the mortal form. He knew that breakthroughs often emerged from the crucible of relentless effort and that the path to true innovation was riddled with setbacks, sacrifices, and failures. With each experiment, he inched closer to unlocking the secrets he sought, even if the cost was measured in human suffering. He didn't see the murderers and rapists as human beings since, in his eyes, they had forfeited their claim on their life when they murdered an innocent soul. To him, they were worthless pieces of trash that were lower than the life of a rat. At least this way, their worthless life gained meaning. Ermir, despite his expertise in various fields, faced a peculiar challenge in one of his non-magical pursuits, crafting vodka. Over 2 years of relentless experimentation and substantial investments, he had yet to produce even a single bottle of the coveted spirit. While he possessed a foundational knowledge of the chemical science behind distillation and fermentation, the critical missing components were the precise know-how and meticulous measurements required for success. Of course, he knew how to make alcohol, but like in his glass-making endeavors, just because he knew heat plus sand was glass doesn't mean he knew how to create durable and clear glass. When it came to glass, his artisans could only craft cloudy brittle glassware, and for alcohol, he couldn't craft anything better than horse piss. Instead of crafting the fine drink he aspired to, his efforts had yielded little more than undrinkable concoctions that tasted dreadful and were potentially hazardous. Ermir had poured a staggering 110,000 gold coins into those 2 endeavors during this time, and he had set a personal ultimatum. If he couldn't manage to create even a low-quality product by the time his expenses reached 150,000 gold, he would be forced to abandon the alcohol project. As for the glass making, if they could at least make clear glass, they could at least sell them as low-quality glassware. Ermir might have to accept the bitter reality that some endeavors were beyond even his considerable capabilities. Ermir, capitalizing on his substantial export of grain, potatoes, weapons, soap, and wood coal, embarked on an ambitious project 6 months ago, the construction of a harbor town in the Bight. Today marked the completion of this endeavor, and Moondrift Port was now a tangible reality. Nestled along the shoreline, the harbor took on a distinctive crescent shape, lending itself to the name Moondrift Port, reminiscent of a tranquil seaside village. Currently, it comprises a handful of warehouses, various structures, and a bustling port. However, Airmere harbored grand aspirations for its future, envisioning its transformation into a thriving trading city, akin to the renowned hubs of Aldtown and White Harbor. Speaking of White Harbor, House Manderley held a markedly different stance on Airmere's undertaking. Their discontent was palpable, with Lord Manderley frequently vocalizing his objections to the harbor's construction at every available opportunity, airing his grievances to anyone who would lend an ear. This discord had undeniably stirred tensions in the region as the Manderleys continued to express their displeasure with the situation. Amidst all of Airmere's diverse and failed magical experiments, one particular successful creation stood out as a testament to his patience and craftsmanship: the coveted 50 cloaks of the Raven Guard. These cloaks held a unique and eerie charm, for they were adorned with the meticulously collected shed feathers of Poe and Erebus, the two ravens that had become his constant companions. It was a laborious and painstaking task, one that required a deft hand, unwavering focus, and an almost surgical precision. Every feather, fragile and delicate, was inscribed with an intricate array of tiny runes along its quill. The painstaking process was not for the faint of heart, as it was torture. Each quill bore a burden of minute runes that, when completed without error, granted the cloaks a set of minor enchantments. These enchantments, in turn, bestowed upon the wearer augmented speed, enhanced strength, and a subtle but effective cloaking ability during the shrouded hours of the night. As Airmere painstakingly worked on these cloaks, he knew that his creation would elevate the Raven Guard, transforming them into more efficient scouts and assassins. They might not ascend to the level of the enigmatic and formidable Faceless Men or the Sorrowful Men, but they would undoubtedly outperform any assassins the king had at his disposal. Today marked a significant milestone for Airmere. He had, after much patience and effort, gathered sufficient feathers to craft a Raven Guard cloak for himself. Hours of meticulous labor followed as he carefully inscribed the complex runes onto the feathers, quills. With each rune, he imbued the feather with his mana and intent, weaving intricate enchantments that would enhance his capabilities. Once the arduous task was complete, Airmere donned his newly crafted cloak. As he fastened it around his shoulders, he could instantly perceive the subtle yet unmistakable surge in his abilities. Casting a series of enhancement buffs, he observed his speed and strength reaching remarkable levels, 19 for speed and 18 for strength, on par with the formidable Mountain and Harlock. This newfound power would undoubtedly serve him well in his future endeavors, whether they involved strong arming or more covert and dangerous ventures. Chapter 205, 294 AC. Pav Third Person. The man with cascading blonde hair and an infectious smile approached the entrance of the misty forest that led to the temple. His curiosity was piqued by the enigmatic aura that surrounded the place. The young trees seemed to beckon him forward, their branches shrouded in an ethereal mist. As he ventured deeper into the forest, the atmosphere became more surreal. The soft rustling of leaves and the gentle whispers of the wind added to the mystique of the place. Shafts of dappled sunlight pierced through the thick canopy above, creating an otherworldly play of light and shadow. The only constant sunlight was on the road, even though the forest was young and trees were around 4 or 5 meters high. As he peered into the forest, the light got dim. The man couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder and trepidation. He had heard tales of the temple hidden within these woods, stories of magic and secrets. The paths around were obscured, the only way forward was the road. And he knew not what he might discover within the depths of this forest. Yet, his curiosity nudged him, it was telling him to step into the forest and leave the road. As Airmere continued his meticulous work on the cloak, it was Poe who initiated contact through their telepathic connection. "Father," Poe communicated, "Garyon Lannister has arrived at the outskirts of the misty forest. However, he seems to be deviating from the established road." Airmere took a moment to consider the situation before responding via their telepathic link. "In that case, let's make sure he understands the importance of sticking to the road. Poe, please reach out to Barris and Arsho. Instruct them to coordinate an operation using the dominated wolves and bears." Their objective is to encircle Garion's party, ensure that everyone except Garion Lannister dies in this encounter, and Garion himself should suffer only minor injuries. A sinister smile blossomed on Ermir's face. For some time now, he had harbored the desire to use someone as a stark example, demonstrating the perils concealed within the depths of the forest. Most individuals wisely adhered to the established road when met with the spine-chilling howls of wolves or the ominous growls of bears echoing through the woods. Garion had always possessed a penchant for thrill-seeking, and today was no exception. Upon encountering the mist-shrouded forest, instead of sticking to the well-trodden road, he made a fateful decision to plunge headlong into the unknown. As they journeyed deeper through the forest, confusion began to take hold of them. The mist's arcane influence wove a web of disorientation, and an unsettling feeling began to take root within Garion. Perhaps, he pondered, disregarding the warning posted outside the forest had been a reckless misadventure rather than a daring escapade. But curiosity had overtaken him, and he yearned to personally experience the mysteries of this magical mist. One of his knights, a sense of unease coloring his voice, approached Garion and ventured, "My lord, should we not return to the road?" Garion halted, pondering the question for a few tense moments. With each passing second, his regret deepened. The eerie howls and growls grew louder, and unease spread among his soldiers like wildfire. Attempting to retrace their steps and return to the safety of the road proved futile. The dense forest seemed to thwart their every attempt. They found themselves ensnared within this labyrinth of mist and magic. Yellow, predatory eyes tracked their every move relentlessly from the shadows, their owners concealed by the eerie shroud of the forest. The ceaseless howls and growls echoed through the mist, an unending chorus of menace that sent shivers down the spines of Garion's soldiers. Fear had firmly taken hold of them, tightening its grip with each passing moment. The forest fell eerily silent as if nature itself had held its breath in anticipation. The soldiers, gripped by fear, could scarcely believe the sudden cessation of noise. They clutched their weapons tighter, eyes darting in every direction, searching for any sign of movement. It was like every animal inside the forest had died, like there was no living being inside it other than the soldiers. But then, a bone-chilling sound shattered the silence. The guttural growls of wolves and the thunderous roars of bears echoed through the misty woods. It was as if the very earth beneath them trembled in response to the approaching horde. From the shadows and fog emerged a nightmarish procession. The eyes of the creatures glowed like fiery orbs. Wolves with gnashing fangs, and bears with razor-sharp claws surged forth, a relentless wave of predatory fury. The Lannister soldiers, now confronted with this onslaught, had no choice but to stand their ground. Panic spread among the ranks as they formed a defensive circle, backs to one another, swords and spears gleaming with a desperate determination. The knights and footmen alike knew that their lives depended on their ability to fend off the relentless horde. Around 60 to 70 beasts were charging towards them, maybe there might have been even 100 of them. The first clash was a cacophony of screams and snarls, blades meeting fangs and claws. Wolves leapt with savage precision, their jaws clamping down on exposed flesh, while bears swiped with monstrous strength, sending men hurtling through the air. The forest floor became a maelstrom of blood and chaos, the desperate battle waged beneath the oppressive veil of mist. Every soldier fought with a fierce resolve, knowing that retreat was impossible within the claustrophobic confines of the temple's misty forest. The wolves, cunning and relentless, circled their prey, seeking openings in the defenses. Knights swung their swords in wide arcs, striking down the oncoming threats, but the beasts were unyielding. For every wolf that fell, another seemed to take its place. Amidst the brutality, Garion Lannister led the charge with unwavering valor, his golden lion sigil a beacon of defiance in the heart of the tempest. His swordsmanship was a testament to his training and courage, as he struck down beast after beast. But the odds were overwhelming, and the losses mounted. The Lannister men, their faces contorted with fear, swung their weapons with all their might, striking down some of the ferocious creatures. But the sheer number of wolves and bears overwhelmed them. Within minutes, the forest floor was littered with the lifeless bodies of Lannister soldiers, their valiant efforts reduced to futile struggles. It was a gruesome sight as the beasts tore into their fallen foes, feasting on the fallen warriors. Garion Lannister, his arm bleeding from a bite, found himself among the few survivors. Panic and desperation drove them to run, leaving behind Their comrades who had fallen in the brutal battle. They sprinted through the misty forest, their hearts pounding in their chests, pursued by the relentless predators. The forest seemed like an unending labyrinth, and they could feel the predatory eyes of the creatures watching their every move. As they finally burst out of the forest into the open plains, Geryon looked back one last time. He met the gaze of a wolf, its yellow eyes locking onto his. With a menacing growl, the wolf turned and disappeared back into the misty depths of the forest. Almost all of his men were caught at the plain and dragged back into the forest. From more than 60 men, only a handful of them remained. Chapter 205, 294 AC. Pav third person. As Ermir swiftly issued the command to Poe, he wasted no time in leaving his laboratory. With purposeful determination, he took flight, soaring through the skies toward the temple. Simultaneously, he instructed Erebus to gather a sizable group of individuals from the temple. Ermir had harnessed his unique experiments and extensive training to teach other wargs a vital skill, the ability to establish connections with animals without the need for traditional warging. Although these newly trained wargs couldn't communicate as comprehensively as Ermir could, their connections enabled them to share rudimentary images and brief messages. While the technique was far from perfect, it served its purpose admirably for the time being. Jorah Glover had always been an ambitious warg, pushing the boundaries of his abilities in the hope of attaining greater power. His talent had allowed him to form deep bonds with multiple animals, currently maintaining connections with a wolf, an eagle, and his most recent addition, a formidable brown bear. The wolf, named Fair, was his first companion on this extraordinary journey. Fair was swift, cunning, and a keen hunter, embodying the essence of the North's untamed wilderness. With Fair by his side, Jorah had learned the nuances of the wild, refining his instincts and tracking skills. Then came Talon, the majestic eagle. Talon soared high above the northern skies, providing Jorah with a bird's-eye view of the world below. Through their connection, Jorah had experienced the exhilaration of flight and gained a broader perspective of the land he called home. But it was his most recent bond, a brown bear named Grizzleclaw, that filled him with both pride and challenge. Grizzleclaw was a symbol of strength and resilience, a force of nature in his own right. The massive bear's power and endurance were unmatched, making him a formidable ally. However, forming a bond with such a creature had not been easy. It had required immense patience and understanding of a bear's nature. Many wargs north of the wall had died while trying to tame a bear. Yet, through unwavering determination, Jorah had achieved what many failed. Jorah Glover felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart, knowing that he had achieved a level of warging mastery that few could match. Yet, deep within, a sliver of envy lingered. In the presence of their Lord Ermir, his abilities felt like mere party tricks, dwarfed by the incredible power and magical creatures that Ermir commanded. Ermir's familiars were a testament to his unique connection with the animal kingdom. They were not just ordinary animals, they had been transformed into magical beings, possessing intelligence akin to humans and endowed with mystical abilities. The bonds between Ermir and his familiars ran deep, transcending the natural world. As Jorah gazed at Fair, Talon, and Grizzleclaw, he couldn't help but wonder if he would ever reach the same heights as his lord. He yearned for the day when he might unlock the secret to transforming one of his bonded animals into a magical creature, bridging the gap between their world and the realm of magic. The desire burned within him, driving him to strive for greater mastery and hoping to unlock the hidden potential of his familiars. In deep thought, Jorah Glover found his contemplations interrupted as Erebus entered his room. Recognizing Erebus as a messenger, Jorah concentrated, utilizing the new technique Lord Ermir had imparted to them. Gradually, images and words began to form in his mind. Rising from his seat, Jorah sought confirmation. Lord Ermir wants me to gather a significant group at the forest's edge for combat, is it? Erebus, growing increasingly frustrated, emitted an irate caw and displayed the message once more. Jorah, feeling embarrassed, scratched the back of his head. Jorah, realizing his mistake, corrected himself. Sorry, it is not for fighting. Erebus, nodding in acknowledgement, continued to communicate through images and words to convey the intended direction. So, it's to the southwest? Jorah asked, seeking confirmation once more. Erebus nodded once more before flying out of the window. Without any hesitation, Jorah swiftly assembled a group of about 50 to 60 individuals and led them in the direction indicated. As a warg of the temple, he possessed the ability to navigate through the forest without the need for roads, ensuring they wouldn't lose their way or face any threats along the misty forest. As they traversed through the dense forest, the chilling screams of people and the haunting howls of the beasts echoed through the trees. The ordinary individuals following Jorah couldn't help but feel a sense of unease, yet they held unwavering trust in the wargs of the temple. Upon finally emerging from the forest, they were met with a grim sight. About 10 people, just 100 meters away, were desperately fleeing the woodland. However, a horde of wolves and bears burst forth from the forest behind them, seizing most of the unfortunate souls who screamed in terror and got dragged back into the sinister depths of the woods. Only a handful of men were able to leave the woods alive. Ermir's eagle form, with its wings outstretched, landed gracefully before Garion, talons clicking softly against the ground. In an instant, he transformed back into his human shape, and the eerie metamorphosis sent a chill down Garion's spine. Fear overwhelmed him, and in a panic, Garion began to crawl backward on the ground, his heart pounding with terror. His initial reaction was one of sheer horror at the sudden appearance of this mysterious figure. He was driven by a primal instinct to escape the presence of someone so otherworldly, but he froze when he realized who was in front of him. As Druid Ermir's presence was enigmatic, and his aura was steeped in nature's mystique. Druid Emrys stood before Garion in his magnificent, ethereal form. The wooden mask on his face, crafted to resemble an old man, moved as if it were alive, its texture resembling the bark of ancient trees. It shifted and creaked, giving Emrys an otherworldly appearance. His robes were a testament to his connection with nature. Moss adorned his shoulders, and branches intertwined with the fabric, making him appear as if he were an embodiment of the forest itself. The cloak that trailed behind him was a breathtaking display of colors, crafted from leaves of every hue imaginable, fluttering and rustling as if they whispered secrets of the woods. Green luminescent wisps were flying around him. Emrys' body was encased in the skin of tree bark, giving him an aura of ancient look. Despite this seemingly rigid exterior, he radiated an ethereal quality, making him both awe-inspiring and mysterious. As he stood there, an enigmatic guardian of the forest, Garion couldn't help but feel a deep sense of reverence and wonder in the presence of this extraordinary druid. Ermir observed the survivors with an eerie sense of satisfaction. His plan had unfolded nearly perfectly, with most of Garion's men meeting a gruesome end in the jaws of the forest's beasts. However, 4 of them had managed to evade the brutal fate that befell their comrades. Ermir couldn't help but find a curious twist of fate in their survival, as if some divine force were favoring them. He watched these survivors closely, their faces etched with terror and disbelief. While his original intention had been for them to perish along with the others, their survival was a small deviation that Ermir found strangely satisfying, forever marked by the horrors they had witnessed. Perhaps, in the grand scheme of things, it was for the better that they have lived. There would be more mouths that would tell the tale of what happened in the forest, and it would be a better warning for others. Chapter 207, 294 AC. POV Third Person. Jorah Glover's group witnessed a truly astonishing sight as they arrived at the scene. Great Garion Lannister, a man known for his bravery and stature, was on his knees before the druid Emrys. Jorah had seen Garion before. The man always had a smile on his face, but today was different. He appeared utterly disheveled and broken, having narrowly escaped the forest with his life as the sole possession left intact. Once the initial shock and awe had passed, Garion's mind began to work again. He realized that the coordinated and relentless attack by both wolves and bears was far from natural. Such a predatory alliance was unheard of in the wild. Wolves and bears were known to be competitors, not collaborators. It became abundantly clear to him that this orchestrated chaos was the doing of the druid, and an overwhelming sense of rage began to bubble up within him. In a burst of fiery indignation, Garion Lannister, the laughing lion of the Westerlands, found his voice and shouted, his tone a mix of anger and defiance, "Who are you, druid, to unleash such savagery upon us? What madness possesses you to command the very creatures of the forest against a party of Lannister men? How dare you ambush the Lannister men? How dare you attack our convoy?" His anger blazed like wildfire, and his words echoed through the clearing, demanding an answer from the enigmatic figure before him. Ermir did not react at first to Garion's outburst, but after waiting a few seconds, he said in an uncaring tone. "Are you done?" To the raging Geryon. His nonchalant demeanor seemed to further infuriate Geryon, who, in the heat of the moment, let slip an insult that he would later regret. "You tree-hugging Barba." Before Geryon could finish his sentence, Ermir's actions were swift and overwhelming. He gestured with his hand and muttered an incantation, summoning powerful lightning bolts that struck the ground dangerously close to Geryon, creating scorched patches of earth all around him. Geryon, terror-stricken, could do nothing but curl into a fetal position on the ground, his screams of terror echoing through the air. But that was only the beginning. Ermir raised his hand again, this time making a gripping motion. From the ground emerged a colossal stone hand, large enough to envelop Geryon completely. It seized the Lannister lord in an iron grip, rendering him immobile. As for Geryon's loyal men, they valiantly attempted to intervene, but their efforts were in vain. Ermir conjured a forceful gust of wind that sent them tumbling backward, gasping for breath and writhing in pain on the ground. In this display of magical might, Ermir had effectively subdued the once ferocious Geryon and his companions, leaving them at his mercy. Ermir's presence was overwhelming, his aura radiating power that seemed boundless. As he tightened his grip on Geryon with the stone hand, it felt as though the very earth itself was conspiring against the Lannister lord. The scorched ground from the lightning strikes crackled ominously, and the air was charged with an eerie, pulsating energy. Geryon's heart raced, and he could feel beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The terror in his eyes was undeniable, and he struggled to find his voice. In the face of Ermir's wrath, he was no longer a mighty lord from Castle Rock but a helpless, insignificant creature. Ermir leaned closer, his eyes piercing into Geryon's soul, but all Geryon could see was two bottomless darknesses filled with unfathomable power. His voice, though cold and murderous, echoed with an underlying threat that sent chills down Geryon's spine. "Boy, have you forgotten to whom you speak? Do you not recognize who stands before you? How dare you utter such words in my presence?" Geryon's mind raced, desperately searching for a way out of this perilous situation. He had never faced a foe like Ermir, and the realization of his own insignificance was crushing. When Druid Emrys came to Castle Rock, he was out in the sea, so he didn't witness it himself, but he believed him to be a powerful caster when his brother asked him to create friendly relationships with him, but Geryon never dreamed him to be this daring to kill a Lannister party. His arrogance had led him into this confrontation, and now he faced the consequences. He was at a loss for words, sensing with every fiber of his being that the next few words he spoke could very well be his last. Summoning what little courage remained in him, Geryon managed to stammer, I apologize, my lord. I spoke out of turn. As a guest, I should never have insulted my host, but please try to be understanding. I was under a lot of duress, and it is an irrefutable fact you attacked my party and slaughtered them, is it not?" Ermir responded nonchalantly, simply saying, "No." This single word was all the noble lord was going to get in response. Geryon found himself once again at a loss for words. How could Ermir be so nonchalant about this situation? Geryon was a lord from the direct Lannister bloodline. Even the king wouldn't ignore him like this and lie to his face. Timidly, Geryon asked, "My lord, are you telling me wolves and bears attacked my party without orders?" Ermir's response was astonishing. "Oh, no. I ordered that." Geryon reeled back, utterly confused. He had just confessed in front of all those people. Had the Druid thought that these people would never testify against him? "My lord, I don't understand. How is it possible that you didn't kill my men when you are the one who gave the order?" Ermir's response was cutting. "Did I tell you to enter the forest, or did I invite you in it?" Geryon hesitantly answered, realizing where this was going, "No. My lord, did you not see the warning posts all over the forest's edge?" "I did." Ermir's tone remained cold and unforgiving. "Then the one who killed your men is you, not me." Ermir's voice rose once more, carrying even greater momentum. "Do you think just because you are a Lannister, the rules do not apply to you? Do you believe you can waltz in anywhere you want with no consequences for your actions?" With every word spoken, Geryon cowered a bit more. Then, with a thundering shout, Ermir declared, "We are not in Castle Rock. This is the North. Know your place." Geryon felt as if thunderclaps accompanied every word of the Druid's powerful admonition. As the realization sank in, Geryon felt a profound sense of shame and regret. He had allowed his pride and arrogance to blind him to the warnings and signs around him. The Druid's show of power was a stark reminder that nobility and lineage held little sway in front of him. This was a land where the rules were different, and nature itself could be a formidable force. At that moment, Geryon understood the consequences of his actions. He had not only endangered himself but had also led his men into a perilous situation. The deaths of his men weighed heavily on his conscience, and he couldn't escape the fact that he was responsible for their fate. The Druid's thunderous words echoed in his ears, a reminder of the vast difference in power and authority between the Druid and the rest of the realm. It was a humbling experience for the Lannister Lord, one that would stay with him for the rest of his days. With great regret, Geryon said, "You are right, my lord. I am the one that killed my men with my thirst for adventure," Geryon admitted, realizing the gravity of his actions. With a wave of his hand, the colossal stone hand turned into dust, and Druid Emrys responded with boisterous laughter. "Don't sweat it, it happens. You are just a man, men do make mistakes." Geryon watched in awe as the Druid turned his attention to the bleeding wound on his arm. "Oh, let's fix that arm of yours," the Druid said with a casual tone. With a wave of his arm and some muttered incantations, Druid Emrys mended the wound on Geryon's arm in a matter of seconds. Though a scar remained, it appeared as if the injury had healed long ago. Geryon was both astonished and again humbled by the Druid's extraordinary abilities. In the midst of his amazement, he couldn't help but chuckle as he grasped the lesson that had been so powerfully imparted. As the Druid finished tending to him, Geryon realized that this encounter had served its purpose. Now, in the eyes of Druid Emrys, he was just like any other man. He was nothing special. With this realization, Geryon started to laugh heartily. He was just an example. That was all he was to the Druid. Druid Emrys turned toward Jorah Glover and said, "Jorah, take care of Lord Geryon and welcome him in the temple. I will be back in a week or so, maybe." "As you wish, my lord," Jorah replied, nodding respectfully. He gestured for Geryon to follow him and turned to the remaining Lannister men, who were still on the ground after the Druid's display of power. "Help your comrades and get up. We have much to do." Geryon followed Jorah, grateful for the chance he had been given. The Druid could easily kill him. He was not going to squander this second lease in life. As they headed towards the temple, he couldn't help but reflect on the events of the day and the valuable lessons he had learned. From the Enigmatic Druid, Chapter 207, 295 AC. Pa Third Person. The Sistermen were known for their peculiar duality. To the outside world, they portrayed themselves as pious lords and ladies of the Seven. Regal and noble in their manners. Their sophisticated attire, their adherence to the faith of the Seven, and their courteous demeanor made them seem like the paragons of virtue. To an untrained eye, one might believe that these islands were home to an idyllic society ruled by righteous lords. However, beneath this facade of nobility lurked a different truth. Almost every Sisterman lord was, in reality, a two-faced scoundrel. They wore their fine cloaks and jeweled ornaments like masks to conceal their true nature. For generations, they had perfected the art of deception. Behind closed doors, hidden from the prying eyes of the mainlanders, these lords led double lives. They reveled in the dark and treacherous aspects of their culture. Their men, loyal and fierce, would embark on daring raids, attacking White Harbor ships and coastal settlements of the north as ruthless pirates. These maritime marauders left no evidence behind, no traces to trace back to their lords' grand halls. The culture of the Sistermen had long thrived on this covert piracy, an open secret amongst themselves. It was a twisted source of pride and power, allowing them to maintain their luxurious lifestyles. The Sistermen lords were astute enough to know that the mighty House Stark, ruling from Winterfell, could never do anything about these clandestine activities as long as they were well hidden and conducted with finesse. As long as they acted carefully, they were under the protection of the Vale Lords. Yet, Ermir, the cunning druid from the north, saw an opportunity within this culture of deceit. He recognized that the Sistermen's duplicity could be both their strength and their downfall. While they believed themselves to be invincible in their secret piracy, they had grown complacent, assured that their clandestine actions would forever go unpunished since they never left a witness. Ermir resolved to use this culture against them. For a year he manipulated the web of lies and deceit, pulling at its threads until the entire fabric of Sisterman society unraveled. The very same lords who had reveled in their two-faced existence would find themselves ensnared in their own web of treachery as Ermir's instigations and provocations proved fruitful. He knew it was only a matter of time until those two-faced scoundrels would raid his ships. Ermir found himself in possession of 15 merchant ships, a necessary acquisition given Lord Manderley's reluctance to part with any of his own. To secure these valuable trade vessels, Ermir dispatched Torrin Reed and Jory Flint on a lengthy voyage to Bravos, renowned for its maritime prowess. The 15 ships he procured were of medium size, boasting a capacity of around 400 tons each. However, these vessels were better suited for shorter trading routes rather than enduring the rigors of long-distance open sea voyages. Their reach extended as far as Lee, limiting Ermir's trading ventures to relatively nearby ports. Of course, they could go longer distances by resupplying and following the coastline, but they were not big and fast enough to turn such long journeys as profitable as short ones. The price for each of these ships amounted to a considerable sum, 5,000 gold dragons. While they served their purpose, Ermir pondered the idea of acquiring larger, more robust ships capable of tackling extended ocean journeys. The cost for such vessels would be substantially higher, weighing in at a hefty 10,000 gold dragons apiece. Ermir found himself in a financial conundrum. While he harbored ambitions of enhancing his fleet to facilitate broader trade, his current resources were stretched thin. The bulk of his finances had been allocated to initiatives aimed at bolstering agriculture and other production endeavors within his lands. Balancing these investments and managing his treasury would be paramount as he navigated the complexities of governance and economic growth. The serene waters surrounding the Three Sisters concealed a brewing storm instigated by Ermir's cunning intervention. Over months, the sistermen had observed trading ships departing from bustling Moondrift port, laden with valuable cargo destined for distant shores. Their desires and frustrations had simmered beneath the surface, a yearning for wealth and prestige that had always eluded their grasp. For months, Ermir embarked on a subtle campaign to sow discord and discontent among the sistermen of the Three Sisters. Employing cunning tactics, he donned various disguises to manipulate their sentiments. At times, he masqueraded as shipwreck victims, spinning tales of woe and persecution. He painted a vivid picture of the faithful of the North being unjustly oppressed by the enigmatic Druid. These whispered narratives aimed to evoke sympathy, stirring the hearts of those who listened and igniting a sense of righteous indignation. On other occasions, Ermir assumed the role of minstrel, using the power of song to provoke anger and dissent towards the Druid. His verses were carefully crafted to convey a narrative that portrayed the Druid as a threat to the sistermen's way of life, a usurper of their freedoms and traditions. But Ermir knew the biggest lure for hypocrites like Sisterman Lord was wealth. The lure of Moondrift Port, his and Manderley's trade ships. Ellipsis. In the shadows, concealed from prying eyes, these influential figures convened secretly. They huddled in dimly lit chambers, their voices hushed, as they discussed the audacious plot that had been brewing within their minds. Fueled by the allure of unimaginable riches, they believed they had found a way to change their fates and elevate their standing in the Three Sisters. Upstart Lord of Moat Caelan was growing his fleet and wealth every passing day, and as the sistermen, it was time they had to get a cut in this profit. This was the first time they would be raiding someone so openly and so daringly. Their plan was bold, and they understood the risks involved. If caught, they needed a perfect cover, a justification for their actions. And so, they devised fake casus belli so they wouldn't lose the support of the Vale Lords. They would claim that they were raiding the ships belonging to Lord Drazel because of his supposed superior, Druid Emrys, since Lord Drazel was the commander of the Druid's Templar forces. This cover story would serve as a shield, deflecting suspicion away from their true intentions and onto the oppressive Druid himself in the eyes of Vale Lords. With this subterfuge in place, their resolve solidified. The promise of fortune and glory, coupled with their desire for vengeance against the perceived oppressor, made their determination unyielding. The combined sisterman factions had pooled their resources and strength to form a formidable raiding force. This coalition consisted of 25 warships designed and armed for naval battles, along with approximately 100 smaller raiding vessels, pirate ships. Their numbers and determination were impressive, making them a significant threat. House Manderley, the prominent maritime power in the region, possessed a larger fleet with around 150 ships at their disposal. However, the Bulk of their fleet consisted of medium and small-sized trader ships, ill-suited for direct naval combat. Moreover, a substantial portion of their ships was currently engaged in trade routes throughout the narrow sea. In reality, they only had 20 warships. Ermir, though lacking a naval force of his own, held a trump card that he had acquired specifically for this purpose. He had placed his complete trust in this enigmatic asset, believing it could tip the scales in his favor when the time was right, but he couldn't use this card until they raided his coasts. The stage was set for a pivotal clash. One momentous morning, bathed in the sun's golden embrace, a fleet of ships departed from hidden coves and bays. These vessels carried determined sistermen, their ambitions stoked by the promise of success as envisioned by their lords. As the first trading ship left Moondrift port, blissfully unaware of the impending peril, at least that is what the sistermen thought. But in reality, everything was going according to Ermir's plans. A year of planning was at last coming to fruition at last. In front of the watchful eyes of Erebus and his murder, the fleet was on its way to Moondrift port. Every part of Sisterman's plan was observed by Ermir, thanks to the Nin and Kilim. If the battle ended as Ermir envisioned, the fate of the three sisters stood at a crossroads, poised on the brink of chaos and destruction. Chapter 208, 295 AC. Pav third person. Ermir turned towards Ardos Snow and Torin Reed, his gaze carrying a weight of expectation as he inquired, "Is everything ready?" Ardos, his trusted companion, promptly responded, "Yes, my lord. As you ordered, we've extended invitations to most of the northern lords, all in the name of the Druid. With the exception of the Boltons, nearly everyone is either attending personally or sending someone of importance." Ermir arched an inquisitive eyebrow, seeking further clarification. "What do you mean the Boltons aren't sending someone of importance?" Ardos explained, "Well, my lord, everyone else is either gracing us with their presence or dispatching their heirs. However, House Bolton has chosen to send Roose Bolton's bastard son as their representative." The Druid's countenance remained impassive. He wasn't overly concerned about the specific emissary House Bolton had sent or anyone else for that matter. What truly mattered was that most houses were participating in the gathering he had orchestrated, a grand feast held in honor of the old gods and the Druid himself. Thanks to Robb Stark's and Ned Stark's attendance, most lords were coming, providing Ermir with the perfect backdrop for what lay ahead. Ermir harbored a covert agenda concealed behind the festivities. He intended to use this occasion to formally declare war on the Sistermen. Their punishment for brazenly burning his 5 ships. As he talked with Ardos and Torin, his ships were sailing in the Bight. A meticulous plan had been put in motion. His sailors had undergone simulated training for shipwreck scenarios, and they would be towed to the shore, ensuring they would emerge as witnesses against the Sisterman lords. The Sisterman lords' unwavering trust in the Vale Lord had emboldened them to openly confront Ermir. They believed they had the backing of the Vale behind them, a conviction that played right into Ermir's hands. He had orchestrated this entire plan with the hope that the Vale Lord would indeed support the Sistermen when they launched their invasion. If everything unfolded as Ermir envisioned, with the Vale Lord standing firmly behind the Sistermen, his scheme would come to fruition seamlessly. It was a gambit. If it didn't work, he would have burned 5 ships for no reason. Ermir's heart was filled with anticipation and a tinge of anxiety as he awaited the outcome of his grand design. Amidst the grand festivities, nearly all the lords of the north had gathered, drawn by the allure of making connections with the enigmatic Druid. Emrys or simply to pay homage to the Starks. Ermir, as the gracious host, extended the traditional welcome of bread and salt to all the guests. However, a hushed murmur rippled through the crowd as a small group bearing the banners of House Bolton arrived at the gathering. At the forefront of the Bolton entourage strode a young man, his demeanor somewhat unsettling. Ermir's heightened senses detected a faint, unmistakable scent, a tinge of blood, human blood. It was evident that this man had not arrived here without first shedding blood, casting a shadow of unease over his presence. Ramsay Bolton presents a rather unsettling sight, even when adorned in his finest attire. His ungainly frame features broad shoulders and a stocky build, hinting at the likelihood of future corpulence. Ramsay's complexion is marred by blotches of pinkish skin, while his nose is disproportionately wide. Dark, dry, and unruly hair cascades down his head, framing a visage that does him no favors. His small mouth contrasts with the peculiar, wide, and fleshy lips that bear an eerie, almost worm-like appearance. Ramses' most chilling feature is his eyes, reminiscent of his father Ruse's, small, closely spaced, and strangely pale, akin to 2 chips of soiled ice. A drop-shaped garnet, resembling a droplet of blood, dangles from his right ear, serving as a sinister embellishment to his macabre presence. His attire, though rich, includes calfskin boots, a velvet doublet, a silver chased-sword belt, and a pale pink cloak of his house, a reflection of his twisted sense of fashion. In a slimy, emotionless voice, Ramsay uttered his words, his tone devoid of sincerity or warmth. "Thank you for inviting us, Boltons. My father isn't feeling well and can't attend these festivities. As you know, my brother Demeric is always sickly. I was the only true Bolton who could attend." Performing a disingenuous bow, Ramsay wasted no time and accepted the offered bread and salt before making his way into the gathering. Ermir's attention, however, had drifted away from Ramsay's words, his focus consumed by the unnerving presence of the man before him. It was Ramsay's unsettling eyes that held him captive, their emptiness, the void within. Those small, detached orbs lacked any glimmer of emotion, be it positive or negative. They were bereft of humanity itself. They were devoid of everything. Amidst the grandeur of the festivities, Ermir's keen eyes never ceased scanning the horizon by connecting to Erebus. Out in the vast expanse of the sea, his 5 ships sailed, a testament to his meticulous planning. The skeletal crew aboard each vessel executed their roles with practiced precision, knowing that the time had come for their dramatic performance. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the waters in hues of orange and pink, the situation out at sea grew tense. In the distance, ominous shadows on the horizon signaled the approach of sisterman ships, their sails billowing in the evening breeze. The moment of reckoning was upon them. The chaos that unfolded at sea was a sight to behold. Just as the sistermen began their daring boarding attempt, the crew of Ermir's ships executed their plan with meticulous precision. In a carefully orchestrated ballet, they abandoned their posts, moving swiftly and with purpose. Their intent was clear: to set their vessels ablaze. The crackling flames erupted, hungrily consuming the sails and masts of the ships. Smoke billowed upwards in thick, dark columns, obscuring the fading twilight sky. The once proud ships, symbols of Ermir's aspirations and ambitions, were now transformed into towering infernos, casting an eerie and captivating glow across the darkening waters. As the flames rose to the sky, Ermir's men were towed toward the shore, already far from the burning ships on their life rafts. In the end, it was chaos that reigned supreme. Flames devoured the sisterman ships that were at boarding distance as uncontrollably as they did Ermir's, causing the raiding fleet to scatter in disarray. The cost was high: 10 small raiding ships and 1 warship lost to the merciless inferno. Ermir's plan had unfolded flawlessly, and the damning testimony against the sisterman lords had been sealed in the fiery crucible of this deception. Amidst the flickering flames and the rising plumes of smoke, Ermir stood as the puppet master of this intricate performance, watching it from the skies, knowing that this was merely the opening act of a grand theatrical display. As the drama unfolded on the open sea, Ermir's sharp eyes scanned the sisterman lords' faces, etching their expressions into his memory. Lord Tristan Sunderland, Godric Borrell, Roland Longthorpe, and Alessandor Torrent, figures of ambition and greed, stood aboard their warships. Their aspirations of wealth and prestige now up in flames, quite literally. Their bewilderment was palpable, painted clearly across their faces. Ermir watched from a distance as their initial anticipation and greed gave way to frustration and anger. They had come for the promise of riches, only to witness the very ships that held those dreams reduced to charred remnants before they could even take 1 piece of gold from them. Roland Longthorpe's face was contorted with a mix of fury and frustration as he launched his clenched fist at his spymaster's face, the blow landing with a sickening thud. His voice was a thunderous roar, echoing his seething anger. "Didn't you tell me they were filled with gold to the brim? Didn't you tell me they were going to Essos to purchase riches beyond measure? Yet, here we stand, and all of those ships are burned. Why did they burn their ship right as we boarded?" His spymaster, blood streaming from his broken nose, fell to his knees, desperate to placate his enraged lord. "My lord, I swear by all that is sacred, that was the chatter we picked up in Moondrift Port," he pleaded, voice trembling. Every sailor's tongue wagged about how their backs almost broke from the weight of the chests. The entire port buzzed with talk of the grand trade that would unfold. In bravos, My lord, they might have had orders to burn everything in case of pirates. Lord Drazel might have ordered them to burn all rather than lose them. Longthorpe's rage simmered but did not subside entirely, and his thirst for wealth had clouded his judgment. The game was far from over, and Roland Longthorpe was determined to turn the tides in their favor once more. As the chaos unfolded on the waters of the Three Sisters, Eärmir stood at the center of it all, a silent observer of the grand performance through Erebus's eyes. The sistermen lords, consumed by their greed and frustration, had taken the bait, and their decision to raid Moondrift played right into Eärmir's hands. Amidst the commotion, Eärmir's supposed shipwrecked sailors had successfully reached the shores of Moondrift. Of course, they were not the real sailors since they were still on the sea, their fabricated tale of survival ready to be spun. Meanwhile, a messenger, his horse lathered in sweat, raced towards Moat Cailin with the urgent news. Eärmir couldn't help but marvel at how perfectly his scheme had played out. The sistermen lords, driven by their insatiable greed, had fallen into his trap even more deeply than he had anticipated. While he had expected them to be tempted by the rich cargo aboard his ships, their audacious decision to raid Moondrift itself had exceeded his wildest expectations. Greed, he mused, truly had the power to cloud a person's judgment and make them blind to the consequences of their actions. In their relentless pursuit of wealth and power, the sistermen lords had unwittingly sealed their own fate, and Eärmir watched with a mixture of satisfaction and anticipation as the events continued to unfold according to his carefully laid plans. Chapter 209, 295 AC. POV Third Person. As Eärmir observed the unfolding events in the Bight in Moondrift port through the eyes of his familiars, he was abruptly brought back to reality. When someone punched his arm, it was Robb Stark, who had a curious expression on his face. "Why are you so absent-minded today?" Robb inquired, his brow furrowing with concern. Eärmir shook his head, dispelling his momentary distraction. "It's nothing, Robb. I was just reflecting on how fortunate we are to experience moments like these. Your family always says, winter is coming, which serves as a reminder that times will change, and challenges will return. We must be prepared and at our best when they do." Robb nodded, understanding the gravity of those words. In the unpredictable and often harsh lands of North, such moments of respite were indeed precious, and wise leaders like Eärmir knew the importance of utilizing them to their advantage. Robb skewered a piece of potato with his fork from the plate in front of him, offering a nod of gratitude as he spoke. "Thanks to you, the next winter will pass easier. We have enough food with these potatoes, and Moat Cailin is producing enough woodcoal for all of the North." He savored the potato and continued the conversation, his curiosity piqued. "You could have claimed the rights to cultivate potatoes or demanded a share from anyone who cultivated them, given that you discovered the plant. But you chose to give it away. Why?" Eärmir's gaze turned thoughtful as he considered the question. "We need strong men, Robb, and our people shouldn't perish from hunger. If they have to meet their end, it should be as proud warriors of the North. Hunger is an adversary no one can defeat. I don't want to witness young children succumbing to winter's harsh grip simply because they lack food or heat. But I couldn't have made potatoes a viable source of sustenance without the aid of Druid Emrys." Other lords around Eärmir heard his impassioned speech, and a ripple of agreement spread through them. They raised their glasses, toasting to both Druid Emrys and Eärmir. The boisterous Greatjon Umber, renowned for his hearty demeanor, lifted his glass high and bellowed. "To Lord Drazel and the Druid, I hope none of us meet our end while lying on our backs, as the Lord wisely said. A northern warrior deserves a warrior's death. To a warrior's death, yea." Their voices joined in unison, and they all downed their drinks. A small, enigmatic smile played at the corners of Eärmir's lips. Little did they know that their wishes might be fulfilled sooner than expected. After the toast from Lord Umber, the atmosphere in the hall had grown livelier, with the guests engaged in various conversations and laughter. Among the crowd, Small John Umber slowly made his way towards Eärmir. He approached with a respectful bow, a sign of both courtesy and his request for a duel. "My lord," Small John began, his tone filled with determination and a touch of humility, "might I have the honor of a rematch in a duel? I have longed for the chance to face you again, and if, by chance, you best me once more, I shall trouble you no further." As he spoke, Small John clenched his fist, his eyes locking onto Eärmir's. "Since the day of our previous encounter," he continued, "you showed me that strength is not solely about physical might. It was a lesson I took to heart, my lord, and since then, I have poured my efforts into rigorous training to become a warrior worthy of Umber's name. Ermir pondered Smoljan's request for a moment, his gaze unwavering as he assessed the determination in the Umber's eyes. It had been a while since he had a proper duel, and the idea intrigued him. Besides, it would be a way to pass the time while they awaited the messenger's arrival. Very well, Ermir replied with a faint, anticipatory smile. I accept your challenge, Smoljan. Let us see how much you've improved since our last encounter. With that, he gestured towards a relatively open area in the hall, signaling that they should prepare for their duel. The guests around them took notice, and a hushed excitement filled the air as they made way for the impending contest between the Umber and the enigmatic nobleman. A murmur of anticipation rippled through the assembled guests as Ermir and Smoljan prepared for their duel. The hall cleared a space, creating a makeshift arena for the upcoming contest. Torches on the walls cast dancing shadows, adding an eerie yet captivating ambiance to the scene. Smoljan Umber's expression remained resolute, his eyes locked onto Ermir's. He was determined to prove himself and to see if his years of hard training had paid off. Ermir, on the other hand, exuded an air of calm confidence as he stepped into the designated area. His movements were deliberate, his body language composed. With confidence, Ermir asked, "Wooden or steel swords?" "Training swords would do, my lord. Even though they were dulled, they were still steel swords. If they got hit, it wouldn't be lethal, but it would hurt like hell." "To first blood or to a yield?" "To a yield, my lord." The two opponents stood facing each other, a palpable tension in the air. Young Lord Umber's sword was steady in his grip, and his stance was solid. Ermir's sword danced lightly in his hand, his stance a seamless blend of grace and readiness. The crowd held its collective breath, awaiting the first move in what promised to be a captivating duel between the formidable Smoljan Umber and the Lord Commander of Templars and Paladins of the Old Gods. Smoljan Umber's determination burned like a relentless fire within him. The memory of his defeat at the hands of Ermir, a child by comparison, had seared itself into his pride. He refused to let it define him any longer. From the moment he woke until he collapsed into restless sleep, his days were filled with unending training. In the icy courtyards of Last Hearth, Smoljan hefted weights that would have crushed a lesser man. His muscles strained and bulged as he pushed his limits, sweat freezing upon his furrowed brow in the biting cold. Stamina became his obsession, and he ran through the frozen wilderness for hours, his breath forming icy plumes in the frigid air. Swordsmanship was no exception. Smoljan sought the guidance of the most skilled warriors in his house, honing his skills with each clash of steel. Every night, he sparred with seasoned fighters, the echoes of clashing swords filling the halls of Last Hearth. His determination was unwavering, his desire to reclaim his honor unyielding. He knew he had to reach new heights of strength and skill if he ever hoped to stand on equal footing with Ermir Drazel. In every swing of his sword, every bead of sweat shed in training, Smoljan Umber vowed to himself that he would one day rise above his past failures and become a force to be reckoned with in the North. Chapter 210, 295 AC. POV Third Person. Within the expansive training grounds of Moat Cailin, Smoljan Umber and Ermir Drazel found themselves standing in direct opposition. Their calloused hands firmly gripped the blunt training swords, drawing a crowd of onlookers eager to witness the impending clash between the robust Umber and the formidable Sword of Winter. Ermir, no stranger to height with a stature of a solid 2 meters, appeared almost dwarfed when juxtaposed against the colossal figure of the Umber, towering at an imposing 2.2 meters. Smoljan's strength was undeniable, a true powerhouse of the North. With his 18.5 strength, he swung his training sword with incredible force, sending vibrations through the air as it met Ermir's shield. The initial exchange favored Smoljan, his brute strength pushing Ermir back, but his 19 speed allowed him to gracefully evade the heavier strikes. As the duel raged on, Ermir began to feel the relentless onslaught of Smoljan's blows. Each swing of the massive Umber carried the weight of his determination. Ermir was a bit surprised by the heights young Umber had reached. With this much strength, he was equal to the mountain. But it was Ermir's unmatched speed that allowed him to parry, sidestep, and counter with precision. Smoljan's strength, though superior, couldn't make up for the agility and finesse that Ermir displayed. With each lightning-quick strike, Ermir attempted to outmaneuver Smoljan, hoping to force him into yielding. However, the Umber's unwavering resolve matched his impressive stature. Despite the relentless assault, Small John refused to yield, even as his body bore the painful marks of Ermir's training sword. Small John knew that if those blows had been delivered with a sharpened blade, he would have met his end. In the midst of the fierce contest, Small John gained a newfound respect for the Sword of Winter. He was aware that if Ermir had wielded Red Rain, the outcome would have been vastly different. Yet, true to his Umber heritage, he refused to yield, determined to remain on his feet until his very limits were tested. Small John Umber, running on fumes and battered from head to toe, teetered on the brink of collapse. But in that critical moment, a surge of fury and unparalleled determination coursed through his veins. He hadn't endured years of rigorous training only to be beaten to a pulp. A comfortable feeling washed over him, with renewed strength and a burning fire in his eyes. He planted his feet firmly on the ground, ready to face whatever Ermir Drazel could throw at him. The tide of the battle began to shift. Small John's strength seemed to surge, his strikes growing even mightier. Ermir initially attributed it to the rush of adrenaline and the primal instincts of a warrior pushed to his limits. But as Small John continued to fight, Ermir noticed something extraordinary. A faint, ethereal aura surrounded Small John. With a thunderous roar, Small John Umber surged forward, unleashing a powerful horizontal slash aimed directly at Ermir. Ermir, momentarily caught off guard by the unexpected surge of strength from Small John, attempted to block the strike with his shield. However, he had underestimated the sheer power behind Small John's blow, as his attention had been focused on the newfound energy he sensed from his opponent. To Ermir's astonishment, it became evident that Small John had awakened something extraordinary within him, mana. Ermir's momentary lapse in concentration proved costly as Small John's strike shattered his defense, sending him hurtling backward through the air, a distance of around 4 meters. Ermir rolled on the ground and got his bearing back, his right arm throbbed with pain, signaling the possibility of hairline fractures from the devastating blow. Ermir watched in awe as Small John's stats, particularly his strength, steadily increased. His blows became more formidable, and his strikes landed with greater impact. It was as though some hidden well of power had been tapped into, granting him the physical strength to match Ermir's agility. Ermir, recognizing the gravity of the situation, knew that he could no longer afford to underestimate Small John's newfound strength. With a renewed sense of urgency, he brought his combat skills to the forefront. No longer relying solely on his speed to evade, Ermir expertly employed his swordsmanship and cunning feints to take control of the battle. Ermir's blade danced through the air with grace and precision as he skillfully deflected Small John's thunderous blows. With each parry, Ermir swiftly countered, his blade finding openings in Small John's defenses. Ermir's strikes were deliberate and calculated, exploiting Small John's moments of vulnerability. Despite Small John's immense strength, it was clear that Ermir had the upper hand in terms of technique and strategy. He moved with a fluidity that belied his speed, every movement designed to outmaneuver his opponent. Small John struggled to keep pace, his wild swings becoming increasingly desperate. Ermir saw an opening and, with a swift maneuver, disarmed Small John, sending his training sword clattering to the ground. With a calm and composed demeanor, Ermir pointed his blade at Small John, who was now on his knees, breathing heavily. "Yield," Ermir said firmly, his voice carrying the weight of authority. Small John, acknowledging the defeat, raised his hands in surrender. His broad shoulders sagged as he conceded, "I yield. You've bested me." The spectators in the training yard erupted into applause, impressed by the skill and finesse displayed by Ermir. Small John, while admitting defeat, wore a begrudging smile, showing great respect for Ermir. Even the Great John Umber was applauding with great enthusiasm. He didn't care his son lost, all he cared about was that his son displayed such a magnificent battle. Small John stood motionless, akin to a statue. Then, to the astonishment of those witnessing the duel, he knelt before Ermir. The sudden change in demeanor sent ripples of confusion through the onlookers, who were left speculating about the reasons behind Small John's unexpected submission. Small John Umber, his face flushed with determination, in a voice that rang out clear and unwavering, he declared, "I, Small John Umber, give up my right to be the heir of Last Hearth and wish to become a paladin in Lord Commander's army." The declaration reverberated through the sparring yard, silencing all other sounds. Ermir, the Lord Commander of the Paladin and Templars, watched Smalljohn with a mixture of surprise and respect, comprehending the weight of the young Umber's decision. By renouncing his claim to his family's seat, Smalljohn was not only embracing a life of duty but also pledging his unwavering loyalty to the Lord Commander. The Greatjon Umber, Smalljohn's father, seethed with anger. His rage reverberated through the hall as he unleashed a powerful blow, obliterating a nearby table with a single punch. The room quivered with the intensity of his emotions, a swirling tempest of fury and grief that hung heavily in the air. He had just lost an heir, a promising one at that, and his anger was a visceral expression of his profound anguish. Greatjon's piercing gaze remained locked on Ermir, his eyes burning with a mixture of sorrow and anticipation. Everything now rested in the hands of Ermir. If he accepted Smalljohn's service, his son would be duty-bound as a paladin. Ermir turned to face Greatjon Umber, his eyes silently inquiring whether he should accept Smalljohn into their ranks. He could have asked Ermir to refuse him, but it would have greatly insulted his son's conviction and honor. Though Greatjon's heart was burdened by grief, he remained steadfast. He was a man of unwavering resolve and staunch principles. His son had sworn an oath before all those witnesses, and his pride and honor forbade him from allowing his son to renege on that pledge like a craven. Even though it hurt him to do so, with a firm nod of his head, he conveyed his approval. Ermir, standing tall and imposing before the kneeling Smalljohn, seemed to grow in stature as he spoke. His voice resonated like thunder as he addressed the young Umber. Smalljohn Umber, son of Greatjon Umber, he declared, his words carrying the weight of ancient authority since he was infusing it with a little bit of mana. The old gods extend their embrace to welcome you into their hallowed ranks. We, as paladins, extend our brotherhood to you, and the realm opens its arms to receive you as her protector. Now, rise as a paladin of the old gods. The air seemed to crackle with a mystical energy as the moment hung in the balance. Smalljohn, his eyes filled with a blend of reverence and determination, slowly rose from his kneeling position, knowing that he had taken a solemn oath that would shape the course of his life in the destiny of House Umber. Chapter 212, 295 AC. Pav Third Person. The distinction of becoming a paladin was not an honor extended to every noble, it was a privilege reserved for the cream of the crop. While any noble could aspire to become a Templar, reaching the esteemed status of a paladin required exceeding the skill level of the most illustrious among the Templars within the temple. This was no simple feat, it demanded exceptional skill, unwavering commitment, and the heart of a true warrior. The revered title of a paladin was intended to be safeguarded for the elite, and Ermir was resolute in his determination to maintain its prestige. He was unwavering in his resolve not to water down this esteemed status by admitting those who fell short of the exacting standards set forth. To ensure that only the most exceptional individuals earned the cherished title of paladin, he established a stringent initiation process. Ermir called upon the formidable Harlech, a revered figure among the paladins, to oversee this rigorous trial by combat. Those who aspired to join the paladins had to confront Harlech in battle and endure his punishing blows without a hint of complaint. Only those who exhibited unwavering determination and indomitable strength in the face of Harlech's relentless assault were considered worthy. This method of selection not only guaranteed that the most unyielding candidates ascended to the ranks of paladins but also cemented Harlech's position as the second in command among the paladins, a position he had rightfully earned through his undeniable martial prowess and unwavering dedication. Smalljohn's elevation to the prestigious rank of paladin without having to undergo Harlech's demanding trial was met with both respect and a tinge of uncertainty among the paladins in the festivities. While it was true that Smalljohn had been spared the intense physical confrontation with Harlech, the doubts about the outcome of such a duel lingered in Ermir's mind. Stats alone did not dictate the outcome of a battle, it was the combination of strategy, technique, adaptability, and strength that often determined the victor, but there was a big difference between the two. Harlech, a dedicated warrior with unwavering loyalty to Ermir's cause, had been relentless in his pursuit of martial excellence. He committed himself to daily grueling training sessions, pushing his body to its limits. His determination to prove himself as the rightful second in command was evident to all who witnessed his tireless efforts. Ermir had gone to great lengths to support Harlech's journey to greatness. Using his knowledge of herbology and arcane arts, he crafted simple elixirs tailored to enhance Harlech's physical capabilities. These elixirs, combined with rigorous training, had indeed elevated Harlech's prowess. However, Smoljan's sudden burst of power through the awakening of his latent mana had set him apart. His strength had surged to an astonishing 18.9, a testament to the potential within him. Just as the atmosphere was beginning to regain its celebratory spirit, a messenger from Moondrift Port burst into the gathering. His face was flushed with urgency, and his words tumbled out in a rush, conveying the distressing news of Ermir's ships. The messenger didn't merely recount the incident, he embellished the sailors' accounts with vivid details, fueling the flames of outrage that flickered in the hearts of the assembled Northern Lords. The Northern Lords were known for their forthrightness and honesty, never hiding their emotions. Their expressions now portrayed a deep-seated anger. Greatjon Umber, known for his fiery temperament, was the first to unleash his fury upon hearing the news. His voice boomed through the hall as he railed against the sistermen, his words laced with disdain. Those sissy plundering hypocrites, who among us doesn't know that they're nothing but pirates who've raided our ships, and now they have the audacity to flaunt it openly. To make matters worse, they've dared to insult the Druid and the old gods. Greatjon's rage was palpable as he flung his goblet aside, his voice echoing his indignation. He punctuated his tirade with a resounding question that hung heavily in the air, demanding an answer from all those in attendance. Are we going to take this lying down? Are we going to let them walk all over us? Greatjon Umber's impassioned outburst resonated deeply with the other Northern Lords. As his words reverberated throughout the hall, a collective wave of anger surged through the assembled nobility. Indignation and outrage welled up within them, fueling the flames of their fury. Voices began to rise in agreement with Greatjon's sentiment, echoing his fiery resolve. The Northern Lords were united in their wrath, no longer willing to tolerate the sistermen's audacious acts of piracy and their affront to the Druid and the old gods. It was evident that action was imminent, and the room buzzed with the fervor of their shared determination to respond to this affront. Eddard Stark, the Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North, rose from his seat with a commanding presence. His voice, strong and resolute, cut through the rising clamor in the hall. As the room fell silent, all eyes turned to him, for his words carried great weight in the North. My fellow lords and ladies, Lord Stark began, his tone measured and authoritative, I understand the depth of our anger and the insult we have suffered at the hands of the sistermen. But let us not rush headlong into conflict. The North has always valued honor, and we shall act with honor in response to this provocation. He continued, we should send a delegation to the Three Sisters, led by a diplomat. We will demand reparations for the damage inflicted upon our ships and, most importantly, a formal apology for the affront to the Druid and the old gods. If the sistermen refuse, then we shall consider further action. As tensions ran high and Lord Stark's attempt to calm the situation seemed futile, Ermir stepped forward, his voice unwavering yet filled with conviction. My lord, I hold the utmost respect for you, but I find myself at odds on one crucial matter. The hall fell into hushed anticipation as every eye turned toward Ermir, their attention rapt. In our North, honor has never been our central tenet. Our core values have always been the safeguarding of our land, its people, and our revered old gods. Honor has been a consequence of our valorous deeds, not the goal in itself. He paused, allowing his words to permeate the hearts and minds of those gathered. Heads began to nod in agreement, recognition of the profound truth in his words. Consider the tales of your ancestors. Bran the Builder did not raise the wall for honor, it was a bastion to protect the North. Jon the Fierce did not drive wildling raiders from our lands for honor's sake, he sought the safety of our kin. Even Torrhen Stark, when faced with the dragon's fire, did not kneel for honor, he did so for the survival of our people. In the North, our virtues are twofold, courage and survival, and honor does not claim its place among them. A fervent energy swept through the hall, and the chants for war surged once more. Ermir's words had stirred the northern spirit, and the prospect of defending their land and legacy resonated deeply within every heart. Ermir's fervor would not be quelled, and he pressed on, adamant in his stance. My lord, we all acknowledge your good intentions and your unwavering commitment to the North. But let us not forget, the insult was directed at me, not you. I am the one they dared to strike, and I, for one, will not present my other cheek for these craven fools to slap as they please. The atmosphere within the great hall of Moat Cailin had escalated to a boiling point with Ermir's impassioned words. Diplomacy is a noble path, but it requires two honorable parties to engage in it. Cowards and cravens do not heed the words of diplomats, they respond to strength. Justice, my lord, is what I seek, not empty diplomacy. A resounding chorus of agreement erupted among the gathered lords. Lord Stark, however, offered a tempered perspective. We cannot rush to war with the three sisters without first seeking Lord Aaron's counsel. Ermir swiftly interjected, his tone unyielding. My lord, let us not forget Lord Aaron's response when we approached him with claims of his people's piracy. Has the sisterman's treachery been a single occurrence? Did John Aaron ever take decisive action against his own kin? Or will he, as he often does, demand irrefutable proof while sweeping the matter under the rug? Chapter 212, 295 AC. Pav third person. Ermir, fueled by his desire to stoke the lord's anger further, shifted his attention to Lord Manderley, his voice heavy with purpose. I have only just begun building my fleet, my Lord Manderley, and it pales in comparison to yours. So I must inquire, how many ships and how much cargo do you lose to the sistermen on an annual basis? Wyman Manderley weighed his response carefully, caught between loyalty to Lord Stark and the predicament Ermir had placed him in. Reluctantly, he divulged the grim truth. Typically, they take around 20% of our annual trade. The revelation elicited a chorus of dismay from the gathered lords. Ermir then turned his gaze back to Lord Stark, his inquiry pointed. My lord, I pose the question again. What measures did John Aaron undertake to address this issue? Allow me to pose another scenario. If John Aaron were to approach you with allegations that House Drazel or House Manderley were plundering Vale ships, how would you react? Would you merely seek evidence, or would you conduct a thorough investigation to root out the problem? Lord Stark found himself in a tight spot, as he, too, was aware of John Aaron's inability to handle the sisterman threat effectively. Ermir pressed further, his determination unwavering. I will accept nothing short of a permanent resolution to this problem. If John Aaron is unwilling to rectify it, then the responsibility will fall upon us to address it. I cannot stand idly by and watch my ships be consumed by these cravens. If my lord, you do not grant me justice, I will claim it for myself with the help of the Druid. Ermir swiftly penned a message on a piece of parchment and handed it to a raven perched nearby. I have dispatched word to the Druid, and I am confident he will provide us with the assistance we require. Intrigued by the discussion, one of the attending lords posed a question. Do you know the Druid's whereabouts? Ermir responded with assurance, I may not know his exact location, but my raven will carry my message to the temple, where the Druid's raven will receive it and convey it to him. I am preparing to depart for Moondrift Port and will set sail without delay. Even if I must confront our adversaries alone, I shall not hesitate. The Umbers, Flints, Karstarks, and several other noble houses rallied behind Ermir, expressing their unwavering support for his cause. Ermir extended his gratitude to the assembled lords but expressed a predicament. I appreciate your unwavering support, but I find myself with only 10 trade ships remaining, and I cannot provide transportation for our brave men. Lord Manderley, may I humbly request that you join our cause and lend your warships to aid us in this fight. Ermir had once again placed Lord Manderley in a challenging position. A refusal would cast him as aligning with the Seven and jeopardize his standing among the northern lords. Lord Manderley weighed his options carefully before responding. Although a significant portion of my fleet is currently deployed at sea, I possess 20 warships, and any other ships within our docks are at your disposal, my lords. Lord Stark recognized the futility of trying to dissuade Ermir's resolve, realizing the precarious situation the foolish pirates had stirred up. Lord Stark, a seasoned ruler of the North, observed the unfolding situation with a mixture of concern and resignation. He knew Ermir well enough to understand that once the Druid's mind was set on a course of action, there was little that could sway him. As he listened to Ermir's impassioned plea for justice and support from the northern lords, Lord Stark couldn't help but reflect on the precarious position they all found themselves in. To the most northern lord, the insult to the Druid Emrys and the old gods was a serious matter, and Ermir's determination to seek vengeance was clear. He understood the implications of the pirate attacks and the potential conflict with the Three Sisters. Lord Stark's duty was to maintain the fragile peace and unity within the North, and the last thing he wanted was to plunge his lands into a costly and bloody war. However, he also recognized the deeply ingrained values of courage and survival that Ermir had so eloquently reminded the northern lords of. Inwardly, Lord Stark questioned whether John Aaron, the Lord of the Vale and Warden of the East, would truly take decisive action against the Sistermen. History had shown that diplomacy often yielded little in dealing with these pirates. Still, the prospect of a military confrontation weighed heavily on his mind. Ultimately, Lord Stark understood the gravity of the situation and the fervor that had overtaken his bannermen. While he might attempt to guide them toward a more diplomatic solution, he knew that Ermir's determination, coupled with the support of other influential houses, might inevitably lead the North into a conflict, and he had to accept it. Ermir's foresight left little room for chance, and his intent to stage an invasion of the sisters had been carefully planned long before the events were set in motion. To ensure the success of this audacious endeavor, he organized extensive training exercises. Located approximately 50 kilometers from Moondrift, a dedicated contingent of his army, alongside select Templars and Paladins, engaged in mock battle drills. In the picturesque but remote and makeshift training grounds, the sounds of clashing weapons and the fervent voices of soldiers reverberated through the air. Each participant, driven by unwavering dedication, honed their combat skills and tactical acumen. The training was not merely a physical exercise but a testament to their shared commitment to the impending mission. They were moving like one body, one mind. As they tirelessly practiced and perfected their maneuvers, the men forged a powerful sense of camaraderie and unity. This unity would be pivotal in the upcoming campaign, where every member of this well-prepared force would play a crucial role in executing Ermir's meticulously crafted plan. Upon receiving the messenger, Ermir wasted no time in setting his plan into motion. Swift and decisive, he issued orders to Harlock through the magical connection he has with Barris. Under the banner of the Sword of Winter, an army of 2,000 valiant men began their march. Their boots pounded against the rugged terrain as they moved with purpose. While Ermir addressed the northern lords and forged alliances in Moat Cailin, his army steadily closed the distance to its intended destination. Within the ranks of Ermir's marching army, a sense of unity prevailed, bridging the distinctions between his Templars and his own loyal men. Of the 2,000 determined souls making their way toward their destination, half hailed from the temple, while the other half were dedicated followers of Ermir himself. Among their numbers, 500 knights stood proudly, forming the backbone of this formidable force. In their midst, 300 paladins from the temple were among them. Despite the titles and roles that marked these warriors, there existed a remarkable similarity in their training, purpose, and unwavering resolve. They were following the same physical, tactical, and martial training. The paladins and knights of Drazel were, in essence, the elite commandos or special forces of Ermir's army, a cut above the rest. Each one of them possessed a level of skill and prowess that equated to 3 to 5 knights from any other house. They were a formidable sight, donned in meticulously crafted armor that provided full body protection, a testament to the craftsmanship of Tobo Mott and Ermir himself. Those enchanted weapons and armor, each imbued with magic, set them apart. Both the paladins and knights were distinguishable by their dark green attire, adorned with a giant tree emblem on their chests. However, the paladins bore the sigil of the weirwood tree, while Ermir's knights displayed a black tree emblem, mirroring the symbol on his own sigil. These select warriors were the embodiment of Ermir's vision, combining martial excellence, magical items, and unyielding loyalty to him. As they marched forward, their formidable presence sent a clear message to all who beheld them: the Sword of Winter was not to be underestimated. Chapter 213, 295 AC. POV Third Person. The approach to Moondrift Port revealed a dramatic transformation of what was once a small harbor village with nothing but warehouses. Now, it stood as a thriving trading hub, bustling with life and commerce. The town's evolution was evident in every corner as Ermir's army observed. The scene before them: tall houses and warehouses clustered along narrow cobbled streets, their facades adorned with colorful banners and painted signs displaying various trades. These buildings stood shoulder to shoulder, creating a labyrinth of structures that spoke of prosperity and industry. Among them, the occasional inn provided respite for weary travelers, its doors open to patrons from lands near and far. Encircling the town was a formidable wooden palisade with ledges rising to a height of 6 meters. This defensive structure bore witness to the town's growing wealth, a clear sign that Moondrift Port had become more than just a peaceful coastal settlement. The atmosphere was electric with the ceaseless activity of merchants, sailors, and traders who moved with a sense of purpose. Market stalls, lined the streets, their wares on display, while sailors haggled with street vendors over goods from distant shores. Barrels of salted fish and exotic spices were rolled through the thoroughfares, their aromas mingling in the air. Amidst the maritime activity, a cluster of ships lay anchored in the harbor, including Ermir's own 10 trading carrack. Alongside them were an additional 20 ships belonging to SOC and various traders, a testament to the port's growing importance in regional commerce. The banners of different houses and merchants fluttered in the sea breeze, representing a diverse array of interests converging upon Moondrift. Port Ermir's trading carracks, while primarily designed for cargo, were more versatile than they appeared. Each of these formidable vessels boasted an impressive capacity, capable of carrying 800 tons of goods. However, Ermir was thinking of using them for the impending campaign. If these ships were repurposed for carrying soldiers instead of cargo, each one could potentially transport up to 300 soldiers, significantly bolstering Ermir's naval force for his planned invasion of the Sisters. Rather than readying a full contingent of 3,000 soldiers, which might have raised eyebrows since that was the maximum number of soldiers his ships could carry with other necessities and items, this way he could order his men at Moat Cailin, and they could ready 1,000 more soldiers and come to Moondrift after they were ready. As Ermir and the other lords made their way towards Moondrift port, they were accompanied by a formidable escort of around 2,000 soldiers. These loyal troops provided security and protection for the nobles on their journey. Amongst them, there were the Umbers, Karstarks, Flints, and other houses that had also brought along their own contingent of escort soldiers and knights, totaling around 200 soldiers each. 400 of them were Ermir's men who were part of the Moat Cailin standing defense force. As Ermir and the other lords entered the fortified harbor town of Moondrift, the bustling activity was immediately apparent. Paladins, Templars, and Knights of Drazel, along with all the soldiers, joined forces with the small folk to fortify the town's defenses. Within the protective embrace of the wooden palisade, they toiled diligently, stacking sacks filled with soil to create an additional line of defense. The atmosphere was charged with determination and a shared sense of responsibility as they prepared for what lay ahead. The clatter of wooden carts filled with sacks of soil resounded through the town's narrow, cobblestone streets. Groups of men and women, young and old, lifted and stacked the sacks to construct a formidable barrier. Each sack, heavy with dirt, was meticulously placed to form a protective bulwark that would help shield Moondrift from impending danger. Harlech, a commanding figure among his men, issued orders with unwavering authority. His troops moved in unison, a well-trained and coordinated unit. As he hustled to carry 2 sacks of soil at a time, those who observed his actions couldn't help but marvel at his strength. Harlech's leadership was a source of inspiration to all who witnessed it. With his current strength at 17, there was the potential to further enhance it using buff jewels, a precious resource granted by their lord. These small jewels, etched with intricate runes, held the power to augment a person's abilities. However, Harlech chose not to squander these valuable and limited assets on mere displays of strength. The creation of buff jewels stood as a testament to Ermir's unparalleled craftsmanship, an artistry known only to him. These precious gems demanded an intricate process that incorporated the infusion of mana during the rune etching, a unique method that endows each jewel with its distinct spell. Ermir's mastery of the arcane arts allowed him to craft these remarkable items, though their application was not without limitations. One notable constraint was that buff jewels could not yet be employed for attack spells. The execution of an offensive spell required a high level of control over the elemental forces harnessed, lest the caster found themselves harmed by their own incantation. Thus, for the time being, these jewels were exclusively reserved for enhancing and fortifying abilities. He had experimented on using damage spells, but when he tested it using prisoners when they activated it, it exploded in their hands. The rarity and complexity surrounding the creation of these jewels limited their production. These diminutive, bean-sized treasures were not mass-produced, each one was a meticulously crafted work of art. However, their value lay not in their size but in the substantial enhancement they could provide. With a mere touch, they granted a noteworthy augmentation of 2.5 in either strength or speed, but the drawback was they were one-time use only when the spell was cast, the jewel turned into dust. As Ermir's men diligently prepared for an impending invasion, the Sisterman lords remained under the illusion that their assault on Moondrift would catch the defenders by surprise. In their opinion, the fleeing sailors, who had narrowly escaped the fiery encounter, hadn't been able to gauge the true size of the Sisterman's fleet accurately. All they had witnessed were Sisterman ships aflame, intertwined with their own, and the abrupt retreat of their foes. The Sisterman lords remained oblivious to how their intended victims had managed to slip away from their clutches just before their boarding actions commenced. Their lack of concern for this puzzling escape was partly due to their confidence in their own martial prowess and the speed of their ships. They believed that even if a few survivors reached the safety of the shore in a small sailboat, it would avail them little time. With an hour or so head start, they believed it wouldn't amount to anything substantial against their great fleet. In their estimation, the open sea offered no respite, and they presumed they would be mere hours behind these fugitives. In that brief span, they fully intended to descend upon Moondrift like a tempest, determined to plunder the harbor town down to its very foundations, savoring the spoils of their raid, not knowing they had a special something that helped add speed to their small sailboats. Ermir had readied fake shipwreck sailors beforehand and used them long ago, and the real sailors that fled from them had arrived in Moondrift 8 hours ago and reported to Keegan, since most of them were from Ravengard. Chapter 214, 295 AC. POV Third Person. The journey from Moat Cailin to Moondrift unfolded along a well-constructed road, a testament to Ermir's meticulous planning and commitment to infrastructure development throughout his domain. These roads not only facilitated the swift movement of troops but also enhanced the efficiency of trade within his territories. As Ermir, accompanied by fellow nobles and their formidable army of 2,000 soldiers, embarked on this expedition, they traversed the landscape with ease. The path found its way through dense woodlands and occasionally led them to glistening streams, where sturdy bridges had been thoughtfully erected, simplifying their passage. The journey, while covering challenging terrain, was significantly expedited by the existence of these thoroughfares. Over the course of 2 days, they pressed onward, their destination looming ever closer on the horizon, Moondrift. Moondrift lay approximately 200 kilometers from Moat Cailin, and the journey, undertaken by Ermir and his escort along with their 2,000-man army, spanned close to 2 days. His ships were set ablaze just beyond the Peppal, a considerable 650 kilometers away from Moondrift, just at the mouth of the Bight. Traveling at a steady pace of 15 to 25 kilometers per hour, the Sisterman required nearly 2 days to close the gap and reach Moondrift. This provided ample time for the paladins and knights to bolster the town's defenses. Ellipsis. Far off in the distance, the Sistermen and their ships plowed through the turbulent waters of the Bight. It was a grueling voyage, with the ever-present threat of storms casting a shadow over their journey, a stark reminder of the treacherous nature of the sea. Fortune favored Ermir, as well. Under ideal circumstances, with favorable winds and light cargo, Sisterman ships could reach speeds of up to 20 kilometers per hour. However, while maintaining fleet formations in their current conditions, their speed was reduced to a maximum of 10 kilometers per hour. Ermir couldn't contain his satisfaction as he observed the Sisterman's progress through the eyes of Erebus. Their journey was fraught with delays due to the unfavorable winds and treacherous waters, providing him with invaluable extra time to bolster the town's defenses. The timely arrival of the third contingent of their forces swelled their numbers to a formidable 6,000, although they remained significantly outnumbered by the Sistermen, whose ranks had swollen to nearly 10,000. Yet, Ermir took solace in the fact that his army consisted of highly trained soldiers, knights, and paladins, whereas the Sistermen were largely comprised of cutthroats and raiders. Quality, he believed, would triumph over sheer quantity. Ermir had unwavering confidence in his forces, even without assuming the role of the Druid. He believed that they could successfully repel the Sisterman invaders and force them into a retreat without incurring heavy casualties. In his eyes, this was a valuable opportunity for his army to gain experience and hone their skills. The mock battles of the paladins and knights were a different breed altogether. These intense training sessions pushed them to their limits, far exceeding the standard drills of the standing army. Ermir's newfound abilities as a level 5 druid, particularly the regrowth spell, allowed him to heal his warriors even if they suffered severe injuries like broken limbs during these rigorous exercises. It was a testament to his dedication to preparing his troops for any challenges they might face. Jory Flint, entrusted with the important role of Knight Captain of the Drazel Knights, had journeyed with the third contingent of their forces. His new position brought with it a great honor, although he still operated under the command of Esser Harlock Greenwood, a responsibility he took on with pride. This newfound role required Jory to grow stronger and transform into a true embodiment of a Drazel knight. 6 months prior to his promotion, Ermir had issued an order for Jory to engage in intensive training alongside his fellow knights and paladins. Deep within the misty forest, adjacent to the temple, lay the training ground known as the Forge of Drazel. Here, the iron of determination and resolve was forged into unwavering steel, and those who entered emerged as formidable warriors dedicated to the Drazel cause. 6 months ago, amidst the lush embrace of the misty forest, the Forge of Drazel stirred to life each morning, cloaked in an eerie, mystical mist that seemed to merge the realm of men with that of spirits. As the first gentle rays of the sun extended their golden fingers over the horizon, here, within this crucible of unwavering discipline, the valiant paladins and knights embarked on their daily pilgrimage to strength and unwavering resilience. Upon their return, a formidable challenge awaited them, testing not only their physical prowess but their mental fortitude as well. With a sense of unity that only shared hardship could forge, teams of paladins and knights hoisted colossal logs onto their broad shoulders. Beads of sweat rolled down furrowed brows, occasionally mingling with drops of blood, painting a vivid picture of their relentless pursuit of excellence. Ermir's endeavor to forge a special forces training camp was rooted in his memories of mandatory military service in his previous life. Although he had never been thrust into the crucible of active combat during his time with a commando brigade, he had undergone a hellish year of training that had etched deep lines of regret into his consciousness, an experience that had left a lasting imprint of regret to choosing to be a commando. What was fascinating was because he was conscripted, he wasn't even a real commando, and he didn't want to imagine what kind of training real commandos were doing. Jory Flint found himself among the ranks of the training soldiers, his previous notions of arduous training paling in comparison to the grueling regimen he now endured. As a Flint, he was no stranger to the rigors of warfare and military exercises, but this was an entirely different beast. Altogether, the giant log they carried as a team had left his hands and shoulders marred, their skin bearing the harsh testimony of splintered bark and relentless toil. The pain was searing, but for Jory, there was no alternative. In this crucible of discipline, letting go was the gravest of sins, tantamount to betraying one's comrades. To release their burden was to relinquish not only the heavy load but also their honor and trust. And so, he gritted his teeth and persevered, determined to emerge from this trial with his spirit unbroken. In the midst of the relentless clamor of steel upon steel, the training grounds resounded with the symphony of combat. Paladins and knights, wholly devoted to the honing of their martial skills, engaged fervently in practice with an array of weapons. Among these, swordplay stood as a revered art, and they poured their dedication into perfecting the grace and fluidity that defined their strikes with longswords. For Jory Flint, this training was akin to finding himself in familiar waters, where his skills shone brightly. Their training journeyed onward, delving into the realm of spears and pikes, instilling in them the intricate equilibrium between thrusting and parrying. Maces, with their emphasis on precision and impact, imparted essential lessons for close-quarters combat. And in the domain of archery, they embraced both offensive and defensive capabilities, crafting themselves into well-rounded warriors, ever prepared for the trials of battle. The realm of combat training was a multifaceted journey, encompassing a diverse array of disciplines. The paladins and knights immersed themselves in the intricacies of one-on-one dueling, their studies delving into the realms of footwork, balance, and the swift, flawless execution of techniques. Every movement was scrutinized, and every strike honed to perfection. Mounted combat presented an entirely different challenge, demanding the seamless transition between warfare on horseback and the unforgiving ground. The importance of teamwork echoed through their training as they practiced fighting in formation, their movements akin to a precisely choreographed dance of death. Within this crucible of discipline and sacrifice, the training was relentless, especially when Ermir was present. It pushed them to their limits, at times resulting in broken bones and excruciating pain. Yet, in their suffering, they found strength, knowing that Ermir's healing magic could mend their injuries. It was a brutal training regimen, forging them into formidable warriors, ready to face the darkest of challenges. Within the confines of the training grounds, a tent served as a crucible of intellectual pursuits, where paladins and knights delved deep into the art of warfare. Here, they revered intelligence as a weapon just as crucial as physical strength on the battlefield. Amid the humble interior, tables were adorned with meticulously spread maps, and the very air crackled with passionate exchanges of tactical insights. They embarked on a journey through history, immersing themselves in the strategies of legendary commanders and scrutinizing the intricacies of ancient battles. From these pages of the past, they extracted priceless wisdom that would illuminate their path when they eventually stepped onto the battlefield as leaders of men. This facet of training particularly resonated with Jory, whose proficiency in tactics earned him admiration among his peers. Ermir, drawing from his knowledge of Earth's military history, had crafted awe-inspiring strategies that were seamlessly integrated into their rigorous regimen. Ellipsis. Endurance tests were an unyielding trial of their mettle. They embarked on grueling, long marches that traversed unforgiving terrain, conquering obstacle courses designed to push their physical limits to the brink. Survival training was another crucible, teaching them the art of thriving in the harshest of environments. These trials weren't merely physical, they were a testament to the fortitude of their minds and bodies, forging within them an unyielding resilience that would be their greatest asset in the battles yet to come. Jory, like the others, found himself transformed by these challenges, emerging as a warrior of indomitable spirit. To the paladins and knights of Drazel, courage and integrity were not mere words but guiding principles. They were expected to be the protectors of the weak, the defenders of their land, and champions of justice. As the day neared its end, the paladins and knights of Drazel left the training grounds battered and bruised but unbroken. The crucible of their training was unforgiving, but it was within this forge that they were tempered into elite warriors, bound by a sacred oath to their lord to protect his land and his people with unwavering loyalty and courage. The world might not yet know their names, but their deeds would echo through the annals of history. Chapter 215, 295 AC. POV third person. An hour before the impending raid, the northern lords convened for a war council around a massive oak table. The dimly lit chamber cast dancing shadows upon their faces, accentuating the gravity of their expressions. Lord Karstark, his tone laced with doubt, voiced his concerns. "Are you certain, Lord Drazel?" he questioned. "I'm skeptical that a mere 200 knights and 300 archers will suffice to defend the port. If it was me, in place of the sistermen, I would attack the port with at least 2,000, 3,000 men." Ermir, exuding an aura of unwavering confidence, responded with conviction, "Do not fret, my lord. I do not intend to slight anyone with my words, but I must emphasize a crucial point. The knights of Drazel and the paladins are not your average knights. I assure you, each one of them is the equivalent of 10 ordinary soldiers or 5 knights. And when I make this claim, I do not exaggerate." Ermir's authoritative demeanor held weight, yet it wasn't sufficient to completely dispel the doubts harbored by the northern lords. Although they had witnessed the unparalleled cohesion and discipline of his forces, the numbers still gave them pause. In their minds, the disparity between their knights and Ermir's was negligible. As for the paladins, they perceived them as knights who had chosen to cloak themselves in different nomenclature. Ermir's penchant for assigning unique names to various units only deepened their perplexity. For instance, designating his 300 archers as rangers was a decision they couldn't quite fathom. "If you still doubt my word," Ermir continued, his voice carrying a steely determination, "then let us put it to the test, my lords." The mere suggestion roused a murmur of interest among the council members. They recognized the gauntlet that had been thrown down, a challenge that had the potential to affirm or debunk Lord Ermir's audacious claim. He continued, his tone unwavering, "Let us step outside these walls, and you may select any random man among my knights. It can be anyone. This chosen knight of mine shall then face off against 10 soldiers or 5 of your knights. If my champion prevails in this contest, you shall pledge to follow my commands without question until the end of this campaign. However, should my knight falter and lose, I shall extend a generous 20% discount on any of my goods that you all wish to purchase." A murmur of intrigue and curiosity rippled through the council chamber as Ermir laid out his proposition. The lords exchanged glances, clearly considering the implications of this challenge. It was a wager that had the potential to sway the course of their campaign, and Lord Ermir's conviction piqued their interest. Lord Karstark, ever the pragmatist, was the first to speak. Very well, Lord Drazel, he agreed. Your proposal is fair. We shall accept your challenge and put your claim to the test. It will be an opportunity to gauge the true strength of your knights. The other lords nodded in agreement, their expressions a mixture of anticipation and curiosity. The prospect of a 20% discount on Lord Ermir's goods was enticing, but the outcome of this test would have far-reaching consequences. It was a gamble they were willing to take. Ellipsis. Lord Karstark couldn't easily accept the notion that one of Ermir's knights, selected at random, could best 5 of their own seasoned warriors. In his view, Ermir's rapid ascent to power had perhaps instilled in him an unwarranted arrogance. While Lord Drazel undeniably possessed intelligence, martial prowess, and even the abilities of a warg, Karstark still regarded him as a relative youth in the grand scheme of things, a mere 21-days-old youngling. Lord Karstark believed he was suffering from what most young men suffer, an overblown ego. Lord Karstark didn't want to choose someone who looked really weak, or others might condone him behind his back, so he chose an average-looking guy, someone who was neither too short nor too tall. His choice fell upon Walton Wool, a knight who had originated from the rugged mountain clans and had ascended to the esteemed rank of the Knights of Drazel. Walton possessed a sturdy, unassuming build, standing at a height of 1.75 meters, approximately 5.80 feet. As Walton Wool stepped forward, his ordinary appearance contrasting with the anticipation in the air, Ermir swiftly approached him. With a firm handshake and warm congratulations, Ermir extended his appreciation to him for being chosen as the representative of his knights. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, subtle smiles briefly graced the faces of Ermir's knights and paladins as the chosen's skin darkened a shade, unnoticeable to the others. Meanwhile, Lord Karstark methodically selected the 4 best knights among his retinue to participate in the challenge. As he deliberated over his final choice, his gaze was drawn to a figure among the paladins, a distant nephew whose name momentarily eluded him. This young man, a lesser-known member of the family, had evidently departed from Karhold to seek his own path and reputation. Lord Karstark's smile was sly as he declared, "I choose Cardan Karstark." His words sent a wave of unease among the paladins who recognized the name, their expressions darkening with concern. Ermir quickly discerned Lord Karstark's intentions and stepped in, his tone firm and assertive. "My lord, you cannot choose one of the paladins simply because he is your relative," Ermir admonished, his eyes narrowing. Lord Karstark defended his choice, stating, "He is a person of Karhold, and I am the Lord of Karhold. He is one of my men." Ermir's patience wore thin, and he exploded with rage. "Paladin, who do you take orders from?" Cardan Karstark, despite his familial ties to Lord Karstark, didn't hesitate as he replied, "You, Lord Commander." Ermir pressed further, "Are you a knight of Karstark?" The paladin remained unwavering. "I am not, Lord Commander." "Who are you?" Ermir demanded. "I am a paladin of the old gods. I only take orders from Lord Commander and Druid Emrys." Cardan's blatant disregard for Lord Karstark's command left a bitter taste in the latter's mouth. Ermir, recognizing the need to emphasize the chain of command, intervened once more. He turned to Lord Karstark and issued a stern admonition. "Don't attempt to be clever about this, my lord," Ermir cautioned. "The moment they take their oath, it matters not if he is your son. They become my men. Please, choose one of your own." Lord Karstark, though clearly vexed by the situation, had little choice but to comply. He swiftly selected his final knight, and with a sense of anticipation, 5 formidable warriors encircled Walton Wool as the bout commenced. Chapter 216, 295 AC. POV Third Person. 5 knights, chosen by Lord Karstark, circled around Walton Wool cautiously. Walton's verdant plate armor shimmered brilliantly under the sun's gentle caress. The red and white weirwood tree emblazoned on his chest appeared so lifelike that it captivated the onlookers' attention as if it were a living tree. As Walton drew his sword, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. Lords rose from their seats, their eyes fixed on Lord Drazel. Greatjon Umber was the first to inquire, his voice tinged with curiosity. "My lord, is that a Valyrian sword?" Ermir shook his head, offering an explanation. "It is not, my lord. This is called Damascus steel, a new invention crafted by the skilled blacksmiths of Moat Cailin. It is not magical, but it is a bit more durable than normal steel thanks to its flexibility. Indeed, the Damascus steel, with its mixture of hard and soft steel, offered slight improvement to the flexibility and resistance of the sword. Compared to regular steel, however, it did not grant the sword magical properties, unlike Valyrian steel. The genuine uniqueness of these blades stemmed from the meticulous sharpening enchantments artfully imbued into them by Ermir and Tobo Mott. Ermir spoke with a hint of arrogance in his voice. "My lord, I wouldn't wish for your knights to sustain injuries right before a battle. Should we use training swords?" Lord Karstark's gaze shifted between the Damascus sword and Ermir. Lord Karstark wasn't entirely convinced the blade was a regular steel, so he nodded and replied, "That does seem wise. It's best not to risk any unnecessary injuries for your knight just before the impending battle." With their agreement, all the participants set aside their sharp blades, opting instead for blunted training swords. As the 5 Karstark knights, wielding their blunted training swords, faced off against Walton Wool, the Knight of Drazel, unbeknownst to the Karstarks, Walton Wool was garbed in his enchanted armor and had received Ermir's potent buffs, which had transformed him into a formidable force, matching to the strength of the mountain and the agility of a Baron Martell, famous warriors of the 7 kingdoms. Normally, Walton had 14 STR and 13 SPD. But with Ermir's buff, he had 18 STR and 17 SPD. The fastest of the Karstark knights had 15 SPD, and the strongest of them had 15 STR. Stat and equipment-wise, they were heavily outmatched. The Karstark knights, initially adhering to the code of knightly honor, attacked Walton Wool one at a time. They understood that a group attack was not in line with their chivalric principles. As the first knight lunged forward with his training sword, Walton demonstrated his remarkable speed and agility, sidestepping the attack and countering with a precise strike. However, as the bouts progressed and Walton's prowess became increasingly evident, frustration began to take hold of the Karstark knights. They had no desire to be defeated in such a one-sided manner. With a silent nod of mutual understanding, the knights abandoned their strict adherence to the code of honor and launched a coordinated assault since they were ordered to do so from the beginning. In a flurry of strikes and parries, the 5 Karstark knights attacked Walton simultaneously. Their training swords moved in a synchronized dance, and their strikes aimed to overwhelm their opponent. Walton, despite facing the combined might of his adversaries, remained unyielding. His enchanted armor absorbed the impact of their blows, and his augmented strength and speed allowed him to fend off their attacks. Walton retaliated with a flurry of strikes, forcing the Karstark knights to backpedal and defend themselves. They tried to encircle him, but he grabbed one of them and threw him onto the others like he was a ragdoll. With each passing moment, his incredible strength and agility proved too much for the knights to handle. One by one, they found themselves disarmed or on the defensive. Finally, the last knight yielded, his training sword falling to the ground. Marking the end of the bout, every soldier, knight, and lord in attendance watched the match with their mouths agape in astonishment. A common thought raced through their minds: this wasn't a contest between 6 trained knights, it was a battle between 5 children and a single knight. Walton's display of dominance left a profound impression on everyone who witnessed it. As the bout unfolded, it became evident that Walton was toying with his opponents. His movements were effortless, and when he casually picked up one of the knights and threw him into the others, it was akin to watching a giant play with children. Despite his unassuming appearance, Walton was a force to be reckoned with. Lord Karstark couldn't help but wonder if he had chosen an elite knight by sheer chance. As if he had read Lord Karstark's thoughts, Ermir spoke up, his voice laced with confidence and a hint of challenge. "Would you like to repeat this with another knight to demonstrate that it wasn't luck but rather a testament to the quality of all my men?" Lord Karstark shook his head, and with a sense of honor, he declared, "No, a bet is a bet. Even if it was bad luck on my part, a Karstark never breaks his word. In this battle, you are the commander. We, Karstarks, with our 300 men, will follow your lead." In response, the other lords rose to their feet and placed their fists over their hearts, echoing in unison, "Aye." Even if it was only for this battle. Their voices filled the air with a resounding pledge of allegiance to Ermir's command. The sistermen, cloaked in the shroud of night, advanced towards Moondrift. Unwilling to let anything of value slip through their grasp, they orchestrated a multi-pronged assault. Landing on both flanks of the town, they set their sights on the heart of Moondrift. Their plan unfolded with ruthless precision. With an army of approximately 3,000 men converging on the port and a formidable force of 7,000 Sisterman raiders striking from 2 other directions, the town lay in the crosshairs of impending chaos. The port, which should have bustled with ships, stood eerily empty, but Sisterman lords didn't care about this and turned their sight to the town full of warehouses. Lord Sunderland licked his lips. The sleepy town was about to awaken to the brutal onslaught of the Sisterman. At least, that was what they thought. Lord Tristan Sunderland, perched on his ship's deck, harbored grand visions of riches and prosperity. He hailed from a lineage of pirates, concealed beneath the veneer of Vale lords. Though their claim to respectability remained tenuous at best, they had managed to secure a modicum of allegiance through their association with the faith of the Seven. But this venture, this bold raid upon the thriving northern house under Emir Drazel's command, was destined to change the course of Sunderland's destiny. He could practically taste the wealth that awaited him. The riches from this conquest would only be the beginning, for he harbored plans to pillage all that Emir Drazel owned. The fires of ambition burned fiercely within Lord Tristan, igniting a desire for wealth and power that knew no bounds. Chapter 217, 295 AC. POV Third Person. The Sisterman, poised to launch a 2-pronged attack on Moondrift, had made a quiet landing on the beach, trying to minimize any noise. Only a small hill separated them from their intended target. They moved stealthily, unaware that vigilant ravens were silently observing their movements. As they assembled for their assault, Lord Boral prepared to strike from the north, while Lord Torrent readied his forces to attack from the south. Meanwhile, Lords Sunderland and Longthorpe remained aboard their ships, each with 1,500 men, ready to attack from the port. Once the fighting began, approaching the wooden walls of Moondrift, the Sistermen were nearly 70 meters away when the tranquil silence of the night was abruptly shattered by screams and agonizing moans. A relentless barrage of arrows descended upon the unsuspecting invaders, catching them off guard. Until that moment, they had believed themselves to be the ambushers, but now they found themselves caught in a storm of arrows mid-charge. The darkness was continuously pierced by a relentless onslaught of arrows, descending like vengeful spirits upon the Sistermen. Pandemonium erupted among the invaders as the shrieks of the wounded mixed with the clamor of surprise and fear. Men fell to the ground, clutching at arrow-pierced limbs, their cries echoing through the night air. The element of surprise had been cruelly wrested away from them, and they found themselves trapped in the very ambush they had intended to spring on Moondrift. Lord Boral realized that retreat was no longer a viable option. To do so would mean abandoning too many of their men for no gain, and the heavy price they'd paid in the initial arrow barrage had made it abundantly clear there were around 100 archers at most. Boral still believed in the power of sheer numbers. His decision was swift. They would press onward and engage the defenders directly, hoping to overwhelm them through sheer force. Orders rang out through the ranks as the Sistermen prepared to push through the darkness and into the wooden walls and gate. The same situation was happening to Lord Torrent, and he had come to a similar realization. Ermir watched from a strategic vantage point, the rookery tower at the town's highest point, as his plan unfolded before him. While more extensive use of archers during the initial charge could have inflicted heavier casualties, he had astutely chosen to hold back, opting for a more calculated approach. His aim was not just to repel the Sistermen but to make them bleed as much as possible before they realized the futility of their assault. By luring them deeper into the town, Ermir had set the stage for a protracted and costly engagement. If the Sistermen chose to retreat after getting in, they would have to do so in the face of fierce resistance, and such a withdrawal would undoubtedly result in even more losses. Ermir's vision extended beyond the immediate battle. He was already contemplating the eventual capture of the Three Sisters and the long-term ramifications of this war. With a sense of grim satisfaction, he watched as the Sistermen continued their advance onto the walls as his archers retreated into the town, pulling them in. As the battle intensified and the forces of Lord Sunderland and Longthorpe prepared to disembark at the port, Ermir took action. He erected a human-sized monolith and conducted a series of intricate rituals, channeling his druidic powers to bestow a potent buff upon his 200 knights. Since he was in the middle of 200 men, it was almost impossible for someone to see him. In the past rebellion, he could only enhance the abilities of a limited number of individuals, usually ranging from 20 to 30, but with this advanced ritual, he managed to empower all 200 of his warriors simultaneously. Now, His men possessed strength comparable to that of the mountain himself, each one a formidable force to be reckoned with. As a level 6 Druid, Ermir commanded a pool of 600 mana at his disposal, and employing these 4 rituals consumed half of his mana. However, the extraordinary results were unquestionably worth the expenditure, as his soldiers had been transformed into an unstoppable legion of killing machines, ready to face any challenge that awaited them in the upcoming hour. Ermir's knights now boasted incredible attributes, ranging between 16 and 19 in strength, and 15 to 18 in speed, far surpassing the capabilities of an average knight. They exhibited 3 times the stamina of their peers and enjoyed the added protection of the formidable Kursumbi Oakshield. Ermir had expended not only 300 mana but also sacrificed 40 sheep to perform these rituals, and the results were nothing short of astonishing. With their enhancements complete, Ermir fortified himself further by invoking the protective Rovagon Grez bark armor, turning his skin into a darker color. The knights took their positions, prepared to confront the Sisterman. As Ermir, he couldn't wield his magic, so this moment presented the ideal opportunity to use one of his newfound level 6 spells. Transformation. The spell Ermir cast was a double-edged sword. While it granted him unparalleled strength and speed, it came at the cost of his ability to cast any other spells. As he chanted the incantation, his body swelled slightly, and he felt the connection to his mana abruptly severed. Even the familiar sight spell, which usually required no incantation, was beyond his reach. However, he retained the capability to communicate with his familiars and sense their presence. This revelation confirmed what Ermir had long suspected: his bond with his familiars transcended mere magic. With his physical attributes now elevated to extraordinary levels, Ermir's strength soared to 35, and his speed surged to 25. He could feel an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body, making him an unstoppable force. Now Ermir had strength close to a fully grown black bear, and his speed was faster than Barris. He discarded his shield and took something new from Sith's saddle. It was a bigger halberd than the one he had before, and its name was Moonreaver. The halberd boasts a formidable presence, with a shaft that stands taller than a grown man, carved from the heartwood of an ancient ironwood tree. This wood is known for its exceptional strength and resilience, polished to reveal its rich, intricate grain patterns and imbued with a durability enchantment, which made it harder than its namesake. At the top of the shaft, 2 crescent-shaped blades extend, each crafted from the renowned Valyrian steel of Nightfall. The steel blades possess a distinctive ripple pattern, the hallmark of the finest Valyrian craftsmanship, expertly honed to a razor edge that glints with a faint bluish hue when struck by light. As it was reforged from a Valyrian blade, it was incredibly sharp and never dull, capable of slicing through armor and flesh with ease. After swinging the halberd a bit and getting used to his now immense power, he got on top of Sith and charged into the approaching Sisterman. The battlefield became a nightmarish tableau as Ermir and his 200 knights descended upon the enemy with relentless fury. It was as though an unstoppable flood had been unleashed, sweeping away everything in its path. They charged through the opposing force of 3,000 men as if they were nothing more than ripe wheat ready for harvest. Ermir, endowed with his colossal strength, seemed like the embodiment of death itself. With every swing of his weapon, he cleaved through multiple foes, cutting them down as easily as one would pluck weeds from a garden. Plate armor provided no protection against the unstoppable force that was Ermir. His halberd, Moonreaver, sliced through the armors as if they were mere butter, leaving a trail of gore and devastation in its wake. As Ermir's halberd swung, it unleashed a torrent of blood, flesh, and bone upon his enemies, painting the battlefield in a gruesome tapestry of death. The sheer carnage was beyond description, and within just 5 minutes, 1,000 of their adversaries lay lifeless in the crimson-soaked earth. Sistermen couldn't believe what they were seeing. They lost 1,000 men in the blink of an eye. All Sistermen could think was, this must be a dream, a nightmare. Chapter 218. 295 AC. Pav third person. Lord Sunderland's eyes held a hollow, disbelieving stare as he witnessed a nightmarish reality unfold before him. The battle raged on, pitting their forces against a mere 500 defenders, with a mere 200 of them being knights who now held the town square. The remaining 300 were archers who strategically positioned themselves atop the buildings, raining arrows down upon their attackers. Merely 5 minutes into the conflict, they had already suffered severe casualties, losing 1/3 of their forces. Lord Longthorpe had met his end, while not a single one of their enemies had fallen. They did succeed in injuring dozens of their foes, but these wounded soldiers merely rose and hobbled back into their ranks. The situation before him was nothing short of a horrifying nightmare, one that Lord Sunderland couldn't bear to accept. The Battle of Moondrift Port had descended into a horrifying tableau of chaos and brutality. In the heat of the clash, only one thing appeared in Lord Sunderland's mind. They were not just mere mortals, they couldn't be, it was a dance with death in the realm of nightmares. The battered raiders of the Sisterman forces found themselves ensnared in a relentless struggle for survival, their lines rent asunder by the wrathful onslaught of the northern monsters. It was a grim spectacle of carnage as the Knights of Drazel carved through the enemy lines like reapers. Aermir, the Lord Commander, had fiercely jumped out of Sith's back, and now he roamed the battlefield, reaping the lives of many. Every swing of his double crescent halberd a promise of death. At times, it seemed as if Sith was competing with her master, a macabre race, to see who could claim the most Sistermen's lives. With eerie grace, Sith pounced upon the invaders. Her claws and fangs sought their marks with chilling accuracy, leaving behind a macabre path of maimed and dying men. Those unfortunate enough to cross her path filled the battlefield with their dying screams, adding to the orchestra of chaos that echoed through the town square. Harlock Greenwood, the resolute commander of the Paladins, was renowned as the Iron Goliath. His massive war hammer, a weapon of unrivaled destructive force, swung with the relentless fury of an approaching storm. Bone and flesh shattered beneath the colossal impacts while the Paladins fought with unwavering determination right beside their leader. In the chaos of battle, the Paladins carved a path of destruction through the 3,000 Sistermen, leaving those who dared to oppose them broken and dying. The Sistermen's three-pronged assault had devolved into a disastrous endeavor. In every direction they ventured, they encountered overwhelming resistance. The battle had quickly deteriorated, and their initial confidence had given way to desperation. With each passing moment, the northern defenders proved themselves to be a disciplined, unwavering force that met the Sistermen's invasion with an unforgiving response. The battle bore witness to the remarkable discipline and unwavering strength of Aermir's forces. Knights and soldiers alike fought in perfect unity, their actions a deadly choreography that spoke to their relentless training. Meanwhile, the Rangers' arrows found their marks with deadly precision, further thinning the ranks of the Sistermen. A few of Aermir's buffed knights and paladins had sustained injuries, approximately 20, due to the blunt force they'd endured. Their broken arms and legs could be mended by Aermir's potent healing spell, a process that was agonizingly painful. Yet, their rigorous training had inured them to such pain. Almost every one of them had broken their limbs in the ruthless mock battles in the forge. They knew their lord could always heal them. All they needed to do was retreat into the back lines and stay alive until Aermir could heal them. Ellipsis. Lord Sunderland found himself in a bewildering predicament, grappling with the reality that he was losing to a mere handful of adversaries. But it wouldn't be entirely accurate to refer to them as men. At that moment, they appeared more like vengeful demons than ordinary soldiers, and he was not the only one grappling with the reality. Every other northern lord that came with Aermir was in the same position, too. They had never seen an army move this disciplined and be such a deadly force. Amid this chaos, Lord Drazel raised a spear high, invoking the gods of nature with a fervent plea. "Oh, great gods of nature, please bestow your blessing upon this spear that shall become the guiding light for your righteous fury." With that, he hurled the spear with an indescribable force that pierced through a staggering 20 men before pinning 3 of them against the wall of a nearby building. This awe-inspiring display of power left the Sisterman raiders demoralized, sapping their courage and willpower as they began a hasty retreat toward their ships. They could hear the roaring of Lord Drazel, but they didn't even have the courage to turn back and look. They just ran. Kill all of them, do not let any one of them run away. The situation was dire for the Sistermen, and the northern lords' forces were not oblivious to the chaos that had enveloped all 3 battlefronts. Every one of the Sisterman lords was well aware that their forces were on the brink of defeat, their enemy proving to be far more formidable than they had anticipated. As Lord Drazel's rallying cry reverberated through the chaotic battleground, a unified chorus of northern defiance erupted. The battle was still ongoing, but the northern forces were attacking with relenting wave after wave. The Battle of Moondrift Port had been a brutal and brief conflict, lasting just 30 minutes, yet the toll it took on the Sisterman forces was staggering. Out of their initial 10,000-strong army, only 3,000 to 4,000 managed to escape with their lives. The northern side had suffered the loss of 800 men, with only 100 of them belonging to Ermir's forces, while the remainder came from the forces of the northern lords. Ermir moved his wounded soldiers to a separate location, leaving the northern lords in the mayor's manor to attend to his injured men. Erecting monoliths in areas hidden from the guest's view, he began the process of healing his soldiers and preventing further loss. 100 of his warriors had fallen in the battle. Though formidable, they were still human, and their enchanted armor did possess weaknesses that could be exploited. Even if the armor was magical, it still didn't protect the joints 100%. When they got hit there, they mostly fell down, and falling on a battlefield was often a death sentence. Those that were buffed by Ermir's magic could bypass most of these weaknesses. However, his limit in this regard was 200 men, thus, he had transformed his fiercest warriors into nearly unstoppable forces. The wounded knights and soldiers lay on the ground, their expressions a mixture of exhaustion and pain. They knew the healing process was agonizing, but it was a necessary ordeal. At this moment, Lord Sunderland was sailing back towards Three Sisters and couldn't help but wonder at the deadly efficiency and cohesion of Ermir's forces. He had witnessed a kind of disciplined, merciless army that was not seen in these lands. They had no fear, no weakness, and the only thing they knew was merciless slaughter. With desperation and panic in his heart, Lord Sunderland realized that his grand ambitions for a triumphant invasion had been thoroughly shattered. The taste of victory had turned bitter as he now faced the stark reality of defeat. More than half of their forces had been sacrificed in a futile and devastating battle. As the weight of his actions settled upon him, the Lord couldn't escape the harsh truth. In a moment of hubris, he had declared war on the North. And this audacious act had led to his downfall. He understood the consequences that loomed on the horizon, and they were dire. In his vulnerable state, Lord Sunderland made the only choice he believed was left to him. He sent urgent messages to Lord Prior of Pepple, Lord Elesham of the Paps, and the other Vale lords who possessed ships, beseeching them for help. His hope rested on the possibility of reinforcements, a lifeline that might allow him to salvage what remained of his forces and, perhaps, turn the tide of this unforeseen conflict. He knew he was done for, but there was still hope for his house. He could just take the black and accept the full blame and save his house. To do that, he wrote one more letter to Lord Stark accepting all punishment and declaring his intention to take the black and only asking for a peaceful solution. He was hoping the peaceful White Wolf would be able to hold the leash of this ferocious beast that was bearing its fangs at him. Chapter 220, 295 AC. POV Third Person. A week later, upon receiving the report of the conflict between his people from the Three Sisters and Lord Drazel, John Arryn was infuriated by the reckless actions taken in the name of the faith of the Seven. He knew all too well the opportunistic nature of the Sistermen, and he was certain that their primary motivation was not religious zeal but personal gain. The situation had escalated rapidly, with Lord Sunderland attempting to rally other lords to his defense under the banner of faith. In his solar, a chamber adorned with the emblems of House Arryn, John Arryn wrestled with his thoughts. Lord Ermir Drazel and the Temple of Old Gods were unlikely to ignore such a brazen act of aggression. A blood feud was looming on the horizon, and it threatened to engulf the entire region in a destructive and costly war. As Hand of the King, it was his duty to prevent this disastrous outcome. King Robert Baratheon sat on the Iron Throne, his features etched with frustration. His busy schedule of drinking, whoring, and hunting was interrupted by this vital issue John Arryn was talking about. The realm had enjoyed a period of relative peace following the rebellion, but Robert still didn't have any intention of ruling the kingdom. John Arryn approached the king, the weight of the situation heavy in his gaze. Your Grace, we find ourselves on the precipice of a grave conflict. He began. The Sistermen have committed a reckless act of aggression against the North. Lord Ermir Drazel is now in a state of war. War. Robert's eyes shone with interest the second he heard that word. He leaned forward in his monstrous iron seat, his stormy blue eyes locking onto John Arryn. What would you suggest, John? He asked, his voice filled with curiosity. I believe it is in the best interests of the realm to seek a peaceful resolution, John Arryn replied. I would propose sending emissaries to Lord Ermir urging him to lay down their arms and negotiate. We should, at the same time, send word to Ned Stark not to raise his banners. We must prevent this conflict from escalating further. The second Jon started talking about peace, Robert had lost all interest in the matter, but he had to state his opinion. He was the king. King. Robert considered Jon's words, his fingers drumming thoughtfully on the armrest of the Iron Throne. He is not just going to accept that. I know, the young lord of Moat Cailin a bit, he is a ferocious warrior, he will not allow such an insult to remain unpunished. We would exhaust every diplomatic means before considering further action, Jon Arryn assured him. We should also reach out to the leaders of the three sisters, urging them to cease their aggression. As the king contemplated his hand's words, a messenger arrived, bearing a sealed letter for the king. Robert read the letter, and a mischievous smile took its place on his fattened face. He offered the letter to Jon Arryn. Jon Arryn's heart sank as he read the message, his expression growing grave. The letter was from Lord Ermir Drazel, and its contents were clear and unyielding. Your Grace, Jon began, his voice heavy with regret, it appears that Lord Ermir has declared war upon the three sisters. He will not accept this insult to the old gods, the North, and himself. As Robert Baratheon's knuckles turned white from his grip on the Iron Throne, he was torn between his kingly responsibilities and his innate excitement for the brewing conflict. He knew, however, that he couldn't personally join this war. As the ruler of the realm, he couldn't join in this conflict because, on one side, there was Ned, and on the other was Jon. Yet, beneath his kingly facade, there was still a part of the former warrior in Robert that relished the thought of conflict. His days of leading armies into battle were behind him, but the thrill of the fight remained a part of his essence. He couldn't deny the surge of energy and excitement that coursed through him as the realm teetered on the edge of a new war. Jon Arryn maintained a steadfast gaze upon his friend and king, aware of the internal turmoil that Robert was wrestling with. As the voice of reason and diplomacy, Jon understood the gravity of the situation, and he knew that Robert had a penchant for enjoying the spectacle of conflict. My king, Lord Drazel, may have stated his intentions, but he is bound to follow your orders. If you command him to stand down, he must obey. Robert Baratheon's eyes revealed a complex mixture of emotions. He shared a deep friendship with Jon, who was akin to a second father to him, and the king was well aware of Jon's commitment to upholding the peace. However, he also recognized the need to address the issue of the recurring sisterman raids. He responded with a sense of authority, Jon, you are like a second father to me, but you understand that in this case, control may not rest with you. The conflict was instigated by your people, and it's not for you to decide how it ends. While I may not relish the responsibilities of ruling, I'm not a fool. If I were to order Lord Drazel to halt, it would seem as though I'm taking your side in another conflict, and the sistermen continue to raid northern ships year after year. We've done nothing to stop it. Even Ned might not be able to relive the rage of the Northern Lord. Then you will have a bigger conflict between North and the Vale rather than Moat Cailin against three sisters. Jon defensively argued, my king, we couldn't definitively prove that the raiders were sistermen. They were merely categorized as pirates. Robert silenced him with a raised hand, emphasizing the gravity of the matter. Jon, you know who you're speaking to. I don't care for political games. You and I both know it was them. I didn't intervene in your disputes with Ned because we could brush them aside, but this time, there's no room for evasion. They attacked him openly, and now they shall face the consequences of their actions. Jon Arryn nodded gravely, understanding the weight of the situation, but he pushed one more time, my king, many will die needlessly, and the tax revenues from those regions will indeed be significantly impacted. This will place a burden on the crown. Robert Baratheon talked with a serious tone, yes, it might very well do so. I sit upon this throne due to the unwavering support of both the North and the Vale. In this conflict, I cannot openly side with either, but I also cannot stop you from supporting your own. The decision now rests in your hands, Jon. Will you allow this to escalate into a North against Vale war, or will you allow Lord Drazel to face the three sisters? Chapter 220, 295 AC. Pa third person. Ermir recognized the new opportunities that had emerged following the Battle of Moondrift. Originally, he had considered borrowing ships from the Manderleys to launch an invasion of the three sisters. Now, however, the situation had changed. In that intense battle, They had managed to inflict significant casualties on the sistermen. Thanks to that slaughter, they didn't have to lease ships. As a result, there were approximately 25 small and mid-sized pirate ships still anchored near the shore. In addition to these, he had his 10 ships, capable of transporting 500 men. With this small fleet, they could transport an even larger force than they had initially intended, providing them with an advantage in their upcoming campaigns. Ermir's formidable army consisted of 9,000 men in total, but it was a force divided into different units. The majority of his troops, around 5,000, were part of the Templar army. Among these 5,000 soldiers, only 500 held the prestigious title of Paladin, showcasing their elite status. The core of his army, totaling 4,000 men, consisted of 800 knights who formed the backbone of his military might. Within his knightly ranks, there were 2 distinct orders. The first and more prestigious order was known as the Knights of Drazel. The second, referred to as the Knights of Moat Cailin, was created to accommodate those who wished to serve but did not secure a spot in the highly esteemed Drazel order because Ermir didn't have enough oath spots. The Knights of Moat Cailin typically undertook less complex tasks, such as patrolling trade routes and manning outposts around his land. It was important to note that the Knights of Moat Cailin did not undergo training at the forge, separating them from their Drazel counterparts. Ermir had positioned some of his most trusted ones among Knights of Moat Cailin to lead the guards stationed at the outposts around the north. These knights were primarily in charge of small groups, each consisting of 10 soldiers, making their roles more akin to traditional law enforcement compared to the elite and specialized forces of the Knights of Drazel and the Rangers. In contrast, the Knights of Drazel served as the vanguard of Ermir's armies. They worked in close coordination with the Paladins, jointly leading their forces into battle. However, it's important to clarify that the Knights of Drazel were not solely composed of 500 knights. Utilizing a modern, decimal military system, their order featured a more comprehensive structure that encompassed squires and foot soldiers under their command. This structure allowed for a versatile and well-rounded fighting force under the banner of Lord Ermir Drazel. Ermir had made preparations for his impending invasion, leaving behind 2,000 troops to maintain general security and command at the rear. His main force, consisting of 7,000 well-trained soldiers, was poised to launch the attack. Given that he would be taking on the role of the Druid, he saw no need for siege engines in this particular campaign. The stage was set for their assault on Three Sisters, and Ermir's strategies were in place, awaiting the signal to commence the operation. Around a large wooden table, Lord Sunderland, Lord Torrent, and Lord Burrell engaged in a heated discussion. The predicament they faced weighed heavily on their minds, and they knew that time was running out. It was a challenging situation, as only House Prior had committed to their cause so far, while the other houses of the Vale waited for word from John Arryn. Lord Prior, the sole exception, had taken it upon himself to rally 1,000 men to join their side, showing a determination to face the Druid and the old gods, fueled by what he had heard of the conversions in the north. He would be arriving at Three Sisters in a week with 10 small ships. As they gathered in the chamber, tension hung thick in the air, and the discussion grew more intense with each passing moment. Lord Sunderland, his voice tinged with fear, presented an idea to his fellow lords. Brothers, I fear to engage them on land. The mud of the Druid and his old god's followers have proven to be formidable opponents, and our forces may not match theirs. However, we have a distinct advantage at sea. What if we choose to meet them there? Lord Torrent nodded thoughtfully, seeing merit in the idea. Yes, a sea battle could be our best course of action. We have skilled sailors and a powerful navy. If we can lure them into the waters, we may have a chance. Lord Burrell, though less enthusiastic, recognized the wisdom in their words. Very well, let us plan to put our men along the shores and embark. As soon as they approach, we should create a network of scouting ships. This way, we can meet them in the open sea. It's our best chance to strike a decisive blow against them. The Three Sisters lords agreed to this strategy, realizing that it was their most viable option. The discussion continued as they delved into the specifics of their plan and coordinated their forces for the impending naval confrontation. With the fate of their region hanging in the balance, they hoped their combined efforts would be enough to stand against the forces of the Druid. Unbeknownst to the Three Sisters lords engrossed in their strategic deliberations, a small brown mouse watched them intently from the corner of the room. With beady eyes and twitching whiskers, it observed their every word and gesture. The presence of the tiny creature went unnoticed as the lords focused on their impending conflict with the Druid and his formidable followers. After the discussion was over, the brown mouse dived into the ground like it was water. As Ermir meditated on his mana, he sensed a familiar tug in his consciousness. It was the psychic connection that bound him to Kilim. He paused his meditation and opened his mind to her presence, ready to receive any messages or insights she might have to offer. Master, they've decided to meet you at sea. Kilim's voice resonated in his thoughts. A wicked grin crept across Ermir's face as he absorbed the news. Thank you, Kilim. Keep a watchful eye on them. The idea of a sea battle pleased him. It meant he could minimize his losses while dealing a powerful blow to his enemies. He rose from his meditative state and gazed out of a window onto the bustling streets of Moondrift. Only a week had passed since the gruesome battle, yet life in the city had returned to a semblance of normalcy. People went about their daily routines, seemingly unfazed by the looming presence of a formidable army outside the city's gates. The trading ships that docked in Moondrift appeared anxious, still uncertain whether another confrontation was imminent. However, a glimmer of confidence emerged among them as the memory of the previous warning and subsequent defense against pirate attacks boosted their spirits. In the dimly lit chambers of Riverrun, Lord Hoster Tully and his counselors gathered to discuss the situation brewing in the Northern Vale. Lord Tully, a man of stately demeanor and wisdom, was in deep thought. At that moment his heir Edmure spoke. My lord, the Northern Vale are on the brink of a significant conflict, and it is our duty as neighbors to consider our role in this matter. We cannot openly join the fray, given our proximity to the Vale and the delicate politics involved. However, we can offer support in more subtle ways, such as providing grain or even loaning money in secret should the need arise. Lord Tully was still deep in thought but nodded without saying anything. The advisors and nobles around him took this as approval and started stating more opinions on how to help the North. Lord Shauna, one of Lord Tully's advisors, expanded on Edmure's idea and said, My lord, providing grain and financial aid is indeed a prudent course of action, especially considering the potential escalation of this conflict. However, we must also consider the need for discretion in our support. We could establish back channels to communicate with our counterparts in the North, ensuring our aid is delivered discreetly to avoid antagonizing the Vale further. At that moment, Lord Tully slammed his hand on the table and angrily said, Should we act like we are working for the North and run to their aid without them asking for anything? Especially when the conflict is between an upstart that costs us all our grain earnings and the pirates that raid our ships. Should we help him more so, he would hurt the Riverlands more. Are you serving House Tully or Stark? Now that he knew what their lord wanted, Maester Vyman said, Perhaps we can engage in some form of diplomatic correspondence. We might dispatch a diplomatic envoy to the North, expressing our concerns and intentions. This would show our support without overtly meddling in their affairs. Since it will take weeks for the envoy to reach them, everything might be over before we have to do anything. Quote, Chapter 221. 295 AC. Pav third person. As Ermir's convoy of ships sailed towards Three Sisters, he meticulously prepared for the impending conflict. His position as the Druid allowed him to harness the unique abilities he had at his disposal. He stood on one of his trade ships alongside his most trusted men, a group that had all pledged their unwavering loyalty to him. Ermir had a strategy in mind for the battle. By utilizing his Druid persona, he intended to create the illusion of being in two places at once. To achieve this, he planned to place one of his trusted men in his knight's armor while that man rode atop Sith. This would cause others to believe he was commanding the battle. The winds blew through his dark hair as he watched the horizon, anticipation and determination etched into his features. As he stood there, he attuned himself to the wind element and started to cast a spell. Ermir's invocation, Gelmio Modicalcinum, summon medium wind elemental, resonated with ancient magic, giving rise to a wind elemental that manifested in a form roughly equivalent to an average human. Its ethereal body consisted of swirling, translucent air currents, coalescing to shape a form reminiscent of a humanoid. Delicate tendrils, akin to foggy wisps, extended from its core, resembling limbs in the breeze. The elemental's body undulated with a graceful fluidity, and as it materialized, a gust of chilled air enveloped the area, accompanied by an eerie yet soothing otherworldly whisper. Upon Ermir's command, the wind elemental gracefully ascended into the sky. It journeyed to the rear of the small fleet of ships, positioned to exert its influence upon the sails. The elemental began to channel the winds, guiding them toward the sails of the ships. As its ethereal form pulsed with energy, the gentle breeze that it conjured filled the air, causing the vessels to accelerate slightly. Content with the elemental's contribution, Ermir assumed the form of his druid persona and took to the air, transforming into a magnificent eagle and directing himself toward the foremost ship in the fleet. Landing upon the vessel, he was met with a display of reverence from the soldiers and knights, who knelt in homage. Closing the distance to the ship's prow, Ermir cast another spell. With an incantation, litrpgfantasyaudiobook summon medium water elemental, Ermir called upon the power of the sea. In a mesmerizing spectacle of aqueous mastery, a long column of water, like a mythical sea serpent, snaked through the air. The water elemental, standing at the stature of a man, emerged with a graceful fluidity. Its form undulated, sinuous, and serpentine, seeming to possess a life of its own. The translucent body of the elemental rippled like liquid silk, and crystalline droplets cascaded from its sinuous form, leaving a shimmering trail in its wake. Upon its full formation, the water elemental plunged into the sea, vanishing beneath the waves. Ermir commanded it to generate a consistent water current in their desired direction. Though the elemental itself remained unseen beneath the water, the subtle ripples it created upon the water's surface bore evidence of its presence. As the elemental surged forward ahead of the fleet, it left behind a distinct water current that emanated from its path. When the ships reached the point where the elemental had been, they experienced a little surge in speed, each vessel propelled onward by the unseen force beneath the waves. In the world, the most exceptional ships boasted a top speed of 45 kilometers per hour, or approximately 27 miles per hour, under ideal conditions. Ermir's fleet, operating in what could be considered ideal conditions, would typically reach speeds of around 30 kilometers per hour, or roughly 20 miles per hour. However, Ermir's mastery of magic allowed him to transcend this limitation, effectively bridging the gap and propelling his ships to the top speed attainable by the best vessels. This enhancement promised to significantly reduce their travel time, provided they didn't encounter adverse winds. The spell he cast was a temporary solution, and Ermir knew he'd have to renew it every 4 to 6 hours, depending on the changing conditions of the air and sea. It was a continuous effort to maintain their swift pace. As they sailed forward, Ermir's familiars kept a watchful eye on the horizon, and through their senses, he detected the presence of a sisterman ship. As their vessels drew nearer, the sisterman ship began to pull back, eventually releasing a bird. It was a small, agile vessel, clearly serving as a scout ship. Poe, one of Ermir's familiars, inquired, "Father, should I capture the bird?" Ermir's decision was clear: no, let them be aware of our approach. Ermir had no interest in orchestrating an ambush, he desired a direct confrontation at sea. For this particular situation, he had prepared a trump card that he would unleash when the time was right. The sisterman lords, Lord Prior, and Lord Elesham, were gathered around a large, meticulously detailed map. With a sense of zealous determination, they went over their battle plan one final time before embarking on their voyage. Lord Elesham, the ruler of the Paps, had arrived with his 5 war carracks and 10 medium-sized vessels the night before, bolstering their forces. A sense of elation washed over them, driven by the scout report they had received. Lord Sunderland, a sinister smile on his face, remarked, "These arrogant land dwellers must have believed we would never dare to confront them. They've used just 35 ships to transport all their men. This will mark the greatest defeat the North has ever suffered at the hands of the sistermen." The new Lord Longthorpe, Peter, bore a sinister grin, eager for retribution for his father's demise. "We should show them no mercy. That tree-hugger's attack dog has 10 medium-range Bravo C trade ships. Each of those should be capable of carrying 500 to 600 men. If we assume the 25 ships he pilfered from us were at maximum capacity, those 25 ships could carry around 3,000 to 4,000 men. At maximum, he must have 10,000 men." Lord Torrent, his confidence unwavering, added, "He must have strained every vessel to its limits, believing he could mount an uncontested invasion to our shores. That rash decision will be his undoing. I will advance from the north with Lord Longthorpe. Lord Prior, driven by fervor, declared, Lord Elesham and I will lead our forces from the south while the rest of us will hold the center. Together, we shall encircle those heathens and consign them to a watery grave. As the seven watch over us, we can only anticipate victory. Turning to the sisterman lords, he spoke in a somewhat disappointed tone. If your intentions had been pure, you wouldn't have lost even your first battle. The seven would have shielded you. How could you use the seven's name in vain? That defeat was your punishment. Lord Burrell had grown increasingly uneasy with the overconfidence displayed by his fellow lords. Underestimating their opponent troubled him deeply, and he couldn't keep silent any longer. He voiced his concerns, the weight of doubt evident in his words. Are we perhaps underestimating our enemy a bit too much? After all, we were the ones who suffered defeat, not him. Lord Sunderland, known for his candor, acknowledged Burrell's apprehension. You make a valid point, my lord. That's precisely why we're not huddled behind the walls of our castles. I must admit, if this were a land battle, I'd be as concerned as you are. You didn't witness the kind of monster he is, mowing down soldiers by the dozen with every swing of his weapon. However, when it comes to naval warfare, what can he do when we sink his ships? What threat can his giant shadowcat pose on the open sea? As far as I know, this is the first time the young lord has ventured onto a ship. What could he possibly know about sea battles to make us fear him? Lord Sunderland's confidence had swept through the assembled lords, who joined in the laughter, their fervor growing. Amidst this chorus of zealotry, Lord Prior, a man consumed by unbridled faith, felt compelled to raise his voice. Lord Burrell, you speak as if you question the divine intervention of the seven. Lord Prior's eyes blazed with fanatic devotion, and his words rang with fervent conviction. We are the righteous, the defenders of the faith, blessed by the gods themselves. Our swords are the very instruments of their divine will. This Lord Drazel, this so-called protector of the north, is nothing but a heathen, a defiler of the holy sanctuaries, a usurper of our lands as he is a servant of a false prophet. They are nothing but servants of darkness. The light of the seven will protect us. Lord Prior's voice took on a fevered intensity, and he continued with messianic zeal. The seven will guide our blades, shield our ships, and ensure our victory. They are watching, and they have chosen us as their instruments. How can you, Lord Burrell, stand among us, who are anointed by the divine and question the will of the gods themselves? As Lord Prior spoke, his proclamation of faith resonated with the other lords, deepening their conviction and further cementing their resolve to confront this heathen threat with unwavering faith in their divine favor. Chapter 222. 295 AC. Pav third person. Ermir stood on the deck of his ship as the Druid and was watching the approaching Sisterman fleet through the eyes of Poe. It was an impressive armada, boasting an array of warships and smaller vessels. The 40 warships formed a formidable center while the smaller ships flanked them on the sides. Their intentions were evident. They intended to charge forward and encircle his fleet. With a wry smile, Ermir couldn't help but marvel at their arrogance. The Sistermen were charging toward him, underestimating their opponent. In full view, their boldness was precisely what he had anticipated. This would be their undoing. Ermir knew he had a trump card at his disposal, a surprise that would turn the tide in his favor. He had prepared for this very scenario, a sea battle, and now it was time to unleash his plan. Ermir's calm voice held a hint of confidence as he issued his command. Rapun, it's your moment to shine. You have the permission to sink almost all of their ships, but remember, leave the warships unharmed, only cripple them. We'll use them after liberating them from their current owners. Focus on disabling their rudders so they're stranded in the middle of the sea. In response, a boyish and enthusiastic voice echoed within Ermir's mind, brimming with energy and excitement. Yes, master. Then, can we play with the rest of them however we want to? This is going to be so much fun. Ermir couldn't help but be a bit perplexed by his new familiar's unique way of speaking. Rapun's intentions might have sounded rather innocent. Speaking of playing with them, if you focus on his boyish and innocent voice, you would think he was going to play catch with them, but Ermir knew from documentaries how Rapun's kind played, and Ermir was relatively unfazed by it all. You're free to do as you please, you psychopathic murder Oreo, he replied with a chuckle. Rapun sounded confused and asked with an innocent curiosity, what does psychopathic murder Oreo mean? That is what some people call your kind. Rapun, a killer whale, had a penchant for playing with its prey or the things it intended to kill. Being a large-sized creature, Rapun could only exert dominance over 3 of its kind, but since orcas typically traveled in pods, the rest of the pod would follow Rapun's lead as long as they could find food, and because of this, they would adhere to basic commands. Before the Moondrift battle, Ermir had meticulously crafted 4 harnesses tailored for Rapun and the 3 orcas he had successfully dominated. These specialized harnesses were designed to rest atop the creatures' heads and featured a straightforward yet effective construction. Each harness incorporated a sturdy spike securely attached to a padded base. The resulting image of these adorned sea creatures might have struck some as peculiar, even comical, but Ermir refrained from making any jests about their appearance since Rapun didn't like his harness. Already, as Rapun surged forward, leading the relentless assault on one of the Sisterman's leading ships, his 3 orcas, sporting their peculiar spiked headgear, echoed his charge by targeting separate vessels. It was a breathtaking display of sheer power as they bore down upon the unsuspecting ships. With unmatched ferocity, each massive orca used their reinforced and spiked heads as battering rams to pierce holes through the hulls of the ships. The spikes on their headgear carved through the wooden planks like a hot knife through butter, leaving behind gaping holes that quickly filled the doomed ships with icy seawater. The Sisterman sailors and warriors aboard these ill-fated vessels had little chance at survival. The resulting spectacle was a tumultuous blend of awe and devastation. Sisterman sailors and warriors aboard their doomed vessels could only muster futile attempts to patch up the gaping holes as their ships slowly succumbed to the relentless invasion of the sea. The arrogant Sisterman lords, who had initially underestimated their opponent, watched in disbelief as the sea began to claim their ships, one after another. The lords were safe on their warships since Rapun was ordered not to destroy them. Panic and chaos quickly spread among the sailors as they desperately tried to comprehend who or what was responsible for this deadly assault. In a matter of several minutes, all the ships in the Sisterman fleet, except for the 40 warships, met their watery demise. Ermir's forces could only witness the sinking ships, baffled by the inexplicable and devastating destruction unfolding before their eyes. To them, it looked like the ships were sinking without any reason. They felt like Druid Emrys was ruling over the sea. Lord Sunderland stood in stunned silence. All he could see was a cocktail of terror and bewilderment among his men. Before him, the very essence of their naval power was crumbling into oblivion. Every ship, every man, was being lost to the relentless sea. Some of the Sisterman vessels attempted to retreat, breaking formation in a desperate bid for survival, but they too found themselves rapidly pulled beneath the waves. Their escape cut short before they could advance even a few hundred meters. The devastating fate that had befallen their fleet left Lord Sunderland and his fellow lords in a state of shock, grappling with the incomprehensible nature of their calamity. In a fit of anger, Lord Sunderland finally found his voice and shouted orders to his men, "Ready the ballistae and scorpions. Fire upon those approaching ships. We will not go down without a fight." In their desperation, the Sisterman lords ordered their crews to aim their ballistae and scorpions at the oncoming northern threat. With a thunderous release, the projectiles soared into the air, their trajectories angling toward the distant enemy. However, the gap separating the two forces was too great, causing the shots to fall woefully short of their intended targets. Each projectile splashed into the sea with a deafening crash, adding to the chaos that had enveloped the Sisterman fleet. They kept firing, but Ermir's fleet was not coming towards them. They circled around the remaining Sisterman warships. The southern forces found themselves unable to give chase since their rudders were broken. The Sisterman warships drifted aimlessly. As their enemy made their way toward their land, the Sisterman watched helplessly. The once proud and dominant Sisterman fleet was now broken and helpless, reduced to a scattered remnant of its former might, drifting at the mercy of the unforgiving waves. As the Sisterman lords gazed upon the passing enemy ships while standing on their flagship, their expressions twisted with a potent mix of anger and desperation. They had underestimated the magical powers of the Druid, and now they were reaping the bitter fruits of their arrogance. By the Seven's grace, we're done for, Lord Longthrope exclaimed, his eyes filled with fury. This wasn't supposed to happen. We were supposed to crush them. How? We were the superior force in the sea. Lord Burrell, usually silent, couldn't hide his dismay. We've been bested, outwitted by a tree-hugging Greenlander. He was listless, he had lost all. His will to fight. We have underestimated the power of the Druid and his old gods. We should have known Lord Drazel was not a fool, he wouldn't attack with only 35 ships. Meanwhile, the ever-zealous Lord Prior of Pebble and Lord Elesham of the Paps exchanged fervent and uneasy glances. Lord Prior, with unshakable faith in the Seven, grumbled towards the Sisterman lords, "The Seven have abandoned us because of you all. You sinned in their eyes by using their name in vain when you assaulted the North with your greed, and now we are doomed because of it." Chapter 223. 295 AC. Pa 3rd person. Lord Sunderland had regained some semblance of composure, his initial panic replaced with a grim understanding of the situation. It was clear to him that chasing down Lord Drazel and the Druid's army was an impossible endeavor. The bickering lords around him faded into the background, their words falling on deaf ears as he chose to ignore their fruitless arguments. The only path forward was to regroup, repair their crippled fleet, and hope that their men left behind at their castles could hold out until potential aid arrived from the Vale. Turning to his men, he roared out orders, his voice echoing with a sense of urgency. "Send someone down to fix the rudders. We don't have time to waste here." A sense of desperation lingered among the sistermen as a few brave souls were lowered into the water to repair the wrecked rudder. Their hearts pounded with both fear and determination as they still didn't know what was the cause of their fleet's demise. Yet, just as they began their perilous task, the sea erupted with sudden violence, and an orca leapt from the water's surface. With a mighty toss of its head, the creature sent the sailors tumbling into the cold waves. Helplessly, the sistermen could only bear witness to the aquatic spectacle that unfolded. Rapun, the rambunctious leader of the orcas, plunged beneath the surface alongside his pod members. They circled the disoriented sailors, some gently pushing them up and out of the water while others playfully herded them like toys. Amidst the underwater chaos, Rapun's voice echoed with exuberance as he directed his companions. "Guys, open up a way for me." With a burst of power, he rocketed from the ocean's depths, his sleek body propelled like a bullet. He charged toward the surface. At the last moment, just as he breached the surface, he executed a masterful maneuver, changing his trajectory and, with the pent-up kinetic energy, aiming directly for one of the hapless men. With all his might, he delivered a crushing blow with his powerful tail, launching the sisterman sailor high into the air. The unfortunate man's broken and mangled lifeless body arced through the sky like a grotesque, macabre firework display. Before making a chilling splash onto the ship's deck, accompanied by desperate and terrorized screams of the sisterman sailors. The horrifying spectacle of the orcas playing their macabre game continued as other members of the pod emulated Rapun's malevolent act. 4 unfortunate sailors were sent hurtling into the air by the beasts. Unlike Rapun's devastating impact of the instant killing blow, the other orcas could not replicate the same power. Consequently, they couldn't send the sailors high into the air, so they crashed violently against the sides of the ships, their bodies transformed into gruesome splash arts of gore and blood. Rapun resurfaced and looked at the gory sight with pride like he was observing some modern art exhibit. The sistermen, gripped by terror and revulsion, could only stare in morbid shock. Amidst the nightmarish scene, the largest orca of the group resurfaced again, its gleaming black eyes seemingly fixed upon the onlookers. The creature seemed to shake its head in a mockery of glee, and its eerie vocalizations took on an unnerving semblance of laughter as if it reveled in the horror it had wrought. Rapun's exceptional strength was largely attributed to being Ermir's familiar. He had been a familiar for over 6 months. During this time, he had grown significantly larger than the other orcas in his pod, becoming the undeniable apex predator among them. While he was only about 20% larger than his kin, his supernatural abilities, fueled by the mana coursing through his body, made him more than 50% powerful. This incredible strength set him apart from the rest of his pod, granting him unparalleled dominance among his kind. The sistermen lords, their pride shattered by the relentless orca onslaught, grasped at a fading ember of hope, convincing themselves that perhaps the capricious sea would wash them ashore, sparing them from the horrors of the deep. They clung to the notion that the orcas might lose interest and grant them mercy by leaving, their fragile optimism masking the gnawing fear that had taken root in their hearts. Unbeknownst to them, the vigilant raven, an emissary of Ermir's will, hovered nearby, its ebony eyes fixated on the drifting ships and their beleaguered occupants. Whenever the ships started going in the direction of the shore, the Orcus would stir them back towards the middle of the bight. Ermir harbored no intention of letting these lords escape their well-deserved fate. He had plans for those warships. As Ermir and his fleet neared Three Sisters, with Longsister just 2 days away, he was acutely aware of the urgency of the situation. Lord Sunderland's Raven messengers had been dispatched in a desperate bid for aid from the Vale Lords. Rather than interfering, Ermir allowed the Ravens to continue their flight unhindered, deliberately sowing the seeds of a brewing conflict. He knew that it would be weeks before the Vale Lords could rally their forces and arrive at the Three Sisters. In that span of time, Ermir aimed to press his advantage and potentially conquer not 2 but possibly all 3 of the islands. The swirling tides of fate seemed to align with his ambitions. As the wind turned favorable for them, Ermir again used his water elemental to provide extra speed for his fleet. Ermir dispatched ravens to Lord Stark in numerous northern houses, such as Manderley's, Reed's, Flint's of Widow's Watch, and several others. In his messages, he informed of his recent victory over the pirate houses of Three Sisters and declared his intentions of launching a righteous conquest over the islands. He went further, claiming that the lords of the Vale were mustering their armies in preparation for an impending conflict. While this part of the message was entirely false, this was most likely what Lord Sunderland's letters requested. And this will be a catalyst for a chain reaction that will turn it into a truth. Northern lords, stirred by the prospect of a war in the south and ever vigilant to protect the old gods' honor, began mobilizing their forces. When they start amassing for the defense of the north, in strongholds like White Harbor, Oldcastle, Ramsgate, and Widow's Watch, simultaneously, in the Vale, lords will begin gathering their own troops along the shores of the bight. Even this was more than enough for Ermir to implement his real plan. If a war broke out, he could earn even more power, but with Lord Arryn and Stark at the helm, it was not likely. In contrast, he held out hope that some spark might ignite greater conflict. Chapter 224. 295 AC. Pav Third Person. The Sistermen found themselves in a dire predicament, their ships adrift at sea with dwindling rations. 2 long days had passed, and the hopeful crew now grappled with the harsh reality of their situation. Fear and despair weighed heavily upon them, and the rationed food supply only prolonged their suffering. Homes and loved ones left behind on the Three Sisters occupied their thoughts, and they felt powerless to protect them from the impending threat. As time dragged on, a sense of helplessness permeated the stranded fleet. They knew their homes might be under attack even at this moment, but there was nothing they could do. They tried to hunt the Orcus, but the beast only came out to the surface so far away that their scorpions and ballistas couldn't reach them. This was their last desperate attempt at killing them. They had poisoned meat and were getting ready to throw them into the sea. They couldn't use the precious dried meat they had, so they used the bodies of dead crews on the ship. Poe was perched on one of the masts and said, "Rapun, do not eat the bodies they are going to throw into the sea." He asked with a voice filled with curiosity. "Why? Humans don't taste as good as seals and fish, but they are still good. You know Father doesn't like it when we eat humans, so you should do that. If we eat them, even our own people will start to fear us, and they put poison on the bodies, so you will die if you eat them." This was Rapun's first time hearing about poisoning a meat, so he innocently asked, "Silly, humans are not bad for you like balloon fishes or jellyfish. How did they make them like that?" Poe sighed and lamented, "Why do we have another muscle brain like my brother? What is a muscle brain? Is it tasty? Ha! It is what we call people like you and my brother." At this moment, the sailors started throwing the bodies into the sea. "Can we not eat them?" Poe got angry and said, "Go on, eat them, I don't care anymore. Go on, eat them, and die, you overgrown fish." "I am not a fish. I am an orca. What did Master call us?" He thought for a second and proudly said, "I am a murderous Oreo. I don't know what that is, but if Master said it, it must be a good thing." Rapun started hitting the bodies with his tail and sending them back to the ships. Under the shroud of night, Erebus and his murder of crows returned to the ships with a haul of mice. They deposited the mice onto the decks, and left to bring another haul of mice. And now, it was Nin's turn to play his part. The tiny mice scurried about, poised to carry out their assigned tasks under the cover of darkness. Nin stood among his dominated mice and said, "Fear not, my fellow ninjas. Our noble lord has charged me with a mission of utmost importance. We must embark on a quest to uncover every Morsel of sustenance in every droplet of water hidden within those vessels and defecate in them. Everything depends on our stealthy and diligent efforts. Ermir and his army had finally reached Launceston. On this island, there was one town, 3 castles, and some small villages dotted the landscape. The town stood adjacent to the imposing stronghold of House Longthroat, the island's ruling house. However, the other 2 castles on the island paled in comparison to the Stormhold, the seat of House Longthroat. These smaller castles were held by Houses Stormcliff and Ironcrest, appearing more like fortified holdfasts than true castles. As the army under Ermir's command prepared to assault the castle of House Stormcliff, he took flight as the Druid. He soared towards the castle. Observing the transformation, they knew the eagle was the Druid. The archers on top of the walls began to fire a barrage of arrows in his direction. To their astonishment, each arrow subtly altered its course, consistently missing the Druid. Even as he maintained an unchanging flight path, none of the arrows found its mark. The Gelmio Sumbi wind shield spell at Ermir's disposal deflected the incoming projectiles. Ensuring his safety as he approached the castle, Ermir descended gracefully onto the gatehouse of House Stormcliff's castle, his human form seamlessly taking shape. All the while, arrows rained down from the nervous archers, yet not one found its mark, as though an invisible shield enveloped him. In a low voice, he whispered the incantation, Kelio Rugiat, Lion's Roar, and then, his voice reverberating through the castle like an earthquake, he inquired, "Who is the lord of this castle?" For a moment, silence hung heavy in the air, and no one dared to respond. But eventually, a young boy stepped forward from the midst of the onlookers. "I am the son of Lord Stormcliff, Oswell Stormcliff. In the absence of my father, I am the lord of the castle," he declared. Though the boy attempted to project bravery, his trembling voice and anxious demeanor betrayed his true feelings in the presence of the Druid. With a cold tone, Ermir said, "Not in his absence, boy, you are the new lord of this castle. Every one of your men and lords is resting in their new watery grave. As you can see, we are here, and your men are not. You have lost the sea battle." Protests, screams of sadness, and shock began to rise from the soldiers and the small folks behind them. "I, the priest of the old gods, command you to drop your weapons and bow down in front of the new lord of this island, Lord Ermir Drazel. If not, I will have no other choice but to destroy this castle. I do not want a needless bloodbath, but the unprovoked attack of the sistermen must be punished." Druid Emrys' voice resonated within the hearts of all within the castle, leaving them profoundly shaken. The boy collected all his courage and said, "We serve only the errands, the Stormcliff do not bow down in front of invaders." Ermir released a hearty laughter. "The pirates are acting like they are the victim and honorable, while you and your people are the scourge upon this waters and the aggressor of this conflict. I have given you a peaceful solution, but you have refused to accept your punishment. So, today, winter will come for House Stormcliff." Ermir, resuming his eagle form, soared back to his awaiting army. From above, he observed his stand-in, gallantly adorned in his own knight armor, firmly grasping his Valyrian steel halberd, Moonreaver. Swiftly, he plunged back into the formation of paladins and knights of Drazel, becoming one with his troops. There, he buffed 200 of them to serve as the vanguard, turning them into juggernauts. With unwavering determination, Ermir stepped to the forefront, harnessing the might of his druidic powers. First, he summoned a minor wind elemental and the ever-fiery wildfire spirit that looked like a wolf. With this potent combination at his disposal, his magical prowess was amplified. The winds and fire intermingled as he cast a mighty, combined spell. Crimson Fireball, Rubius Perses. Ermir conjured a colossal crimson fireball that hung ominously before him, growing in size and intensity. When it reached its zenith, he launched it with unyielding resolve toward the steel-reinforced wooden doors guarding the castle. A blinding, searing light burst forth upon impact, followed by a thunderous explosion that shattered the doors into oblivion. While smoke started to settle, Sith surged forward, and Ermir's stand-in, who was riding her, cried out, "Charge!" With an indomitable spirit, they launched themselves into the heart of the castle through the obliterated doors, poised to take the fight to the defenders within. Chapter 225. 295 AC. POV Third Person. A deafening explosion had torn through the steel-reinforced wooden doors, and with a resounding cry, Ermir's forces surged forward, storming into the heart of House Stormcliff's castle. The defenders were already hopelessly outnumbered because of the sea battle. They had lost most of their knights and soldiers and could offer little resistance against the unstoppable juggernaut that was Ermir's vanguard. The Stormcliff soldiers fought valiantly but were swiftly overwhelmed. With a mere 1,000 defenders remaining, their depleted ranks were no match for the sheer power and ferocity of Ermir's paladins and knights of Drazel. The vanguard, now further enhanced by Ermir's spells, cut through the opposition like a relentless force of nature. Ermir himself had taken a commanding position, and from his elevated vantage point, he summoned his wildfire spirit to lend him its fiery strength. The flames that erupted from his spell became more devastating than ever before, engulfing the opposition in an inferno. As the battle raged on, it quickly turned into a massacre. In the end, House Stormcliff's defenders were reduced to mere remnants, their once strong castle now echoing with the victorious shouts of Ermir's forces. The Stormcliff slaughter had been merciless and swift, a testament to the unyielding power of Ermir and his army. The Lord of Ironcrest, faced with the grim reality of House Stormcliff's destruction, made the painful decision to retreat to the more fortified stronghold of House Longthrope. While it was a bitter and humiliating choice to abandon their ancestral home, the specter of death and impending doom left little room for pride or sentiment. As the Ironcrest forces gathered what remained of their strength and possessions, a somber atmosphere hung over the abandoned castle. The halls that had once echoed with the voices of their forefathers were now empty, the silence a haunting reminder of their retreat. Yet, the Lord of Ironcrest knew that survival was paramount, and his decision, however painful, was a necessary one. They would regroup within the walls of Longthrope's fortress and prepare for the inevitable confrontation with the relentless Druid and his forces. The shame of abandonment would weigh heavily upon them, but they clung to the hope of redemption in the battles to come. Ermir's forces moved with determination, each step echoing a resolute intent. As they came close to the castle with every step they took, they slammed their shield and released war cries. This scene was birthing terror in the hearts of Ironcrest and Longthrope men. As they approached the formidable gates of the castle, the banners of House Drazel billowed in the wind. At the castle gates, Ermir stood tall and commanding in his Druid persona. His voice filled with justice as he proclaimed the crimes of the Sistermen and demanded their surrender. The Druid's voice carried like a thunderclap, resonating through the courtyard and sending shivers down the spines of those who heard. Within the castle, the Lord of Ironcrest, who now held authority in the absence of the fallen Lord Longthrope, the new lord was only a 10-name-day-old babe, gathered his council to discuss the dire situation. It was a grim assembly, for they knew the strength of the enemy they faced. Amid the council's somber deliberations, the youngest son of House Longthrope, a man of few words but resolute character, approached the Lord of Ironcrest. "My lord, surrender may be our only choice," he said quietly. "The Druid and his forces are too powerful, and our people cannot endure further bloodshed. It is time to put the well-being of three sisters ahead of our pride." The Lord of Ironcrest, with a heavy heart, nodded in agreement. "We will surrender, but not without negotiation. We must seek the best terms possible for the sake of our people." Their mouths might be talking about the people, but their primary concern was not the welfare of the Sistermen at large but the preservation of their own noble houses. Facing the overwhelming might of Ermir and his forces, the lords knew that their end might be inevitable. It was clear that the lives of the small folk mattered little to them when weighed against the survival of their noble bloodlines. The only path to a peaceful resolution would be one in which their houses were spared. Ermir stood atop the gatehouse, the wind ruffling his cloak made out of moss and leaves as he gazed down at Lord Ironcrest. His voice was carrying great power and shook the bones of Sistermen. "People of Longthorpe Castle," Ermir began, his voice resonating with a powerful undercurrent, "we do not seek the needless suffering of innocent lives. Our quarrel is not with those who have been caught in the shadow of their rulers. The flames that consumed Stormcliff were a testament to their aggression. We wish not to repeat that tragedy here. Now I ask you, will you surrender, or are you going to pay for your crimes?" In blood, Lord Ironcrest visibly stressed, but a glimmer of hope in his eyes said, "Esteemed Druid, we will surrender and submit to Northern rule, provided that you grant clemency to the innocent lives in here." They knew they would not be allowed to rule as lords, but they were hoping for their sons to rule. Ermir quickly grasped the intentions of the Sistermen lords and forestalled any further negotiations by raising his hand. Then he continued, I do not bargain with pirates, but I do not slay the innocent either, Ermir stated resolutely. So I will give you one option and one option only. Every male member of your houses will take the black, and female members will marry a northern noble of my choosing. They will become the new lords of the Longsister, but I will give you one respite, they will take your last names. So the name and lineage of your house will continue. Through your female members, the sistermen lords, disgruntled and skeptical, began to grumble among themselves. However, Ermir put an end to their protests by pounding his wooden staff against the castle gate. The ground quaked slightly beneath them, and the small folk and soldiers dropped to their knees in prayer to the Seven. In an angered tone, Ermir reiterated, like I said, I do not bargain with pirates. Do you accept or do you deny my goodwill? Lord Ironcrest, who had initially spoken on behalf of the castle, looked at his fellow lords and then back at Ermir. His voice, tinged with defeat, conveyed the house's surrender. We accept your terms, Lord Druid. The male members of our house will take the black, and our female members shall wed northern nobles of your choosing. With this, Ermir had conquered one of the three sisters, and the slaughter at the Stormcliff had won him the whole island as he planned. He took all of the male members of each house with him to the next island. He also didn't forget to get half of the food on the island so the good people of Sisterman would know the meaning of hunger that they forced upon northern people when they raided their grain ships. Chapter 226. 295 AC. Pav third person. Ermir reached the Sweetsister after a few days of travel. On this island, 5 houses held dominion. The Sunderlands, responsible for ruling over all 3 sisters, were a force to be reckoned with. House Burrell, in charge of Sweetsister, was another significant power. The remaining 3 houses were more akin to the previously encountered Ironcrest and Stormcliff, small holdings with a mere 1,000 men to defend their castles. Considering his prior strategy, Ermir opted to take a less direct role in the coming battles. Instead, he intended to let his men face the challenges, thereby allowing them to gain valuable combat experience. Ravens were permitted to carry messages between Longsister and Sweetsister, ensuring both houses were aware of the recent developments. While the defeat of House Stormcliff did cast doubt on the power of the Sistermen, House Sunderland's long-standing arrogance could not be so easily washed away. They still held steadfast in their belief that they could overpower the Druid, boasting a combined force of 9,000 men which, mostly made out of levies. Unwilling to concede, the houses of Sweetsister opted for a unified front. They formed a single, massive army, planning to ambush the Druid. Despite not fully comprehending the nature of their foe, Ermir, however, had already acquired intelligence on the position of the consolidated army and their intended ambush site from his familiars, entrusting the planning and execution of the upcoming battle to his capable generals, Harlock Greenwood, Jory Flint, and others. His role in this conflict would be limited to providing buffs and healing. The battlefield, lush and verdant, stretched out before them, and the soldiers of the Sistermen's houses were still marching for the intended ambush location, but when they had the news that Drazel's army had discovered them and was marching towards them, they had no choice but to ready themselves for the impending battle. The generals' plans were meticulously laid out, emphasizing the importance of discipline and coordination. They knew that the key to victory lay in exploiting the inexperience of the Sisterman troops and disorienting their combined force. Ermir, watching from the rear, began casting his ritual buffs over his vanguard. A powerful gust of wind swept over the assembled soldiers, invigorating them and preparing them for the battle ahead. The Sistermen, complacent in their belief of numerical superiority, remained blissfully ignorant of the looming threat. Ermir had to leave 2,000 men behind to keep the Longsisters in control so their numbers were less. As the battle commenced, the Sistermen charged forward, their forces disorganized and lacking a unified strategy. They didn't recognize the devastating potential of Ermir's army, a lesson they were about to learn firsthand. His men displayed an almost supernatural discipline, executing military strategies with precision. Pike formations, phalanxes, and testudo formations, renowned for their effectiveness, were expertly employed in different locations on the battlefield. Like in every battle, Ermir's 200 paladins and knights of Drazel vanguard became juggernauts, thanks to his buffs. Their stamina and power seemed boundless, making them unstoppable forces on the field. These seasoned warriors, fueled by Ermir's empowering magic, became the core of his formidable army. The generals led their units like seasoned orchestra conductors. The armies of Harlock and Jory operated in perfect harmony, their maneuvers executed with deft precision. Their seamless coordination exploited the chaos within the sisterman ranks, leading to a significant advantage. The sisterman lords, observing the unfolding catastrophe, attempted to regain control over the situation. They barked orders, desperately rallying their troops and striving to restore discipline among their ranks. House Burrell's commanders took on an especially active role in organizing their forces. The imminent danger had become starkly apparent. The battle unfolded like a symphony of warfare. Ermir's contribution, although limited to healing, remained crucial. His mending abilities were employed skillfully to ensure that his forces were in peak condition, which allowed them to continue their relentless advance. The infantry was organized into tight pike formations that acted as a formidable shield against the charging sisterman cavalry. As the enemy riders bore down on them, the pikes were lowered, forming an impenetrable wall of spears. The cavalry charge was met with a deafening clash. As horses met the bristling wall of pikes, the disciplined foot soldiers stood their ground, their pike formations remaining unbroken. Among the infantry, Ermir's paladins and knights of Drazel created a nearly impervious phalanx. They advanced methodically, with their heavily armored ranks presenting an unassailable mountain. While the infantry held the front lines, skilled ranger units positioned themselves in elevated locations, raining volleys of arrows upon the sisterman forces. The rangers moved in unison, their deadly shots finding their marks with uncanny accuracy. This consistent barrage disrupted the sisterman's attempts at regrouping and launching coordinated counterattacks. When the Sunderland's commander saw they were losing the middle, he started issuing new commands to their troops. Their orders were aimed at creating a coherent defense, but step by step, they were losing their ground. As the battle raged on, the sisterman soldiers, initially confident in their victory, grappled with confusion and frustration. In their opinion, their neat formations devolved into a chaotic mess as they tried to adapt to the relentless tactics employed by Ermir's disciplined army, but compared to Ermir's army, they were just a motley bunch. The Juggernaut's powerful charge tore through the sisterman's vanguards like a tempest, leaving destruction in their wake. The sisterman soldiers, caught off guard by this ferocious assault, found themselves facing an impenetrable wall of armored might. The disciplined Juggernauts smashed their way through the enemy's formation, rending it apart with every step. The shock of the attack rippled through the sisterman's army, leading to confusion and disarray. They had lost the center, and their army was split in two. The broken sisterman army started to rout, the sisterman army was thoroughly crushed. They had lost more than half of their troops. Compared to them, thanks to Ermir's healing and superior army, they had only lost 300 men. As the sun dipped below the horizon, it was setting on top of the houses of Sweetsister, and with the new day, the island would welcome its new ruler. King Robert Baratheon, seated at his ornate desk, listened intently as Jon Arryn laid out the intricacies of the conflict on the Three Sisters. Jon Arryn, his brow furrowed with worry, began. Your Grace, the situation in the Three Sisters is growing dire. The ongoing strife threatens the peace not only on the islands but also throughout the entire kingdom. We must act swiftly to restore order. Robert, leaning back in his chair, nodded in understanding. I see your concerns, Jon. We can't have the realm in turmoil. But you know, I've already made my stance clear on this matter. I can't afford to side with House Arryn in this conflict. Jon Arryn, his eyes filled with desperation, implored, Your Grace, I understand your position, but surely there must be a way for us to resolve this situation without compromising the integrity of the crown. We've been staunch supporters of your rule, and now, in our time of need, we seek your assistance. King Robert looked at Jon with a stern gaze. Jon, you know I value our friendship and your unwavering loyalty. But I've stated my opinion, and I intend to keep them. Your men are the instigators of this conflict, and they are paying the price for it. I cannot intervene in the sisters' conflict. I hope you understand. Jon Arryn kept talking about the broader implications for the stability of the kingdom and the safety of the small folk, not explicitly revealing his own vested interest in preserving the lands held by House Arryn, but none of his words were enough to convince Robert. Jon Arryn, as he received the news, felt a sense of relief knowing that his Vale Knights were already on the move, landing on the Three Sisters to aid in restoring order. He thought to himself, How dare this upstart attempt to claim what is rightfully his through the use of that druid's power? If it's a war they want, then a war they shall have. The Lord of the Vale was resolute in his plans. Of course, as the wise hand of the king, the moment he regained control of the three sisters, he would sue for peace. At that time, he would be in a strong position to demand war reparations for the conflict. A small price to pay, he mused, for the audacity of this young lord. John Aaron's thoughts then shifted to the north and his dear friend Eddard Stark. Ned, he mused, was a problem. If I want to get what I want, I have to find a way to delay him. If he asks for peace, I have to give it to him, since it would be unwise to fight the entirety of the north. I cannot sue for peace with the brat until I recover the islands. With a sense of determination, John Aaron began to set his plans in motion, confident that he could navigate the complexities of this power. Struggle and protect the interests of his house. Chapter 227. 295 AC. Pav third person. The Grand Hall of House Burrell, in a notorious den of smugglers, Sisterton, stood in solemn silence. Its banners, once symbols of House Burrell's power and influence over the city's criminal underbelly, now hung heavy with the weight of resignation. The male members of the noble house, who had once reveled in their dominion over the city's underworld, now faced an inescapable fate decreed by the Druid. Regent Lord Burrell, a man whose features bore the marks of countless years spent in the smuggling goods, stepped forward. His voice, tinged with bitterness and sorrow, echoed through the hall like a requiem for a once mighty house. We have no choice, my sons. The Druid's word is final. We shall take the black and begin our new lives on the wall, or risk suffering the same fate that befell the Stormcliffs. His sons, their shoulders slumped and their pride quelled by the weight of their situation, nodded in reluctant agreement. Together, they would abandon their roles as lords of the Sisterton and join the ranks of the Night's Watch, leaving behind their lives of nobility and their criminal enterprises to their sisters. Ellipsis. Meanwhile, in the great hall of House Sunderland, once the warden of the three sisters, a similar scene played out. All the remaining male members of the noble house gathered, their expressions heavy with solemnity and their spirits burdened by the impending doom at the wall. Regent Lord Sunderland, a stern figure imbued with a deep sense of duty, addressed his kin. We, too, must heed the Druid's decree. The fate of my brother remains unknown. With a heavy heart, he continued, it is the only path that remains open to us. We shall take the black, and we will find solace in the knowledge that our houses will endure through our female members. The sons of House Sunderland, their eyes filled with resignation, nodded in understanding. They recognized that fate had finally caught up with them, that the consequences of their greedy actions were coming to fruition. With the Druid's decree, the fate of the male members of House Burrell and House Sunderland was irrevocably sealed. Their lives as lords and nobles were now relics of the past, replaced by the solemn duty of the Night's Watch. Their hearts were heavy with loss, surrendering to the Druid's will. Ermir's plan had a broader design. One of his minor aims was to bolster the ranks of the wall, not only with noble scions but also with almost half of the living men of the Three Sisters' army. This audacious move would see the Sistermen gradually replaced by able-bodied northern men, much as the Andals had assimilated the first men in ages past. Ermir smiled when he saw the report that he had condemned 2,000 small folk, knights, and nobles to the watch. He wanted to see the face of the Joer Mormont. Of course, he knew a few hundred of them were going to desert, but it would even make it worse for them and their families. While the Sistermen had proven themselves less than formidable in battle, Ermir believed they would still be of greater worth than the few hundred cutthroats and thieves who currently populated the wall's ranks. As the Druid planned for the impending battle against the Night King, the crucial element of his strategy remained unfinished. If he could not achieve his goal before the Night King's assault, Ermir knew he would have no choice but to pull back those who would only hinder the defense of the wall. Ned Stark sat in his chambers, his brow furrowed with concern. He had been reading the messages from the northern lords stationed along the border of the Bight, and the news was troubling. Reports had confirmed that the Vale was gathering its forces on the coastlines, a clear response to the recent events in the Three Sisters. As the Warden of the North, it was his duty to address the situation, but the complexities of this matter weighed heavily on his mind. What troubled him most was the fact that many of the northern lords who held favorable relations with Ermir and the Druid had already gathered their forces and set out towards the coastlines, prepared to stand by the Druid's side if he called for them. Their loyalty to Druid was rising, and Stark knew he could not easily sway them. The loyalty that Ermir had garnered as the Druid was a testament to his power and leadership, and it posed a significant challenge for Ned as the Warden of the North. Ned was acutely aware that he couldn't dissuade Ermir when he was out for blood, and he couldn't expect a peaceful resolution. It was clear that the Druid had grander plans in motion, and if Ned acted aggressively, it could escalate the situation into an all-out war with the Vale. He knew that the wisest course of action was to reach out to Jon, then open lines of communication between them, and find a way to avoid further bloodshed. With these thoughts in mind, Ned Stark made his decision. He would not lead a massive army to confront Ermir or the Vale. Instead, he would approach this matter with a smaller, more diplomatic contingent. A force of 500 men would accompany him, deliberately kept at a lower number to signify that he was not coming to engage in battle but to initiate dialogue. As he made preparations for his journey, Ned was well aware that his task was challenging. He was the Warden of the North, responsible for preserving peace and stability in the region. His ability to navigate this delicate situation, prevent a full-scale war, and find common ground with Ermir and the Vale was now paramount. Ermir and his war council convened around a large table, their eyes fixed on the maps of Little Sister. Jory Flint, always eager for action, spoke up. "My lord, why do we tarry here? Should we not conquer Little Sister as well?" Ermir lifted his gaze from the maps, contemplating the situation. "We cannot charge recklessly as we did before," he began. "Little Sister has reinforcements from the Vale. We are no longer facing mere levies and pirates, the Knights of the Vale have joined the fray. I estimate they have around 5,000 men, and when you factor in the reserves and levies of Little Sister, their numbers could swell to 8,000 or even 9,000. Eddard Snow voiced his surprise. "My lord, when did they find the time to muster such a force and bring them here?" Ermir offered a knowing smile as he explained, "I anticipated their arrival as we set out for our invasion of Sweet Sister. I expected Jon Arryn to mobilize the Vale Knights the moment he caught wind of our forces sailing. You see, Jon Arryn might present himself as an honorable and peaceful man, but in his position as a regional warden, his ancestors were kings, and you don't retain such power solely through peace. It takes cunning and strength. He only seeks peace when there's nothing for him to lose." Taking a sip of his wine, Ermir continued, "As we were embarking on our campaign, I dispatched one of my familiars to Aerie. The challenge is that it's quite distant and outside of my immediate range, preventing me from receiving real-time information. However, by establishing a chain of connections, I can access the information with a delay of a few days. This is why I hastened our assault on Sweet Sister. I knew they were on their way." Eddard inquired, his confusion apparent. "My lord, if you were aware of their approach, why did you not use your killer whales to sink their ships?" En route, Ermir's sly smile hinted at the complexity of his strategic thinking. "Because I do not want Jon Arryn to lose just a few islands and 5,000 soldiers," he explained. "If my plans come to fruition, House Arryn will lose all of Vale in the next 5 to 10 years, and the first men will be able to assimilate the Andals, much as they did to us in the past. I do not wish for this war to conclude prematurely. If I had sunk his ships, he would have accepted his losses and refrained from sending further reinforcements." Eddard's face lit up as realization struck him. Because he doesn't know the existence of the Orcus. Now he believes he stands a chance, he exclaimed. "If we bide our time, he will send more troops to consolidate his power and attempt to retake the islands." The hour had grown late, and the discussions on various agendas had progressed at a sluggish pace. The weariness was evident on the faces of Ermir's council as the day's deliberations showed no signs of reaching a conclusion. Ermir, observing the tired expressions of his advisors, knew that it was time to adjourn for the day. With a solemn expression, he addressed his council, his voice calm and measured. "It is clear that the day has taken its toll on all of us," he began. "Our discussions are far from finished, but we must acknowledge the limitations of our fatigue. To reach sound decisions, I need all of your minds as sharp as a Valyrian knife. Therefore, I propose that we adjourn for the night and reconvene on the morrow." With those words, the council members dispersed, making their way to their respective chambers to find much-needed rest. Ermir knew that a fresh start on the morrow would be essential for making decisions that would shape the future of his lands. Chapter 228, 295 AC. POV third person. The council gathered once more, their minds rejuvenated by a night's rest. As they resumed their discussions, Eddard Snow found himself consumed by an ever-growing pool of questions and concerns. After grappling with his thoughts for a while, he finally mustered the courage to speak. Eddard opened his mouth, ready to voice his doubts, but he hesitated. His words eluded him momentarily, and he withdrew. Ermir noticed Eddard's internal struggle and, with a sigh, encouraged him to share his thoughts. With a hint of impatience, Ermir said, "What is it? Out with it." Eddard, after a few moments of contemplation, finally summoned the courage to express his concerns. He spoke with a blend of confusion and earnestness, addressing Ermir directly. "My lord, I really don't understand you," he began, his voice tinged with worry. "A great danger like the Night King is lurking around us, and you are trying to weaken and dominate the other kingdoms. Why don't you gather all the kingdoms and tell them that the Night King is real and will come to destroy us? Surely, if we did that, against this great disaster, a coalition army could be formed." Ermir, the corners of his mouth curling into a knowing smile, considered Eddard's words. His response carried the weight of years of observation and understanding. "That is what you would think, someone with a common birth, because you are thinking for the betterment of the realm," Ermir said, his tone measured. "But do you think all those great houses would think like you? No, they won't. I have observed them for years, listened to their conversations, and I overheard their plans, and do you know what I learned?" Ermir paused and smiled sadly, his words laden with a sense of resignation and understanding. "They do not care about anything other than their own houses," he continued, his tone grave. "They wouldn't care if all the world burned as long as their house survived. Even if I dragged a white to their feet and showed them what was coming for us, they wouldn't care for it entirely." "Do you know why?" Eddard, taken aback by this revelation, furrowed his brow and asked in genuine surprise, how could it be possible they wouldn't care about the Night King? Ermir's lips took a bitter shape as he spoke, the weight of his knowledge and concerns evident in his words. "It is possible because there are thousands of kilometers between them and the wall, and there's the north right on the way of the Night King," he explained. "That is a part of the human problem. If it's far away, it's not their problem. Yes, they would send some reserve forces to our aid, like 10 to 15,000 each, and create a great army of 100 or 150,000 men, but we, the North, would still have to be the bulk of the force and be the vanguard." His anger simmered just beneath the surface as he contemplated the future. "Let's say we manage to beat or force a retreat from the Night King. What do you think is going to happen after the war? Do you think we will have eternal peace among the regions?" Eddard, his earlier confusion replaced by a sober understanding, replied, "I wouldn't say that, my lord. I am not that naive." Ermir posed the question once more, his eyes unwavering as he sought a deeper understanding. "Then what would happen?" Eddard's brows furrowed in contemplation as he admitted, "I don't know. I think it would be as before the Night King. Like it never happened, and the regions would continue to play their games." Ermir shook his head, a tinge of disappointment in his voice. "Wrong. I expected more from you. You are still thinking like a small folk." He pointed to his own head and pressed, think about it like a great lord, and more importantly, think about it like a high septon." A spark of realization ignited in Eddard's eyes, and he exclaimed, "A second landing." Ermir's satisfaction was palpable as he slammed his hand on the table, emphasizing, "Exactly." Ermir's smile held a touch of wisdom as he expounded, "If we win this battle, as the North, we would be spent, we will lose at the very least 50 to 70% of our men, and even if the other regions send 20,000 men each, they would at most lose 20% of their power. When the first men and the old gods weaken, what do you think all those lords and the faith are going to do? Do you think they are going to let us live in peace? Of course not. Then the time for the second landing will come, and the second invasion of Andals and the faith will start. While you all only look at what is in front of you, what I look at is the 10 or 20 years ahead. So that is why I need to at least destabilize and exude control over the Vale in Riverlands. Then I have to weaken all the other regions." His advisors bore expressions of comprehension now, and Ermir pressed on, "After the war with the Night King, there needs to be a balance of power, or they will wipe us out of existence." Harlock raised an important query, "My lord, then you are going to remove the Errands from their seat as wardens of the Vale?" Ermir, however, shook his head in response. I would love to do that, but if I were to take such a step, I couldn't simply appoint any house to replace them. Right now, there aren't any houses that would heed my commands as the North does. Moreover, I can't exert the same level of influence over the Vale immediately. It would require 5 to 10 years to achieve that, just as I did in the North. Lord Stark may be the warden of the North, but I can exert as much control over the people as he does. Harlech, enthusiastic and resolute, interjected, No, my lord. You are the true ruler of the North. Lord Stark's position as warden of the North exists because you permit it. Ermir shook his head and said, Do not underestimate the power the name Stark gives. It wouldn't be that easy to control the North without the help of Starks. I would need a few generations to cultivate the necessary loyalty. Besides, I have given my word to Lord Stark that the warden of the North will always be a Stark, and I do not break my word even if I can. But the Arryns and Tullys are a different matter entirely. Chapter 229. 295 AC. POV Third Person. For the next 2 weeks, Ermir meticulously observed the movements and strategies of the Vale forces, eavesdropping on their every plan. He patiently waited for more of the Vale's manpower to be stationed at the coastal regions. Meanwhile, Lord Stark had journeyed to Oldcastle to serve as the intermediary between Ermir and Jon Arryn. Ermir had chosen to go to him at Oldcastle, not just because he was the warden of the North and needed to maintain appearances, but also because he had no desire to have Lord Stark's constant nagging for peace nearby. Thus, he informed Ned that he should stay in Oldcastle and that Ermir would travel to meet him there. As Ermir and his retinue made their way towards Oldcastle, the commander of Locke's forces approached them with a customary offer of bread and salt. However, Ermir, already informed by his familiars of the tension within the castle and the animosity from the local septons, declined the gesture. The commander's expression resolute, and politely but firmly replied, My lord, you can enter with your weapon, but I cannot accept 200 men with their weapons. Ermir, his tone growing even more serious, countered, If I wanted to harm someone in this castle, do you think I would come with 200 men? They are here to protect me. I will not enter a place that accepts the Seven as their god without protection. Lord Stark is waiting for me. I can wait here, but can you make him wait? The commander hesitated for a moment, weighing his options. Ermir didn't let up and added with a touch of mockery, What is it? Is a castle full of Locke men so fearful of 200 men of Drazel? I know my men are superior, but I wasn't aware they were this intimidating. The commander's expression shifted from hesitation to one of anger, and he retorted, They can enter, but, my lord, do not forget you refused bread and salt. As for your men, they can enter the city, but only 20 of them can accompany you into the keep. As Ermir ascended the path leading to the keep, he couldn't help but notice the air of tension that seemed to hang over the people of Oldcastle. Many of them regarded him as if he was a dreaded plague. The reason for this animosity was clear. Most of Oldcastle's inhabitants were devout followers of the faith of the Seven. In stark contrast, the rest of the Locke lands had converted to the worship of the old gods. The Septon of Oldcastle, in particular, was deeply disgruntled by this shift in religious allegiance, as his coffers had grown significantly lighter with the loss of followers. He seized every opportunity to denounce Ermir and the Druid, voicing his discontent loudly. The Septon was desperate for Lord Andrew Locke to take action against these religious changes, but the aging lord's hands were bound by the situation. While House Locke may have been an older house than House Drazel, they were not as formidable. The combined forces of House Locke, along with the levies, could muster 9,000 men, but without the levies, their number dwindled to a mere 3,000. Lord Locke had no means to exert authority over the Druid's commander, who could control an army of soldiers rather than levies. As Ermir and his 200 men escort approached the gate of the keep, he could see a mob collecting in front of them. Septon Alwyn, a greasy clergyman of Oldcastle, stood at the forefront of a fervent mob that blocked Ermir's way. His glistening jowls wobbled as he led the charged group, his round face reddened with zealous fervor. Clad in opulent robes adorned with gilded threads and amulets, he wheezed. Through his impassioned speeches, his voracious appetite for fine food and wine evident in his portly frame. As he denounced the old gods and the Druid, spittle flew from his plump, red lips, and the many rings on his pudgy fingers clinked and clattered. Alwyn's beady eyes darted about, scanning Ermir's escort, who might challenge his authority, but none of the men following Ermir even flinched at the fat man's provocations. Ermir's knights stood in perfect formation, unwavering and disciplined. These elite warriors, the juggernauts, represented the best among his forces, composed of 100 paladins and 100 knights of Drazel. Their emerald-green armor shimmered brilliantly under the sun's rays, distinguishing the paladins from the knights by the symbols adorning their chests. Paladins bore the weirwood tree on their green chest plates, while the knights of Drazel displayed a black weirwood tree. Standing resolute in front of the assembled crowd, Ermir addressed the Septon with a voice as cold as ice. "Septon, do you really want to do this here when I have no patience for you or any other jester?" Ermir's words sent waves of anger through the Septon, as no one, not even the great lord of Oldcastle, had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. "You godless pagan, how dare you speak to a holy man like myself in this way?" "I will." Ermir swiftly raised his hand, cutting off the Septon's rant, and retorted, "You will what? First of all, if you are calling yourself a holy man, it means you are not one. A true holy man would be humble and would never refer to themselves as such. Others will call them holy, not themselves." The Septon's face turned a deep shade of red as anger coursed through him. He struggled to continue his threat. "I will make you." Once more, Ermir forcefully interrupted him. "You will not do a thing. You cannot do a thing. You and your gods hold no power here in the north, not even within your own city." The crowd, clearly offended by Ermir's confrontation with their Septon, began to inch closer to the scene. The rotund Septon, sensing support from the small folk who were prepared to defend him in the name of the Seven, broke into a smug grin. How could he not be a holy man when his followers were ready to confront armed men to protect him? However, Ermir swiftly drew his blood-red Valyrian sword, taking the Septon by surprise. With a menacing tone, he added, "Hey, you pig. If a fight breaks out here, I will cut you down first." The Septon's reddened, pudgy face paled as he realized that the man before him was utterly capable of carrying out his threat. As Ermir unsheathed his sword, all 200 of his men behind him did the same, their blades clashing against their shields. "Hua! Hua! Hua! Hua!" Their war chant reverberated through the square. The small folk, now visibly frightened, began to retreat. With each step they took, Ermir's warriors mirrored their movements, stepping forward in unison while striking their shields with their swords. "Hua!" The war chant continued. With every chant and synchronized step, the crowd continued to shrink back, creating a clear path between Ermir and the Septon. Ermir closed the remaining distance between them, leaned in. With a whispering voice, he frightened the Septon. "Boo!" As the Septon fell to the ground, he let out a shrill, pig-like screech that echoed through the square. "Owie!" Ermir lowered the tip of red rain to the ground and crouched beside Septon Alwyn. "Septon, do you really want to fight me with this mob while I have 200 of my best men?" The Septon's gaze shifted nervously between the gleaming swords of the knights and their cold, unwavering eyes. At that moment, he realized the enormity of his mistake. He believed that Ermir would be powerless to harm him as long as he was protected by innocent small folk. However, the man before him showed no hesitation. He was more than willing to cut down anyone who stood in his way. Unable to openly admit his defeat, the Septon weighed his options. He had no desire to meet his end here, and he understood that there was no reasoning with the Lord of Moat Cailin. As the knights circled around them and the small folk, who had initially come to his defense, started to retreat, Ermir rose to his feet. He pointed red rain at the Septon, using its tip to draw a shallow cut on the Septon's cheek. With a voice as cold as ice, Ermir commanded, "Get the fuck out of my sight." The Septon scrambled to his feet and hastily fled, still shrieking in pain. It was just a shallow skin-deep cut, but he was screaming like he was dying. The small folk regarded Ermir with fear as they, too, hurriedly dispersed, leaving the square in a hurry. Chapter 230, 295 AC. Pav third person. Andrew Locke's solar was subtly adorned with symbols and artifacts reflective of his faith, including a delicate seven-pointed star crafted from silver that hung above the weirwood desk and a small altar bearing representations of the seven in a discreet corner of the room. The juxtaposition of northern traditions and the faith of the seven created an interesting blend of cultures within the solar, reflecting the Lord's commitment to both his religious beliefs and the ancient customs of his region since his ancestors were once believers of the old gods. The weirwood desk at the center served as a focal point, where Ermir, Ned Stark, and Andrew Locke gathered for a meeting that carried an air of palpable tension. Ned Stark, in his characteristic measured tone, initiated the conversation. "My lords, we must find a way to resolve the conflicts surrounding the sisters. The divisions between us only serve to weaken the kingdom. Perhaps we can seek a peaceful solution to our differences." Ermir, his impatience thinly veiled, responded firmly, "Lord Stark, I bear no ill will toward the Vale. However, the lords of the sisters, who belong to the Vale, have attacked my lands, and they must face the consequences of their actions. I shall not relent until all 5 islands, including the Paps and Pebble, are firmly under my rule." Ned attempted to mediate and find common ground between the parties, but Ermir's determination remained unshakable. Andrew Locke, an unwavering believer in the Seven, couldn't conceal his passive-aggressive demeanor. His disapproval was evident in his gaze as he exchanged glances with Ermir, representing a clash of territorial ambitions within the meeting. Andrew angrily said, "Paps and Pebble, Lord Drazel, your ambition knows no bounds, does it? I understand you are angry, and that is why you are massacring innocent faithful, but it should have its bounds. What did the dwellers of those islands do to you?" Ermir said, in a cold matter-of-the-fact tone. "Nothing." At that moment, old Lord Andrew slammed his hand to the table, his old bones shaken. "You see, my lord, you see his wanton acts. Please, my lord, you need to rein Lord Drazel in." Just as Andrew wanted to continue, Ermir cut him off. "The dwellers of those islands did nothing to me, but their lord did. It looks like you are blind to your coreligionists' actions like every other believer of the Seven. The hypocrisy of your kind baffles me. They have the right to attack me, but I cannot attack them." Andrew didn't know Lord of Paps and Lord of Pebble had attacked Ermir's men. He didn't know it and was humiliated for his remarks. Throughout the deliberations, tensions in the room continued to simmer. Ned's efforts at mediating and pacifying Ermir appeared fruitless as Ermir's resolve to secure the islands remained undeterred. Andrew, conflicted between his loyalty to the coreligionist in Sisters and to the North, kept his silence after his humiliation. His body language, however, spoke volumes, reflecting his disapproval of Ermir's expansionist actions. Ned Stark, the Warden of the North, stood on the rugged shores of Oldcastle, the cold sea breeze biting at his face. His fur-trimmed cloak billowed in the wind, and the dire wolf sigil of House Stark was etched on his chest. His dark eyes, though weary, held a resolve that was a bit shaken. The meeting he had just concluded with Ermir had left him with a heavy heart. Ermir's intentions were clear, peaceful negotiations were not an option. What began as a dispute over the sisters had now evolved into a complex struggle, where the clash between the faiths of the Seven and the old gods added an unsettling layer. Ned couldn't simply issue orders to his bannermen to stay out of the impending conflict. The Vale Lords had already descended upon the little sister, and the situation was rapidly spiraling out of control. The reverberations of this turmoil extended far beyond the islands themselves. It had become a question of faith and power, and Ned found himself caught in a web of intricate alliances and rivalries. As he strode through the courtyard of Oldcastle, his thoughts swirled in a tempest of uncertainty. He had pledged to keep the peace and protect the North, but the reality before him was a stark reminder of how fragile those vows could be. It was no longer a matter of political maneuvering, it had become a battle of belief systems. Ned knew that the northern houses, such as the Karstarks, Umbers, Flints, and even some mountain clans, had pledged their men to Ermir's cause. The Skagosi, too, sent their warriors in a desperate bid to seek forgiveness from the old gods for their past sins. With every step, the weight of the decisions he faced pressed upon him. He had to consider the people he led, the faith he upheld, and the intricate political dynamics of the realm. The North's loyalty to House Stark, its guardian, ran deep, and it was his duty to ensure their interests were protected. Ned ascended the steps of the Great Hall in Oldcastle, its ancient stone walls holding centuries of history within their confines. The hall was dimly lit, the only source of illumination being the flickering torches that cast dancing shadows on the banners that hung from the rafters. The North was on the brink of a conflict that extended beyond the realm's borders. If he pushed his bannermen, it could blow back on him. He wanted to have peace, but if he couldn't have that, he would rather that the North come out on top of this conflict. In the heart of the Little Sister Island, the Vale Army, under the command of Yon Royce, prepared for Ermir's imminent assault. The soldiers, resolute and disciplined, moved with a sense of purpose. Their encampment had become a hive of activity, each task meticulously orchestrated. Soldiers gathered around their commanders, maps and strategies unfurled before them. Yon Royce, a seasoned and steadfast leader, stood at the center, his stern countenance a reflection of the gravity of their situation. His voice carried over the crowd as he issued orders, his steely gaze unwavering. They were here to defend the faithful. Builders erected wooden barricades, fortifying key positions on the island. New archers and crossbowmen underwent rigorous training. Their arrows became accurate with every day passed. Barricades of sharpened stakes were driven into the sandy soil, ready to repel any potential invasion. The Vale's formidable infantry readied their spears and shields, their formation unwavering. On the island's coastline, 20 warships were anchored, their crews on high alert. They formed a naval barrier that would not yield easily to an opposing fleet. Scouts combed the surrounding sea, gathering intelligence and keeping watch for any sign of Ermir's forces. The aftermath of the first naval battle left a grim and haunting scene in its wake. The combined forces of the Sistermen and Vale lords who had taken part were now decimated. Their drifting ships had no life in them now, with many succumbing to the relentless grip of hunger. Desperation had spread among them, and the dire circumstances had led some to contemplate escape. However, the relentless pursuit of Rapun and his pod of killer whales had made escape all but impossible. Those who dared to flee were relentlessly hunted down, their hopes of survival dashed by the determination of their aquatic pursuers. As the surviving lords huddled on their warships, their desperate attempt to sabotage their own vessels was crushed by the sudden onslaught of the rats. These creatures, guided by Nin and Kilim's uncanny coordination, executed a swift and relentless attack. The chaos that ensued was a gruesome tableau of death and terror. An army of 180 rats crawled out of every corner of the ship, trying to stop them. The lords of Sisters, Paps, and Pebble found themselves in the crosshairs of the rodent army. The rats, guided by an otherworldly intelligence, overran the ships, their razor-sharp teeth tearing through flesh and bone. The sounds of screams and the grotesque gnawing of rats echoed across the tumultuous sea. Amidst the blood-soaked decks, Nin and Kilim communicated effortlessly through their telepathic link, ensuring precise and coordinated strikes. The survivors, once harboring thoughts of sabotage, were now facing a more merciless fate at the paws of their relentless assailants. They were so weak from the weeks spent drifting in the sea, but they were not entirely helpless. After the shock of what was happening passed, the soldiers and the lords started to fight back and managed to kill most of the rats. Both sides were receiving great losses. Lord Prior and some of his men were killing some rats when a black rat jumped down from the mast and ripped one of his men's necks, a fountain of blood sprinkled from the wound. Lord Prior cornered the black rat, but in the blink of an eye, the rat disappeared into the shadow at the base of the mast. Lord Prior couldn't believe his eyes. He slowly approached the shadow, but there was nothing there. He turned around, and as he was about to leave, a giant black rat jumped out of the shadow and bit his ankle off, ripping his Achilles tendon off. Lord Prior falls to the ground while screaming in pain. The rat was bigger than a cat, and it was standing on two legs like he was posing. All that mana coursing their body had made Nin and Kilim grow up like every familiar of Ermir. Lord Prior was trying to keep Nin at a distance by swinging his sword wildly. HMPH, how dare you attack my lord's head, ninja? You are defenseless against my ninjutsu. An angry female voice appeared inside Nin's head. Stop messing around and fight. Didn't Master forbid you talking like that and watching his memories? To follow my ninja way and serve my lord, I have to disobey him. I need sacred knowledge to continue my ninja training. Kage Kai Jutsu, Shadow. Disappearing Jutsu. Nin becomes invisible inside a shadow and circles around Lord Prior, striking his neck and killing him. You are not a ninja, you idiot, it is magic. Shush, sister, do not disrespect my ninja path by disregarding my efforts and training. After some time, all sounds disappeared from the ship other than the sounds of rats munching on dead bodies. A day or so later, Ermir's ships emerged on the horizon, swooping in to claim the damaged warships left in the wake of the rodent onslaught. These vessels, though battered, were valuable spoils for Ermir's forces. They were to be transported to the Sweet Sister, where skilled hands would repair the damages. Ensuring that these ships, now under Ermir's control, would once again sail the seas.